Testing 1 2 1 2.
And testing 1 2.
Testing 1 2. Can you hear us?
I'm here with Lesego Senekwani, captain of the Knights. Lesego, 266 yesterday. Are you happy with that, having decided to bat first?
Yeah, I think I'll take it, especially seeing the situation that we're in. Our veteran managed to get us out of a sticky situation. So I think 260 is a fair score on that wicket. We just need to bowl well today to be able to keep ourselves in the game.
Yeah, it was a tough start for you. I mean, 30 for 2 and then going to 129 for 6, and to get to 266 from there, a really good effort, particularly from Phangi there.
Yeah, like I said, we managed to throw ourselves into the game. The wicket does have a little bit of something for the bowlers, so there will be ebbs and flows throughout the day. We just need to manage to get on top of the edge of it.
Yeah, and you've got in your attack, from a point of view, you've got seam and you've got spin available to you. Of course, the experience of Aron Phangiso from a spin point of view, and the youngster Aron Phangiso.
Yeah. So I think we've got a good bowling attack in terms of variety and options that we have, especially on this wicket. So hopefully we can utilise them well and put ourselves in a good position to be able to win the game.
We certainly thought yesterday, you said that innings from Aron Phangiso was really instrumental in getting you even past the 200 mark to get to 266, as you said, very good from where you were at that one stage. Do you feel that the wicket has got any real demons in it at the moment?
I wouldn't say demons, I would just say it's maybe deteriorating at a slightly quicker pace. So it'll play a little bit of inconsistency as the day goes on, especially later on in the afternoon. So hopefully we can exploit that as a bowling team.
I will wish you all the best for the day today, and hope it goes well out there for you. Thank you very much. Thanks for having a chat to us. Thank you. I'm going to have a chat with Aron Phangiso. Aron, hi. Thanks for being hi. Yeah, good. Thank you. Yeah, congratulations yesterday. Very good innings from you. 73, 98, really good. When you came in, what was your plan? Because you attacked the bowling from the minute you came into the crease.
Yeah, I think that was a plan. I mean, firstly, this is the first interview I do about my batting, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, the plan was obviously to be nice and positive. You know, our start wasn't that great. The wicket was not obviously a free-flowing wicket. You know, it's always a power wicket where you need to blast for your runs. So the boys actually tried their best. And the position that we're in, I mean, when you're coming in at number 8, it's either you can sort of take a back seat and let them bowl to you, or just be nice and positive. And I think it just worked out for me, where I took a couple of risks and they paid off. And everything after that just went on sort of free flow, and that was a nice sort of plan coming together.
Yeah, it worked really well. Your partnerships down the order really very good. 52 with Aron Phangiso, then 40 with Malusi, I think it was. So really was excellent from that point of view. You managed to build the partnerships. They managed to hold up an end for you while you were attacking on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, as teams, we always speak about the engine room is contributing about 80 runs plus, you know, and I think we did that well. Malusi came and actually stuck it out a bit, got a good ball, unfortunately. And you said a youngster, his debut, so he also contributed well. So those are the kind of sort of contributions you need, especially when your top order did not fire on the day. And yeah, it just put us in a good position. Hopefully today just plays out nicely, and then we bowl well, we hit our straps good, and then the boys just put us in a good position.
Were you previously, I mean, your highest score in, unfortunately for you, just didn't quite get your highest score in first class cricket, 77 on this ground, funnily enough, about 12 years ago, or 13 seasons ago, you got your highest score of 77, so fantastic effort from you yesterday with that 73. And today, do you feel there's something in it for you from a bowling point of view?
Yeah, there's always something here when you're bowling well, you know. I think the only thing here is there's not much. I heard you asking the same about demons and all of that. There's not much of that. You know, just gotta bowl the right pace and just be consistent. You know, patience is the name of the game. And just hope that obviously that pays off. Put the right guys in right positions, especially on this field. You know, so but yeah, I think there's a bit of assistance for both seam and spin. So hopefully, if one sort of bowl as close to sort of as best that one can get, everything can just pay off.
Well, we wish you all the best for the day today. Out there it's going to be hot, so wish you all the best for the day out there, and hope it goes well for you. Thank you for having a chat with me. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
A very hearty good morning to one and all, and welcome here to Boland Park for day 2 of this 4-day match here between the Goldrush, Boland, and the Knights here. And after day 1, the Knights accumulated 266 before they were bowled out. So it's all to do here for the Boland team. My name is Eugene Molan. With me, Zahir Adam Zahir. I mean, it's an interesting day that lies ahead, but probably evens after day 1.
Good morning, Eugene. Good morning, everybody. What a beautiful day out in the winelands. A picturesque day, the Drakenstein Mountains in all its splendor. And it provides the backdrop for the first day where Boland will have an opportunity at bat. They did fairly well with the ball yesterday. Eugene, I thought they probably let the Knights get away at the back end. Could have possibly just closed it up earlier, but now they've got to do the hard task of putting runs on the board here on what seems to be quite a placid surface.
It's always placid here, and with the heat baking on this pitch, yeah, they've got away with a lot there, the Knights, in terms of the tactical price of what was on show there from the Goldrush Boland team. But yeah, they've got a chance here to see if they can amass a total. But before we get to that, we're going to talk about the upcoming T20 fixtures, and those are there Friday, the 8th of November. That's going to be out there in Durban, and that's going to be followed by the T20 at, what is that there, Kabeja. That's on Sunday. That starts at 4 o'clock. And then they move over up there to the Highveld. Firstly, there at Centurion Park, and then they'll finish off in Johannesburg. That is a squad there, and Zahir, that is a very, very good T20 squad. One of the biggest and strongest probably that we've seen. And again, guys that have done well in the local T20 competitions that finished recently, they have been rewarded with their selection.
Fantastic to see young men like Miklali Papangwana, Attila Simelani. They've been called up for the first time to the T20 squad. But the big guns are also back. It's David Miller, Gerald Coetzee, and Aiden Markham who will lead the side. So a rematch of that fateful night in Barbados, the World Cup final, India versus South Africa. So very much to look forward to over the next week.
We're not going to be talking about that, but yeah, what's to come here today, and yeah, after watching a few games last season and then watching what was on show yesterday, was probably the same conditions as what was yesterday, maybe a touch warmer. The breeze picked up later on in the afternoon, but in terms of the pitch there, it played very nicely, played well, although the end that Aron Phangiso is going to be bowling from here, Nederberg again, he's bowling to Peter Malan, who's at the stables end. That end tend to keep a little bit lower, the ball skid through a little bit more, and when bowlers bowl from the stables end, which had a little bit more bounce in it.
Really excited to see Aron Phangiso. Must admit, the first time in the flesh, seeing him running in here for the Knights. I've heard promising things about this young man. Has struggled with injuries over the last couple of years, moved down from the Northern Cape Heat just across the way, but a real tearaway when he actually gets it right. So we're very keen to see if he can build up a head of steam here with a new ball for the high-tech Knights.
Well, he's got an average of 20.3 with the ball. Got 114 wickets, and yeah, he's a bit of a tearaway. He's got five wickets in an innings 7 times. And he's also got 10 wickets in a match twice. So he's got the capabilities. I heard he's a bit of a tearaway, but he's going to be bowling to the experienced Peter Malan. And he would really want to set the day ahead here for Boland. He's average with the bat. Average is 44.2 with the bat. He knows how to bat long. He's got 39 hundreds as well to go with 55 50s. Oh, straight away a no ball, and seemed to have rushed Peter Malan there a little bit.
Was quite rapid there. Just wonder, got all morning to sort your run up out. You were a new ball bowler in your day. You had all morning. You got tape measures. You striding it out there. You overstepped the first delivery.
Mate, we saw some things yesterday that we'll get through that. Don't worry. I mean, Avi bowled 4 no balls in a row.
Avi Makachi.
No, Aya Khamane bowled 4.
I apologize. Okay.
Oh, he's found his footing. He's found his
Take
footing.
two.
Yeah. But yeah, well, we've talked through that. So let's talk through this field a little bit. And that is the interesting thing here when coming here to Paarl and playing on this pitches up here. They've got a short leg in place, but the interesting for me, they're only going with the 2 slips and then a man at about a 4th slip. It's not necessarily gully. And then they got point cover and mid off. That's the offside field and not starting with the 3rd slip.
That's Van Dijk just wanting to see what is in the wicket, bending his back a little bit there. See Maria Rasmus having a little conversation with him about that line early on day 2.
I did make mention yesterday that once as a bowler, you know you're close to the line. If an umpire goes and starts scratching around, start looking at that front line, you know, listen, I'm probably a little bit tight on it. Might not get away with the next one. Something that, yeah, the tape measures must be a little bit stretched or something. I don't know.
Interesting to have a look at Johan van Dijk. It's not a lengthy run up. It's a lot of energy in that action. That's possibly the reason why he's struggled with a few injuries over the years. Puts plenty of strain on the back. So you would think of a man that bowls with the pace that he does, he'd have a bit of a longer run up. So it's all in the build and gather.
Yeah, we've seen a few of the international bowlers go the same way as well. And we'll touch on that after this ball. Good line, good length outside. And yeah, we've seen the likes of Mark Wood. He started with a shorter run-up.
Absolutely.
And then later on, he came and hurtling in from near the boundary. But he certainly gained a lot more rhythm that way. And I think when it comes to bowlers, it's all about rhythm. I mean, the left-arm seamer there, Johnson, was the same from Australia. He also had a short run-up. And then I think when it was Darren Lehman, he was the coach at the time. And then he lengthened his run-up. And then he bowled lightning bolts at the time. So, yeah, we'll see how that development goes. Interesting, he's saying that he's coming from injuries in his career.
The fact that you mentioned Mark Wood, you literally took the words out of my mouth. It's very much a young Mark Wood. We had the short, bustling run-up, and then he also struggled with injuries before lengthening his run-up. So it's not something you want to see young fast bowlers endure.
Must be the weather in South Africa. Who wants to be running from the boundary in 30-degree heat?
Particularly in Paarl, where it does the mercury levels do rise.
It's down the leg side, but a little bit good carry through there to the keeper. Keeper is Kluti. But that's the end of the first over. Nothing really happening there, bar the no ball.
Quiet start there by Boland, just the way they would have wanted. That's the scorecard of yesterday. The Knights, 266 for all out. They recovered fairly well through the veteran Aron Phangiso. He'll be speaking about that for a long time. 73, and also patient Isaac Dikali with 40. Sean van Berg and Siyabonga Mahima, the 2 spinners that combined for 6 wickets for the home side. So it's now up to the batters to provide a bit of a platform here.
Where do you think Aron Phangiso's best score was or is?
Behind the wicket.
No, his top score. Where do you think he got his top score?
Right here?
Right here. He loves playing here. I think
loves
Boland
playing.
should sign him up.
Oh, he would be fantastic.
Well,
Fantastic.
Grant Rudolphson, let's look at his figures here. He's played 57 matches. I've got an average of 37.29 with 800s, 1150. So he's another man making his way here to Paarl area. 4-day debut, of course, here for East New Province. He's going to be facing up here to Lungo, who's going to be bowling here from the stables in. And it's a nice length, but no real swing out there. See?
There's absolutely nothing on offer for the Seamers. It is a tough little outing here for Langa and the boys. It is going to be a hard toil, and you can be sure you're going to have to work Very, very hard for your wickets here if you're a seam bowler down at Boland Park.
Well, if Langa gets one more wicket, it will be his 100th wicket in first-class cricket. Currently sitting on red balloons. It's played off his legs there. Very nicely. He's going to come back for 2. Excellent running. So Langa sitting on 99 wickets at an average of 28.16. He's got 5 wicket hauls in an innings, 5 times. So maybe we can call him to that milestone of 100 wickets in first-class cricket. But as you said, literally no swing out there to speak of. Maybe just going in with the arm. That's about it.
Tailing into the right-hander here by Langa. Wanting to really take the ball in the other direction with particularly with the newer ball, bring those slips into play. His natural action is to move the ball into the right-hander. Grant Rulofson, though, had a decent T20 comp for the Goldrush Boland, the top run scorer. Got 198 runs, averaged 39.6 for the Boland side.
A little bit of width and off and beautifully punched just forward, a swear on the offside, past point, and that's the first boundary, and that goes away off Grant Rulofson. Beautifully played.
Effortless there from the right-hander. Just offered some width and beautifully caressed it through the covers. The first boundary of the morning here at Boland Park, and Rulofson and Boland are underway.
Yeah, we saw yesterday as well, Z, that the outfield was not necessarily at its quickest. Speaking to the groundsman here, he said he had to do a little bit of scarifying a couple of weeks ago, and then obviously it's just coming to something that he would like it to be a little bit spongy out there, but that raced away. He's going to go again. This time just plays it back to point.
It's also been a bit of a tough winter down in the Western Cape. Generally, these are the parts that would gain some more heat down here, but the winter has been a wet and windy one in the Western Cape. So being a groundsman hasn't always been the easiest thing to maneuver during the winter. Plans, might have had his plans. I'm going to scarify in August or July, and it was a water bath here down here this time of the year.
Good line to left. That concludes the second over 7 without loss. And what I'm going to be having a keen eye on is that run rate, Z. And to me, it's just the way that the longer format of the game is going. People want to score in excess of 3.5, 4 runs and over. We've seen it with a bash, but not necessarily in South African conditions. Let's just say that as well, because the ball has a tendency to move around a little bit. The wickets do favor the bowlers a little bit here in this country. Although if you come to placid wickets like Paarl, sometimes you can cash in. But what I'm keen to look at over the 4-day competition is that run rate. Are teams going to try and play as fast as they can back to score as in terms of scoring rate, or are they going to just play and stick to their tried and tested? Oh, it's a no ball again. And what we saw yesterday, there were a few oohs and ahs, but unfortunately it was a no ball. So the oohs and ahs had to be put to bed. He's really challenging that front line, and he's got the wrong man to challenge that too, because Murray Erasmus, he's got a keen eye on that. Doesn't miss much, that man.
But when you go back to the run rates you were speaking about, it's not just in the white ball format any longer.
No.
That's really morphed into the red ball cricket. Guys speak about intent, playing with being positive at the crease, showing good body language. And that's the way the game is moving.
Short ball into the pitch, and that's going to be 1 for the over. You're allowed 2. I still think he's bowling from the wrong end. I mean, from what we saw yesterday, I think I would have had him from the stables end. But there is a little bit of slope There's a little bit of a slope from right to left as you look at it on your screens there. So maybe that's why Lunga wants that in, because he wants to get the ball to nip with the help of the surface to come back in. That's why that's it. Yeah, we spoke about this run race, but I mean, you must be happy with a series victory in Bangladesh. The boys doing the biz there as well, with a number of the guys not there due to just coming back from injuries or being rested. Yeah, but I mean, that's still a good result there for the Proteas.
Literally walked out of a Proteas press conference with Shukri Conrad before coming on air, and you could see the big man was smiling. He was happy. And to go there to break the duck of 10 years without a win on the sub, massive for that young side. I think it also has Van Dijk is really struggling here. It's his third no ball in about, 8 legal deliveries already. So his ratios, he's got his averages up, that's for sure.
Doing a command.
Oh dear.
But back to the test side, it's just wonderful to see South African batters scoring hundreds again. It's been a bit of a lean period with the bat. We've always had the bowlers to take the 20 wickets, but to see young men like Tony de Zorzi, Tristan Stubbs, Vian Mulder getting their maiden test centuries, guys were built on this very system that we're watching. We've cut their teeth here to go out and do it on the bigger stage.
There's a little bit of extra bounce there. And yeah, these guys that have sort of had their trade here, but I mean, you would probably know better. They've got to win the remaining, 4 test matches out of 5, or is it 3 out of 4 now?
It's 3 out of 4, but you always want things into your own hands. So you win 4 out of 4, and that's you going to London. Big Ben's calling. It's yeah. So I don't think they're looking too far ahead. They've got Sri Lanka. They've got two test matches. The last time Sri Lanka was here, they actually won a test series in South Africa for the first time. So, and they're also still in the mix. So they've got all to play for. So it's going to be a massive home summer ahead of us.
This time it's Peter Malan getting on the front foot, a ball full of length, and that's going to be a boundary for him as well as the Goldrush Boland. And that's an excellent shot. Well put away.
Might have been put away for 4 by Peter Malan, but that's much better that we're seeing from Van Dijk. He's got to pitch it up. He's got to bring those slip cord into the attack, because he's either been very short or over the line.
Yeah.
So don't mind that.
Still got 2 balls left of this. He's second over. That's much better there. And I think the word that screams out at me, especially with guys with a new ball, is consistency. And I mean, a guy like Vernon Philander, yes, he didn't have a lot of pace about him, but he certainly challenged you because of his consistency. And then with that, the ability to move the ball off the seam, both into you and away from you from a right-hander's perspective as well.
Yeah, I don't know if we singing from the same hymn book today, but Vern's been on my mind all morning already. I'll continue after this ball. There we go, another wasted short delivery at the end of the over. Goldrush ball on 13. Well, now we get off to 3. Back to Vernon Philander. Actually, I had the privilege of cutting my teeth down here in Boland as a young cricket reporter. Came out many a time down to for 4-day cricket out to Boland Park in the heat of February when the temperatures, and you just see the horizon simmering along the way. And Vernon Philander was coming through domestic cricket at the time, along with guys like Rory Kleinveld and Charles Langeveld, the Cape Cobras. Used to play their home games here. So it was always a tough ask coming to Boland and trying to take 20 wickets. And Vern would always speak about this was where he learned his craft. He bowled wicket to wicket, and he needed to upskill because he obviously did not have the pace but he needed to upskill. He needed to move the ball in both directions, to go outside, go past the outside edge, and have the ability to bring the ball back. And it was a real treat seeing Vern go about honing his craft over here. And any young bowler, if you're wanting to learn, come down to Boland Park of where you are.
Langa back into attack. That is a much better line there. Didn't hit that or get an inside edge. I think they were all up in arms there, hands on head. Yeah, this is where you definitely learn your trade. Unfortunately, I had to go up there to Potch, and I mean, I was saying
We
yesterday.
deported you, didn't we?
Oh, I tell you,
We sent you up there to.
see what you can do.
Yeah.
But I was telling them one day that they got the heavy roller, the one that rolls in one. They kept it on the pitch with one of those things.
I've seen some interesting things here, mate. I've seen the former CEO, Omar Henry, go out into the crowd and get a braai and make a fire on the wicket just to get it dry. So we've seen some interesting things over the years here at Boland Park.
That's outside the line for me. Good shot, but outside the line.
Needless to say, Eugene, when after Ohms fetched the braai and he made the fire, it was a one-day game, if I'm not mistaken, and the Knights managed 68 and the Cobras 38 in the game, so a cumulative total of 110. So
you reckon?
Not sure about whether that was the right idea.
I think they were all reckoned let's just have the braai and forget about the game. That's all they wanted.
Yeah, good old days.
Down the leg side, and there's definitely a little bit of hint of in drift here from Langa, just tailing inward. So
Malan missing out there. It was a
he
freebie on the legs. Just needed some bat on it and would have run away. Langa definitely trying to bring the ball back into the right-hander, looking for the LBW or possibly bowl.
We're just going to catch you up with some of the scores that's been going around the country as well. So a lot of cricket happening here. Oh, there's another appeal. There is another appeal. Now then, see, he's stepping across a long, long way across the stumps. The first one that wrapped him on the pads, he was outside the line. Malan just got to be careful here.
The right shoulder just, at least left shoulder just fell away there. Poor Peter Malan, as an opener, you're wanting to hit the ball straight down the ground.
Just be wary of that, Peter. Langa's testing that front pad of yours. Length again this time. Well, Western Province seem to have got a bit of a recovery on. They're now on 118 for 4. They were in trouble yesterday in that second innings. They now lead by 134 with still 6 wickets remaining. They obviously on day 3 on that one. Northwest Dragons and the Warriors. The Warriors got bowled out for 298. And Northwest are currently 27 without loss in that encounter there as well. There's obviously some Division 2 matches happening as well at the same time. Slanga steams in again. It's beautifully played by Peter Malan. So the Badgers, they're up against Eastern Cape there. Badgers got bowled out for 308. And Eastern Cape on 19 without loss. And then Limpopo and Paarl, they got 277 all out on day 1. And Eastern Storms are currently 30 without loss. It looks like they're going to be some repair work. So what we can sort of also bring to you folks is the SA under 19 women are currently playing the Island women. And there were some good results for the SA women in the first game. South Africa women won by 6 wickets. The top performer there was Reinica. She got 46, not out of 27 deliveries. And then in the second game, South Africa won as well by 6 wickets. That time it was Faye Carling getting 3 for 3 in 3 overs as well. In the third game, South Africa won by 58 runs and it was Karabo Mesu who got 60 or 44. So the youngsters are doing their bit as well. Good to see that there are touring teams coming in. I've got good association with Cricket Ireland. It's good to get them coming over and maybe also playing their trade against really some good opposition. And South Africa's certainly performed well in that regard.
In that under 19, you mentioned a couple of names there. Kyla Rodica had coached her for a little bit, and just looking at her, just a young Danae van Niekerk. She's got all the attributes, bowls off spin, hits really hard, and does plays in the senior Western Province team. Karabo Meso recently got her first list 800 as well. So definitely some young talent coming through there, and do believe it won't be a long time before Meso does go on and represent the Proteas.
I think it's got to do with South Africa getting to the 2 finals in T20 World Cups. The last 2 times, I mean, the one last time it was here in South Africa, and then just recently, just missing out on that, getting over the Brussels line to become champions. But I mean, that is certainly a mess and has helped sort of these youngsters as well, trying to play the game. And it's good to see that in South Africa, to have the number of women playing the game now that has increased over the last 3 or 4 years.
Had the privilege of being at that final at both finals, the one at Newlands last year and the one in Dubai, and just the excitement around women's cricket, the way it's grown, the development, everything is just a huge positive.
That's where you want to be. That is where you want to be, Johan van Dijk. You just got to stay around there. Now I'm going to come back to that consistency. Can you do it for longer periods of time? This is what 4-day cricket is about, testing the batter, testing the bowler. Can you give it to me all the time, 4 out of 5 times in an over? As a batter, have you got the capabilities of just being consistent, being patient? That's 2 there for you, Z. That is 2.
We spoke earlier about the batters in Bangladesh, the guys that have cut their teeth here in this domestic system. I think our colleague and I, James, we were on commentary when Tony DeZorzi got the 300 at Newlands and just showed the appetite for wanting to score big runs, wanting to be at the crease. And we don't play enough red ball cricket. We've said that countless times, but when you have the opportunity, you really need to cash in. And that's what guys like the Zorzi, Stubbs, he's also got a triple century.
He gets tested with a short one as well. And I mean, what you're saying, the guys know how to bat for longer periods of time, and that's what Test cricket's about.
Absolutely. It's and this is what you want. You want to see a young fast bowler charging, because Van Dijk does. He's one of the quicker around, and he does have a bit of wheels, and he's got to put a spell together. He's put 2 good balls outside the off stump, and then he's tested the one with a short one. So the follow-up delivery becomes the crucial one for Van Dijk here.
Well, I've got 2 questions for you on that regard there, Z. You see this ball? Yeah, that's much better, asking the questions. And the first one is, yes, he's a tearaway fast bowler, so how long a spells is he going to be bowling here? That's the first question to you. And the second one is, we're into the 5th over and we're yet to see a maiden. And how you build pressure in the longer format of the game is restricting teams, and how you do that is by bowling maidens and being consistent with that.
It's an old age saying from a great late Shane Warne, where if you put 3 maidens together in any format of the game, something will happen. There has to be a chance.
Well, we're not going to get a maiden this over. But yeah, you're so right. I mean, even Aldin Baptiste, he used to bowl 8 over spells, and I don't think we're going to see that from Van Dijk. I probably wouldn't like to see that, because what I would like to see him bowl is consistent pace for a long period of time. So how we do that, short bursts, whatever. But I mean, Aldin Baptiste was a great performer for Eastern Province back in the day, and he bowled about 4 or 5 maidens in trot before he even tried something else. Maybe a quick ball, which was a little bit came a little bit quicker than the others. And just the inside
Look
off.
for a couple.
It's just going to be the one, though. But, I mean, it was a much better over from Aron Phangiso. He was hitting areas, challenging the batter. And I think he should take a lot from that over. No balls as well. So it's a positive
he
all
bowled
around.
one at the beginning. He bowled one at the beginning. Got some.
Yeah.
We got people on to fix up the wicket. It was after the.
It was
They did a
before
they,
that.
they did a bit of still the same over. That's how long the over goes. Yeah, that's how long the over goes, yeah, mate. So once they did a bit of recovery on the lines, he's much more clear to contact now.
Well, let's see if Langa's going to see if he can follow that up. And this is also another attribute about the longer format is bowling in pairs, and your mate on the other end is doing a job. You need to do that as well to keep the pressure building. Oh, it's going straight. And I mean, with that line, there's probably a tendency to maybe have a short catch on, like on the onside, just to have somebody in that eye line to say, look here, you can't turn it around. You've got to be a little bit out of the box here as well, especially on wickets where it's a little bit placid. Doesn't seem like you're getting much from it. So you've got to think a little bit, how else can I get a wicket somehow?
Absolutely. At Boland Park, not many of the wickets are caught behind the wicket. It's actually caught in front of the wicket. So those are the type of field placings you'd like to see. Also, the fact that we've got the two slips, you've got the fourth slip gully, and he hasn't taken one outside the outside edge. He hasn't produced any of that. He's slanting in towards the batter, and Peter Malan is, if he's gonna make a mistake, he's gonna fall over with that left shoulder. So that's possibly where you want to get your catches in. Maybe a leg slip, maybe something different.
I agree with it, something different. I'm going to make a note there. It's now 10:29. You said he's not going to get an outside edge.
Hasn't gone past it. That's
No. Oh, he walks across again. I tell you, he's just got to be careful there. He's got to box a little bit outside here. The captain here, Sinakwane. Is he going to stay? You can see him thinking about it. That leg slip of yours there, maybe.
It's the leg slip or something just for Peter Malan to think about. It doesn't even need to actually take the catch. It's just for something for Peter Malan to think about. I cannot turn around here because there's somebody waiting there. And that's when it finds the outside edge.
We spoke yesterday about if you have a plan, you can go with it for 3-4 overs. It doesn't necessarily have to be must stick with it for the duration. Just to have something different for a short burst. And that sort of plays in the mind of the batter, as you rightly said.
There's a bit of chat now.
Oh,
There we go. There we go, Eugene.
Are we talking too loud here? I think. Let's close this window.
Have we watched this game just a little bit? For how long have we watched this game, Eugene?
Some of us have been watching it while we were playing, mate.
Here we go. I think the 12th man, he carried on the message bit. So the leg slip is in place. We've asked for it. I think he should possibly go one step to his left, Eugene.
Probably. But I mean, I was speaking to JP, the coach there of
JP Trecker. What a legend.
What an absolute legend. And he said one of the things he wants his bowlers to do is attack the stumps. He's identified that to be successful here, you've got to be between wicket and wicket most of the time. And he certainly is asking his bowlers to do that. Good areas again. What is remarkably different here is yesterday, the first 30 balls bowled, 13 was not played at all by the batters there of the Knights. And it's definitely different here. So they're trying to get them to play a lot more balls, the Knights. They want Boland or Goldrush Boland to play a lot more of it. And they're trying to be a lot more wicket to wicket here. That concludes over number 6. 17 without loss. Nice and steady here. Still trail by 249 runs. How long is Johan van Dijk going to be bowling? He might have something different. So they're keeping the short leg in place for the speedster here. He's bowled 3 overs for 7 runs. Apologies, 9 runs as Langa bowled a maiden there.
That's the first one
Yeah.
you've asked for.
Are we seeing that plan about going gun barrel straight here?
Gotta attack the stumps at Boland Park. That's where you come into the equation. It's LBWs and bowls. Maybe caught short mid wicket.
Yeah, a lot of encouragement out there from what we can hear.
Definitely needed. It's a tough toil. Yeah, in the Winelands, bowlers needing all the motivation they can get.
Good area there. Well left by Milan outside that off stump, and now he's asking more questions. In the last 2 overs we've seen from Johan van Dijk, he's certainly challenging the batter here.
Certainly found a better rhythm now that he's worked his run up hard.
I hope he's gonna not bowl a no ball now, because you are really calling it this morning, boy. That's work down to the fine leg work for Langa to do here. Well, I think he's indicated it's gone for 4. Don't know why his arm was up. Yeah, there it is. There's a signal. Fair play to the man.
It's a bit of a sportsmanship award there. He's down there in the far corners. Nobody would have seen the rope. But he put up his hand. Must have gone to a good school.
No, he must have touched it. Oh, don't say Weinberg now. Here's the short ball.
Mandatory short one for the over.
That's correct.
Just keeping Peterman honest.
Well, it's been a steady enough half an hour here. It's got the 7th over, 21 without loss, and a rate achieved there of 3.3. Want to set a good platform here for the rest of the men, or for the rest of the day, I should say.
Look at this Boland lineup, and they've got a couple of new recruits in Rulifson and also Gavin Kaplan. He's made the check up from the N1 down from Cape Town to further his career here at Boland from Western Province. So these are men who've always been joining a new team, wanting to make a statement early on, showing your new teammates that I deserve my place in the dressing room. So lots to personally at stake also for this Boland batting lineup. The desire to do well.
Yeah, there's always that. They want to show, look at what they're capable of. But yeah, 1 ball to go, 7th. That is been handled quite nicely. So 21 without loss, run rate of 3 runs and over. I'm going to depart the scene, and you, Zahir, are going to be joined by the Cape Fox, James King.
Morning, James.
Morning, Zahir. Thank you, Eugene, for that. And it's good to be here this morning. Great to have you with us as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, pretty steady start here for Goldrush Boland. And Rulofson and Milan 21 without loss after 7 overs. So able to keep that scoreboard ticking over. 3 runs to the over exactly. And it is going to be Langer continuing from the stables end towards us now past umpire Andre Olivier. And they've still got that leg slip there in place for Langer targeting the stumps, as you've been saying. So yeah, it's a wicket to wicket here at Boland. Certainly, that is the way that most of the bowlers look at it. Henry Williams, bowling coach here as well. Very much what he was saying when we were here earlier in the season at the T10 pre-season tournament here, just giving us some insights into how you play on this particular surface. The openers look pretty steady here so far.
Definitely been a solid start here from both Rulison and Peter Malan. Both quite compact cricketers. Not the type of batters that will that look to take the game on immediately, but they also have the ability to pounce when anything has been slightly over pitched or short, as Rulison showed in that first over from Langer. Also Malan up against Van Dijk.
Langer doing very well here with most of his deliveries on that sort of middle stump to leg stump line. We've seen Peter Malan a couple of times moving across and getting his pad onto it.
You do feel that Rulison's probably the one that's a lot tighter of the pair. Malan moves across, his left shoulder falls away. It brings in that leg slip where Rulison's a lot more compact.
He certainly looked very good so far this morning. And plays that one very nicely back to the bowler. Just carries it on to the man at mid-on. And yeah, pretty hot day out there today. It's going to be quite a toil, you feel. Pitch this morning, having a look at it, is very typical Boland pitch. And it's dry, it's hard. Not much grass on the surface at all. So exactly what you'd expect from the groundsman here.
Rupert Bailey.
Yeah.
Good man. It's interesting to see during the off season, James, when Grant Rulisson opted to make the move. You thought he was a bit of a stalwart down there at the Dolphins. He had a good couple of seasons, but decided to pursue his career down here in the Western Cape, and very much an integral part to the top of the order, as we said earlier. Top run scorer for Goldrush Boland in the T20s, and looks to have made a solid start here in the Cordy competition as well.
Yeah, it's a good addition to the squad here. Certainly feel they've made some good acquisitions over the last couple of seasons. Again, he's nicely behind that one. He says he's looking really nice and compact today, understanding what his job is. That is a maiden over from Langer this time, and his second of the innings so far. 21 without loss after 8. And yeah, some good, as you say, acquisitions there. Gavin Kaplan, a player you know very well, and we've seen him come through at Western Province over the last few seasons, 50 on debut, and then his maiden first class 100 last season for Western Province, but just didn't get the opportunities there.
I think the Ayabola Gomani as well, Keith Dudgeon, really honest, hard-working cricketers, and felt that Boland were either top-heavy or very young in the past. They had guys like Huddersfield and guys who were possibly working toward the latter stages of their career. And then you had youngsters such as Michael Copeland and Valentine Katimi, who were just finding their way and didn't really have that middle tier senior pro. And you feel that they've filled the gap in a good way.
It's Dean Forrester into the attack, replacing Johan van Dijk, and he's immediately on the pads, and Peter Malan will be looking for 2, and that'll be an easy 2 for him. Langer coming around to field there. So yeah, our first opportunity in the 4-day cricket to see this young man. Many touted him in terms of his future. Only started playing first-class cricket last season for the Knights, and very good from a batting point of view. Average of just over 62 in that second division last season. And with the ball so far, only the 9 wickets for him in his, I think it's 7 matches so far, average of 36.77. So certainly a youngster that quite a few people have on their sort of list in terms of saying he's got the potential. Did play for that SA emerging team, I think, in Zimbabwe.
Yeah. He spent the winter with the academy, so definitely had an opportunity to fine-tune those skills.
That's good delivery outside the line of the off stump, and one of a number of looks like promising all-rounders that are coming through the system. You were mentioning earlier on, looking at that SA T20 squad to take on the Indians in the 4 matches coming up in the next couple of weeks. Players like Mhlali, Mpongwana, Andile Simelane coming through. We know already Mpongwana last season having the opportunity with the 1-day squad for South Africa. That one is wide enough outside the off stump for umpire Maria Erasmus to bring out the Sapphire 737. And his first wide of the innings, just letting that one stray down the leg side. Needs to tighten it up quite a bit more here. Deon Forrester just been getting a bit wider and wider. Wants to get that line on stumps. That's better. Yeah.
It's much better there from the youngster. Just all these all-rounders coming through, James. It's really promising for South African cricket. It's always been a strength of South African cricket. And as we look at the T20 squad again, Mpongwana, he's in there. Simelane is in there. Donovan Ferreira, he's a all-format cricketer. He can keep, he can bowl, he can bat, he can do. That's the modern-day cricketer. So definitely exciting. South Africa, bit of a dearth after the retirements of Jacques Kallis and Sean Pollock and those legends.
Again, better from Forrester. Yes, as you say, he's been has been a bit of a dearth. I was having a look at the Test match last night. The win by that record margin of an innings and 273 runs for South Africa against Bangladesh, and then going back to some of the matches where we perhaps got better results. That is our best ever innings win. But looking at those big centuries that Graham Smith, for example, scored in the early part of his career, 259 at Lords, for example, and very interesting. Another good delivery from Forrester. Just and you were talking earlier on, particularly with Eugene, around how you develop your game in the 4-day, and players like Tony de Zorzi, who's made that step up, which many people always felt that he was going to do that.
Destined for it, wasn't
Yeah, absolutely. And playing in conditions, he captained the SA Under-19 team to Bangladesh for a tour up there. So perhaps a little bit more used to some of those conditions than some of the others, but a brilliant 177 for him.
Equally, Tristan Stubbs.
Yeah.
Everybody had pigeonholed him as a T20 basher. Comes in at the back and hits a few sixes. He's earned a pretty decent amount of money doing that. He's just signed a 20 million rand deal with the Delhi Capitals today. So
incredible, yeah.
For a 24-year-old, but he's always prided himself on batting long. And I remember him being a youngster at Grey High School, really churning out the runs.
Langer continues from the stables end and defensively played by Milan into the offside. And there's just a bit of a quiet period here, perhaps still 24 without loss after 9. Goldrush Boland chasing that 266 that the Knights scored. But yes, talking you say of Tristan Stubbs, that's my alma mater, Grey High School.
I have walked into you in the galleys of St George's Park. We bumped into each other a few times.
That's right. Yes, my cricket home, really. Yeah, given the width, doesn't perhaps make him pay there. Peter Milan, let's try and play that forcefully out in the offside. Doesn't get all of it at all.
James, I knew you were a man from the Eastern Cape. I did
Yeah.
not know that Grey High was your alumni. That's,
Yeah, it was, yes.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah, so
Would
number of players there that I were sort of in my era was quite a long time ago. But,
I'm trying to, without wanting to give your age away, I'm trying to think who would have been there at the time.
David Callahan.
David Callahan, that's
Yeah,
exactly, that was my first
yeah,
bet, yeah.
Dave Callahan, very good. You'll know Dave Nosworthy as well.
Yes.
Also in and around that time, just a little bit younger than me, Flum Micho.
Yeah. Dave Callahan was a...
Yeah. That's beautifully picked up off the toes from Milan, and at that time just straying too much onto the leg side, Lange, and it's another boundary for Goldrush Boland. Yeah.
Dave Callahan was must have been an excellent sportsman. He
was.
Played fly half for Eastern Province. He batted in the middle order, took the new ball sometimes.
He was an excellent all-round player, and used to at Grey High wasn't such a good player, but I was an umpire. But on the Pollock field.
That's the best view.
On the Pollock field, yes, and certainly was very good. I mean, the Grey High first team plays in the
club league,
the Premier League at club level, and always good to have that second team also used to play in the men's league. So Lange's towards us now. And that is a no ball from the stables end now. First one from Lange this morning. The 4th one overall for the Knights. But yes, it was the Pollock field in the front of the school, which was always the main cricket field.
Block looking over it.
That's right.
One of the most picturesque videos.
Yeah, it's a lovely place to play cricket.
Absolutely beautiful.
And that stood there a number of times.
I remember walking in there for the first time, and I thought, I've just landed in cricket heaven.
It really has. That field has seen many fantastic matches. In behind that one again is Milan, and yes, always great rivalries in the Eastern Cape, as you do have here in the Western Cape.
Wildwood Grey is quite a big rivalry at the moment.
Yes,
we go up every year, and they come down, and the alternate. So, and it's lovely with SA20 also now launching the school's SA20 comp, and you're going to see these rivals reignited on a bigger scale. So, and it's the school system, just it's the bedrock of South African cricket.
Absolutely. I mean, you're looking now. I mean, there was a time when perhaps there weren't that many Grey High players coming through the system, but left alone there nicely by Milan to make sure there's no danger. But now you're seeing quite a few coming through.
You've got two batters in that side at the moment.
Absolutely. Bretsky and Stubbs coming through, which is fantastic. And very much, as you said, a nursery in Port Elizabeth there for the Eastern Province team. And
current Proteas batting coach, Parker Abrams.
Yes, yeah.
So definitely Grey leaving their mark on South African cricket.
Absolutely. Bucky Abrams doing some fantastic work there with the Proteas women. It's played very nicely into the offside, doesn't pierce the gap. And it's spurred by Garnet Tar, and it's the end of the Lange over. 10 gone and 29 without loss. Steady start here from Goldrush Boland, and they'll be quite happy that they have got through to that 50 minutes so far in the match, and nothing really nothing too much from a movement point of view for the fast bowlers. Going to be a long toil for them, you feel, today. Spin maybe they're going to be going to sooner rather than later.
No one chance created yet. Ball not going past the outside edge. We're needing to hate chances with the leg slip. We saw short leg. Van Dijk built up a bit of steam, but just wasn't able to land it in consistently good areas. Now we've got the young Forrester charging in.
That's much better from him attacking those stumps. Say nothing really. And yesterday we did have the first 2 wickets that fell, both edged to second slip, and 2 catches taken very well by Abiwe and Mgijima, both quite low down. But
That's also been a
yeah,
good recruit for Boland.
absolutely.
He's been playing excellent cricket.
I mean,
The long-time stalwart of Western Province came up here and got 100 last season and really excelled with the ball as well.
yeah, I think in there, certainly amongst the top scorers in the 4-day competition, they really had seen a new lease of life for him. It's just onto the pads and it's tickled again to the leg side, and they'll come back for an easy 2 for Peter Milan.
Often it's said a change is as good as a holiday, and
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
certainly worked for Aviwe Makajima. I think the fact that he's come into the side as an experienced player, and a lot of youngsters looking up to where Western Province, he possibly had a few bigger names around him. So the extra responsibility of having to go out there and show the youngsters has certainly worked out for Aviwe Makajima, one of the most lovely cricketers you could ever meet on the domestic circuit.
A man that just so loves being out in the cricket field. He's never see him without a smile on his face. Abiwe Mgijima, wonderful to have him here at Goldrush Boland. That's again better from Forrester, and they've brought in the man at a shortish extra cover position. Just a little bit of something, taking the gully field or that 4th slip out. They're now trying to cover all their bases in the slips there with almost a 2nd slip and a 4th slip.
How heartbreaking if it had to go between them after
I
struggling to find the...
Absolutely. See, Malusi Suboto is warming up. Stefan Senekwani just adjusting his field slightly. Wanted the mid-wicket a little bit straighter there. He's the man who does the fielding in the covers. Yeah, it's a pretty solid start. What you're saying is the acquisitions that they have made at Goldrush Boland, and certainly towards the end of last season, the team here at Boland were looking at what were they going to be doing, make sure that in this coming season they put together a squad that is going to make sure they stay in top flight cricket.
Flirting with relegation, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It was all to play for in the last in the T20. That's nicely played once again by Milan into the covers, but doesn't beat the field there.
Yeah, the disaster for Boland cricket have to be relegated in terms of what they mean to the area, the community here in the Boland. A few stadiums that's readily accessible by the community. The fact that they're also a home to an SA20 franchise. So Paarl Royals. So definitely in the interest of South African cricket for them to stay in the 1st division.
Yes, and you've been in this area, I mean, your entire life, Zahir. I mean, this area exceptionally well. And as you say, really good club system. They've really developed and worked very heavily with the clubs. They cover a massive geographical area here in the Western Cape. I think perhaps people don't realize the area they do cover, from Vredenburg on the west coast all the way down to Hermanus and beyond on the southeastern or the southern coast line here, and everything in between.
Always found it quite weird playing club cricket that you would drive out to something like Durbanville or something to that effect, which is the equivalent of the same kilometers down to Vredenburg, but Vredenburg would play in the Boland region. So it was it's quite bizarre the way it is, and I know it is a bit of a touchy subject down in the Boland, the geographical lines. How far they actually stretch, because before. I think it's almost out to Esviet, to Oudtshoorn. That's how far they go. So definitely providing plenty of cricketers opportunities. But Malusi Suboto into that set.
He starts off with a nice short hello delivery outside the line of the off stump.
There seems to be a plan there because they've pushed out the deep
Yeah.
square leg as well. So it does seem that
Trying something different.
good old Lolly will
yeah, absolutely.
serve up a few lollies here and hope to be caught in the deep. In
Yeah,
time, Grant Rillison to get out of his body.
yeah, scoreboard pressure perhaps not quite there yet in terms of keeping it tidy. That's a very good ball on the line of the stumps. 31 after 11. It's most important thing for Goldrush Boland at the moment. Nothing in that wickets column. Got them off to a steady start. Was the Knights were 30 for 2 yesterday. And electing to bat first at that stage. Going into lunch at 74 for 2, they were perhaps feeling honours were reasonably even. Yeah, nicely played. Well judged single there by Rulofson. Just rotating the strike. Gets applause from Peter Malan for that. Important to do that. And so we can just remind you of some of the things that are happening this summer here in South Africa from a cricketing point of view. And coming up very shortly, the Proteas men, as you saw, taking part with India in a 4-match T20 competition, and it will be Saboto towards us again here. So well left by Milan outside the off stump, but it's not just the men who are going to be in action. It's going to be the ladies taking on England in a full inbound tour, which is going to be absolutely fantastic for our ladies. T20s, one-day internationals, and also a 4-day test taking place in Mangong, at the Mangong Oval between the 15th and 18th of December. And you can read all about that on www.cricket.co.za.
Lucio Sipoto is quite a canny cricketer. He's an experienced domestic cricketer. He's been on the circuit for a very long time. He's played for a few teams along the way. Gained most of his success at the Lions during his time there, but very much a Cape Town boy, born down in Langa.
And from your alma mater.
I'll let you say it, Jay, not me. I was just going to go on about what an institution he is down at Langa Cricket Club, an inspiration.
Fantastic, yeah.
But that is the end of his second over. 12 overs gone. Goldrush Boland, 32 for no wicket.
Yes, always. So when you talking about that, we've got that SA versus England tour starting on the 24th of November. It is going to be they're going to be playing 3 one-day internationals and 3 T20 internationals against England, and it is the Black Day with that hashtag #EndGBV taking place at Hollywood Bets Kingsmead on Sunday, the 8th of December. And it looks like it's going to be a fantastic series against a very strong England team. That being won that T20 World Cup recently, England defeating South Africa.
I think it's going to be an excellent summer of women's cricket. Just the growth of that team over the last few years. Who would have thought successive T20 World Cup finals? We were there at Newlands together last year against Australia. What an occasion it was.
Fantastic, as you say, a brilliant occasion. And then against New Zealand, you were there in Dubai.
Fantastic. I just felt that was the moment of history that was beckoning. Unfortunately not. But I'm sure it will come in good time.
Yeah, certainly some good youngsters coming through there as well, as you said. Nicely played once again by Rulofson into the covers. Just through for the single. They're just keeping the scoreboard ticking along here. There's nothing really in it for the faster bowlers at the moment. It seems to be going gun barrel straight. And 33 without loss in the 13th. But yes, as you were talking a bit earlier on, that series at the moment taking place between the SA Under-19 team and Ireland Under-19. which is taking place in Troy at the moment at the Asphalt Tucks Oval. And 2 matches today to finish off that series. In that team, as you were saying, as they get to go through for another single, there's 2 players that have already made their debuts for South Africa, Karabo Meso and Seshni Naidu. Seshni Naidu in that series against Pakistan prior to the World Cup.
Part of the World Cup squad was she?
Well, she was indeed, yeah, taking her first wicket in international cricket in her first over, which was absolutely brilliant to see. A very, very promising leg spinner. And Karabo Meso, absolutely brilliant. I mean,
She's an undoubted
she is a fantastic talent. She's handed the gloves over to Jaylee Philander today, though, for their match this morning, which is good to see.
So it's much better from the Enforcers. Actually saw Karabo Meso as a 15-year-old at the inaugural under-19 ICC under-19 Women's World Cup.
Yeah.
Had the privilege of commentating on that, and you could see there really that she was still very much she's still at school. She's still a schoolgirl,
Yeah,
but
that's right.
back then I think she was like grade 7 or grade 8, and
Yeah.
something at least grade 8 or grade 9,
Yes.
and just the maturity she showed on a global stage was fantastic, and definitely going to be asking some questions of Sanala Jafta in future.
Definitely, as another one outside the off stump. He just not got his line right here, Forrester. He's not making the batters play enough at the moment. He needs to be more on that off stump, top of off stump line. He's just not quite getting it right into his 3rd over now. But yes, I mean, Karabo Meso, I think grade 11 this year, if I'm not mistaken. And you've got
Feels like she's
players
been at school forever.
Yes, doesn't it? I mean, it's like Gemma Burta as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Gemma Burta still only I think
16 or something,
16, yeah, and
20.
will be part of that, certainly part of that SA under-19 team. That's beautifully played through the covers. A little bit of width this time on offer, and that has gone down to the boundary once again for Rulofsson. He's played that shot really nicely today. He's given width, and the ball slightly shorter, put that through the cover region. And have a look at this one again, Zaire.
Delightful from Grant Rudolphson. Easily the stroke of the morning. Just leans on it and had enough on it to run away. Grant Rudolphson, he's starting to find his range, and looking really solid here. This Boland opening pair. They've definitely have the mindset of want to be there as long as possible today. We are going to grind this Knights attack into the ground here. We're not going to offer them anything.
You've got them out in the field. It's really warm out there today in Paarl. You want to keep them out there as long as possible. You want to bat. They could even probably want to bat longer than today, you would think. So Suboto continues from the stables end. Yeah, just the 2 slips now in place. It's a point. There's a shortish extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, straightish, mid-wicket man, and the deep square boundary, and a man at long leg. So he is probably going to be putting that ball in short again. So you sense that it would be interesting if they were going to fall for that trick. Yeah, it's difficult to see. But that's beautifully played by Peter Milan through the extra cover region. I don't know if it's going to get to the boundary. I think it might be stopped by Langer. It is just in front of the boundary. It's stopped, but they come through for 3. So another good shot from him, a little bit outside the off stump and fully pitched. As you say, they are just talking about those the young South African team and the women's team really they've done phenomenally well over the last couple of years, and after the loss of some stalwarts that they've had in there, Zell Lee, Danae van Niekerk. That's very nicely played again by Rulofsson down to long leg.
I think you've seen the emergence of You mentioned the likes of Graba Mesu, Shashni Naidu,
Yeah.
but the ones that are already in the side, like Amory Dixon.
Absolutely. Henry Dirksen, absolutely brilliant.
She's wonderful. She's
Yeah.
big, strong girl, born on a farm,
Yeah.
and has the ability to hit the ball miles.
Yes, she does. I had the privilege of commentating on her 108 that she scored last year in a losing cause for the Badgers.
She was about to say, James, you spend a bit of time there in Oudtshoorn, you do get to see her up close. She just looks like a prodigious talent.
Yeah,
Somebody that's going to
absolutely.
play for South Africa for a very long time and also in the various leagues. She just has that type of game that becomes that's popular.
I mean, wholehearted cricketer, just loves her cricket. Never see her without a smile on her face, and she really is an absolute asset for that Garden Route Badgers, that Southwestern Districts team. Played nicely again by Milan into the covers. They'll certainly turn for two, as it's Ruan Cronje who throws in from the deep. And so the runs are coming here, 44 without loss. Probably be taking a drink at the end of this over, the 14th. And yes, but some fantastic talent, as you say, coming through Zahir, and both from a men's and women's cricket point of view. The future certainly looks very bright from a South African cricket point of view. And that is the end of the over, and that will be drinks, and the drinks break in this first session of day two. It is the Goldrush Boland team 44 without loss, and both batters on 19. Milan and Rolosan getting off to a very good start, and you can see there they trail by 222 runs, both of them on 19. Rolosan of 37 balls, Milan of 51 balls, and we are also going to take a drink now. We're going to say goodbye to Zahir for the moment as well, and we'll be back with you in about a couple of minutes' time. And welcome back to Boland Park. And I'm joined here by Eugene Molian. It's good to be here with you, Eugene, as we have a look there at that Cricket South Africa, Cricket Island, talking about the South African under-19 women's team that is taking on the Island women and their under-19 team, and the fourth and fifth matches that are taking place today. Both of those matches are live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. And you're quite aware of that Cricket Island, the youngsters coming through there as well. A couple of their players also played for the senior Island women's team, as have the South Africans, and a really good opportunity for both of those teams to get some game time in ahead of next year's T20 under-19 T20 World Cup in Malaysia.
Yeah, that team's been captained by Amy Hunter, who is the youngest player, women's player to score 100. She did that against Zimbabwe. But now we have the experience of Aron Phangiso now into the attack.
Yes, and it's not really a surprise. Nothing on offer this morning so far for the pace bowlers from the Knights. And haven't seen really any kind of movement off the seam, nothing in the air at all.
Yeah, but this is where the game starts for me, when the spinners come on, when you have fielders in close proximity, you've got a short catching and the covers there, you've got one just a little bit deeper, then you have one that is almost, it's not quite a sweep on the boundary.
Yeah, the experience of Aron Phangiso coming into play here. Man who saved his team yesterday with that 73 off 98 deliveries. In all sorts of trouble they were, 129 for 6. Yeah.
He's going to be at him all the time. And yeah, I can't understand why Boland should have signed him up. I mean, he's got a 77, which was his highest score before yesterday. And then yesterday he got 73. And
just loves batting here. Yeah.
No, he's been a stalwart wherever he's gone. He's, man, full of experience as always.
That's just nicely played, and quick single taken to Johan van Dijk here at mid-on. First run off the bowling of Phangiso.
Well, it's a good platform this for the Goldrush Boland team, 45 without loss. And I think this is exactly what they wanted, or how they wanted this day too, to start with a bat with these two now at the crease.
Yes, and nothing necessarily from a purchase point of view at the moment on offer for Phangiso. Just sense that this pitch is very hard. Hasn't really started wearing in the areas that he's going to be targeting to try and get that ball to spin away from the right-hander.
Yeah, we had a look at that pitch early this morning, the Cape Fox, and I mean, it just looked like a really good pitch. It didn't have much breaking up whatsoever. Obviously, there's some foot marks that's there, but it just looks a good wicket. There's no demons in it. The pace of the pitch looks very welcoming for the players, and just need somebody here, one of these two teams, to take it by the scruff of the neck. And I think, well, they're in the ascendancy in that regard, but they can sort of dictate here and see how long they can bat for, and if they can get a good total.
I mean, they will be looking to bat minimum into probably lunchtime beyond tomorrow. Because it's going to be very important for them to get a very good total, put the Knights under pressure in their second innings. As it's Saboto continuing here from the stables end of the ground. Umpire standing today, we have Maria Erasmus at the Nederburg end of the ground, the north end, the south end, the stables end is Andre Olivier. It's Lucy Saboto towards us again. And that's Very nicely played, but he doesn't pierce the field on the offside. Wilson, he finds Aron Phangiso at point.
Yeah, no. There we see some of the Knightsmen, and an interesting man there's Paul Adams, who seems to have returned from his sort of excursion wherever. So he's coming, just greeting a few men there.
Yeah.
He's done some great work with the women's squad as well as the high performance in terms of working with spinners.
And really some fantastic compliments paid to him by the Proteas women's team after that, during and after that World Cup took place in the UAE. The man who has inspired them with his poetry.
Never knew he had that in him.
No, I don't think anybody did. And he's just helped them to stay grounded, and very important part of that coaching setup for them. Oh, and that is it's the first time today, virtually, we've seen that's that Milan there that gets, no, it's Wilson that gets sort of squared up there with that one from Malusi Saboto.
What he does here is he bowls from very close to the stumps. So he's definitely trying to go from wicket to wicket, literally from where he bowls from. He will use the crease a little bit more than others because he hasn't got that pace as such, but what he has is the skill level as well.
Oh, and that is in the air, but I think it might be safe. Yes, just lands safe, and Rulofsson nearly gets caught out.
It wouldn't have counted because it was a no ball as well.
Oh, my word. Oh, dear.
So you can park that one.
I can park that one. Yeah. Thankfully, you were looking at that, Eugene. My goodness. And that, can you imagine, had that catch been taken, how he would have felt?
What I don't understand about the no ball, and I know Zahir was talking about it as well, and I mean, we've come off the back of T20 cricket, domestic T20 cricket, that I don't think there were as many no balls bowled.
No, there weren't.
But
no.
we put on the white clothes,
and suddenly we start bowling no
and
balls.
all of a sudden we can overstep because it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's yes, that first over from Ayat Kamani yesterday, just it was 4 no balls, and he bowled them all consecutively.
It would have been 4 free hits.
Yes, it would have been. Yeah, 4 free hits.
So when are we going to learn? When are bowlers going to learn? Just get your foot behind. It just helps with the progress of it. But anyway,
just managed to take the single off that ball, that no ball that was played into the deep on the leg side, and Boland just quietly defends that one back to the bowler. 47 without loss after 16, so batting it just under that 3 runs per over, and setting out their stall here to bat long and deep. You feel the Goldrush ball is exactly what you were saying, Eugene.
Yeah, well, I think with the way this pitch is playing and looking at this stage, I mean, even at this early stage, everyone got their mindset of just trying to bat once, get a good lead. I don't want to get too much far ahead of ourselves because a good platform will create those opportunities to bat longer. But it's how they do that for me, and transferring pressure as well. But the pressures at the minute with the nice to see if they can certainly contain this Boland batters.
That is short and a little bit wide from Phangiso, played very nicely by Rulofsson into the deep, and there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, so they just get through for the single, edging closer to that 50-run mark, ticking off a milestone when they get there. Short extra cover in catching.
Yeah, an interesting way of Peter Malan's set up there. It looks like he's setting up on leg stump. He's showing all his stumps because he doesn't want to get his pads in the way, especially to Aron Phangiso, because he knows he'll be targeting that. So let's focus on that setup there. We can literally see all 3 stumps. Let's move across, but he definitely doesn't want to get his pads in the way. Just see how Grant Rulofsson sets up when he gets a go. Might not be this over because Phangi is very, very economical.
Yeah, and just leaving that one alone. If that had come through on the arm, I don't think it would have been a problem for him. And Aron Phangiso, say, incredibly experienced, 167 wickets, an average of 35.97. And that's very neatly played by Peter Malan. They should return for the third, and they don't.
But this is why I like 4-day cricket so much. It is such a game of bowler v batter. I mean, Pangi's experience, he's throwing it up. He can see all three stumps. He's not being tempted to go to the stumps because he wants to drag Peter Malan across. And Peter Malan is saying, okay, if you're going to stay there, I'm going to get another way of scoring my runs. And he sort of dabs it across or just guides it down there to 45 on the leg side. This is brilliant in terms of 4-day cricket stuff, bat v bowler.
Yeah, it's isn't it? We were talking about it yesterday. It's just those how the game develops over the day and how little passages of play develop as well. You say the ebbs and flows, the lows and highs, whatever we want to call them, peaks and troughs. But I mean, it's and when you're sitting in a situation where the pitch is not necessarily giving you anything, how do you, as a bowling side, how do you change something up? How do you make a difference? What do you do about that? Do you give the example that here from Malusi Sabota, where he did make Grant Olofsson play that one officially into the leg side. Yes, it was a no ball, but it could easily have led to the first wicket. And it's been he hasn't bowled too many short deliveries at him, but it is something that they've tried. That's very well played.
That's guided down. We didn't also talk about the 50 that these two brought up. It was a 50 partnership as well. But I mean, that is it. That is what this is all about. And ultimately, you need 20 wickets to win a game here, and how you go about it. But I mean, for all spinners, it's not just a case of, well, I've got to go for the stumps. I can see all three stumps. I mean, Pangi just showed that he's just going to go on his line, his length. But I would say, listen, give it 3 or 4 overs. He's going to go for the straight one. You got to be ready for that, because that is all about getting him to be a little bit more at ease at times. That's again nicely played by Rudolph. And these two have certainly looked really good, really comfortable out there.
Yeah, they have, but looked like it's only been, I can recall probably 1 or 2 shots or areas that they might have been beaten. The one that Rudolfsson was a little bit squared up from Suboto, but it really hasn't been anything that's been too much trouble for them. I mean, in terms of the bowling, and you were talking a bit about Vernon Philander earlier on. And another man who currently part of the South African Proteas test setup, Dane Patterson, who applies his trade here and also has played for many years for Nottinghamshire in the English County Championship. Another bowler who really does. You can see how he was trying to set the batter up in terms of the ones that are the ball that comes in, the ball that comes in, the ball that comes in, and then the one that just goes away.
It's good line and length there. I mean, one person I played with when we played at Northwest Dragons at the time was Alfonso Thomas, and he was brilliant at doing it. He ended up being a good white ball death bowler. I mean, he couldn't bowl with the white ball in South Africa, but what he did with the red ball, he had this ability of just bowling way away, and then all of a sudden he had a ability to bring it back in, and he got plenty of wickets in the red ball format. It's another one of that short ball that you spoke about, just something different.
Yeah, Milan just bails out of that shot, and wisely so, with those 2 men waiting for that at the deep square and at long leg. So, yeah, this is what's interesting always to see in 4-day cricket, is how you develop your plans, how you want as a bowling team to prize the batter out when nothing's happening off the pitch.
Certainly works in your skill levels, doesn't it? That's the end of the 18th over, 53 without loss. What a platform this is for the Goldrush Boland. So we're going to get a chance to see how Rulofson now sets up to Phangiso. We saw how Peter Malan's plan is to him. Will it be the same here?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I mean, yesterday we did see that Deon Forrest, in fact, a number of the batters setting up on off-stump guard, very much. Even I think it was Isaac Dikhale as well, the left-handed Forrester setting up on off-stump, certainly not giving the bowler any view of their stumps at all. And it is interesting to see how they're going to be approaching this, or Rulofson, and utilizing all your expertise, Eugene, in terms of your knowledge of the game and the players.
Oh, that's in the air, and that's gone. That is gone. I was going to say, it didn't give me time to say it was a different approach from Grant Rulofson. He sort of went onto middle stump, and he just threw it out a little bit wider. There was a little bit of grip, maybe a little bit less pace on it, and he just happened to hit that from the outside edge all the way there through to point, and that's the first wicket gone on 53.
Yeah, and there we go. That is the breakthrough that the Knights were looking for. If you look at this again, Eugene.
Yeah, there you see that setup on middle stump. You know, he threw it outside that off stump, a little bit slower, gripped a little bit, but that's the experience of the man. He says, look, if you want to score, you're going to score off my lines, my length.
Yeah.
And that is what 4-day cricket's about. And fortunately for the Goldrush Boland team, they've lost their first one just when they look like they want to just accelerate on a little bit. And that's going to bring Gavin Kaplan making his debut in the 4-day cricket here for Boland.
Yes, Rulofson falling off the first ball from Phangiso on that over. Really good stuff from the veteran.
Well, just the planning about it.
Absolutely.
I'm so pleased about the planning and how he went about it there. And he got the better of the batter that time. And that is what this game's all about. And how can you prize it? It's not just a case of, I'll just bowl a ball and hope that we'll get a wicket. I think there you could see it from this over and the previous over as well, and maybe even 2 overs before that. Phangi, he's really working over here and he's getting into his business now. He's into his 3rd over.
Yeah, and excellent from the Knights bowler, man who's now taken his 168th wicket in first-class cricket. Really experienced campaigner. As you were saying, he is another one of those wily old spinners. You know, we've got we had a few of them. Sean von Berg yesterday, Sia Mahima, and this is going to be a test for Gavin Kaplan, most certainly. It looks like he's on a leg stump guard.
See, and look at the different approach now. Immediately he says, right, okay, I'm going to go and make you play.
Yeah.
And that is important. If he was there for a few times, he's going to drag his line a little bit wider, That means showing all 3 stumps.
Yeah, fascinating passage of play coming up there. It's on slightly shorter. Kaplan rocks back and tries to find the gap on the offside. Can't get it past Ruan Cronje at backward point.
This is brilliant. This is what we want to see, even in the longer format.
Absolutely right.
He's asking the questions. Yeah, I had a chat with him earlier. He says, I can't believe I got to warm up for 4-day cricket. I was enjoying just the white ball stuff, but he's still capable of putting in performances. We saw it with the bat yesterday. Now he's showing us with the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I was chatting to him earlier on about his innings. He said he never thought he'd be interviewed about his batting. So that was good. And again, that one played straight to Cronje at that backward point position.
Phangi's into his work here, folks, and he's seeing somebody that has obviously bowled so many overs, played so many first-class games, knows his skills. And that's
Yeah.
a well put together over that as a wicket made and goes the way there of Aron Phangiso and the Knights 53 for 1. This was that wicket. It was just beautifully bowled, tossed it up outside that off stump. If you want to score runs, you got to hit it. And unfortunately for him and Rolofson, managed to hit that straight to point. There are bowling figures there. Van Dijk only bowled a 4-over spells. We spoke about what type of spells he will be put together. Langa, he bowled nicely as well, only going at just a touch over 2. Dion Forrester, youngster as well, tall man.
Yeah.
Trying to get it down there as well. And then now the experience of Saboto and Phangiso, they are bowling in tandem here.
You always talk about partnerships in batting, but there's partnerships in bowling as well. And doing a very good job here for the Knights.
So, and this is this. Look at that first ball wide over the crease, and this is what we got to look at, folks. And these are men that have played so many games. I mean, you can probably give us a tally about how many first-class games between the two of them. But I mean, that was slightly wider from the crease. The next ball could be slightly closer. He's bowling to Peter Malan here. It's on 21.
Yeah, and you say 217 first-class games between them, Phangiso and Saboto.
Yeah, stayed wider from the crease there. So now we got to look at this skill set now from Saboto. He bowled 2 balls wider from the crease. That's going to play into Peter Malan's sort of thinking as well. He hasn't got a great deal of pace. He's working on where to bowl from. He's working on, can I just get it to duck in? Can I get it to bowl away? He's got this, we've seen this, the bouncer as well.
Then Malan moving across his crease a bit more there. That one trying to play it into the leg side.
Still the same. That is still wide.
Yeah.
James, watch out for the one where he's going to go a little bit closer to those stumps.
It's interesting how the batter is also trying to work and get into his work and make sure that he's counteracting whatever the bowler is going to do.
And that is what we got to describe to them and see this, the different setups from the batter. Well, this one looks like it's going to be closer to the stumps already because he's coming a little closer.
Yeah, yes.
There it is.
Yeah, just with the arm moving a little bit away from the right-hander. And yeah, very interesting. Just mixing it up, making the batter think a little bit about what's going to happen. You've got to be on the money all the time.
I'd like him to bowl to run from the same spot because I think he moved a little bit closer, which sort of gave it away a little bit. Is he going to go closer? Is he going to still hang it out there?
Closer again, and that's played a little bit of width that time perhaps, but nicely played by Malan.
And it's not just a case of bowlers running up here and hoping. No. They are really thinking about what's the best way for them to prize a wicket here. And this is what we're seeing from 2 very, very experienced bowlers, one being a seam in Saboto, the other one being a left-arm spinner in Phangiso.
Yeah, and this is what makes the longer version of the game, the red ball game, such an exciting,
beautiful
format. It's such a great, absolutely. It's what we all love to watch. Say we all. Certainly for me, this is cricket in its purest form, and we are seeing. I mean, particularly from a point of view of batting, we're seeing a lot of the shots that the batters are playing in the shorter formats of the game. Some of them they are coming into the 4-day and the red ball cricket game as well. I was talking a bit yesterday about Tristan Stubbs and the way he plays the reverse paddle or reverse sweep and how he plays that and how he exposes his stumps and plays that. But that is just adding extra intrigue perhaps into the 4-day game itself. It just brings about different options for batters to play the game.
Okay, so in again here. Kaplan. It's tough stuff. And I mean, I'm going to come to a point that's really bugged me a little bit from what I'm seeing, especially in school cricket and youth cricket. And that is with bowlers, is the fact that they don't know how to use the ball. Like back in the day, we see this ball from Phangiso. And that's beautifully bowled. And captain gets off the mark. I mean, we don't see guys work on the ball like we did back in the day. And I see it. It's a big bugbear of mine. And I see the youngsters standing in the back of the net and they just run in and bowl. And I'm like, that's the only thing that you got to have that's helping you. And you're not even helping yourself by even giving it a little bit of a shine or whatever. We don't see that. That has sort of gone out the game in sort of youth cricket. And I remember we constantly worked on the ball. I love standing at middle for mid on and working on the ball and passing it through. I mean, I don't care if my whites get red. I mean, that's part and parcel. Just get a old vanish on it.
Absolutely right. That's what makes it, gives it I don't know if holding's the right word in Afrikaans. I think it's just, it means you're in the game, doesn't it? It's, Phangiso really is into his work here. It's lovely to watch this game of cat and mouse between the bowler and the batter. He's got his wicket. He's hardly going for any runs. We saw this from Sia Mahima yesterday. What a strangle on the batters, and that run rate has come down from around 3 down to 2.7 already. Boland on strike. He isn't able to find the gap through to the fielder deep on the boundary.
That was actually well fielded there. It's the captain, that position. But I mean, he's taking the pace of his varying his pace. He's showing all his skill levels here, his trade that he's learned.
Excellent from the seasoned veteran, once again on the money. That's exactly what you want. I mean, Lesego Senekwani must be really happy with those first 4 overs from Aron Phangiso, 1 for 5 at wicket maiden in his previous over. Just asking questions of the batters here.
I mean, both these guys are asking very, very good questions, and so far they've managed to be on top of it. Supporter, he's going to continue. He's going to be bowling his 6th over in this spell. And again, how long are they going to bowl? He tends to bowl longer spells anyway, does Supporter, so he's got that in his locker. However, it is hot here, it is warm.
Yeah.
Not where we are sitting, I tell you.
No,
it's beautiful here.
Yeah, it is lovely here. We've got the air conditioner going and not really much of a warm breeze coming through from the outside. But it's a beautiful day here in the Boland. Beautiful Drakenstein Mountains out to the left-hand side.
I'm going to ask you a question at the end of this ball here. Supporter again with the dot. I mean, so I was listening to Zahir earlier in the comms and he was talking about the winters and everybody. And then the next thing he was talking about the extreme heat in February. There's no middle medium with him, is there? It's either very bad or very good.
Well, we did have a really wet winter here in the Western Cape. The wettest July on record, I think it was. And has meant that been a lot of standing water. So that's nicely played by Kaplan into the covers and just knocked on by Ruan Cronje. They only go through for the single, and that doubles his score, goes to 2 with that shot. But it has meant there's still, I think, even now, we into probably a month where we really haven't had we had a bit of rain over last weekend, yes.
Sunday.
And a lot of standing water still around the water table, as we would call it, very high, the underground water table. So it has presented some challenges to the groundsmen around the Western Cape.
Let's see what Supporter can come up here. I mean, that is definitely an aspect what we can see, varying from where he's delivering from the crease to both these men. He's doing a job that Boland team are not getting away. We are probably within the last half an hour as we get here towards the lunch and break here, lunch and interval. And surely if Boland can reach at 1 down, I feel they probably still feel slightly ahead in this contest.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right on that point of view. It was yesterday the Knights 74 for 2 at the luncheon interval, and with them just losing their last wicket in the last over of the day's play, it's really meant that it's sort of set it up for quite a nice comparison between the two teams in terms of how they've been progressing, as it is the Knights that have just started to pull that run rate back a bit from around 3 down to 2.6 with the wicket of Rulofsson. And that's very nicely played, fine by Peter Milan down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And the short one from Saboto gets on top of it very nicely. They don't have that man now deep on the square leg boundary. And the man here at long leg was too square to be able to cut that one off.
He was trying to bring a surprise. I thought it would be a short one, just looking at the way you get this gut feeling. And I saw the way he was running in. I was like thinking, this is going to be short, but it was well put away by Peter Milan. Bang on where he should be. Saboto finishes the over. And yeah, it's important for the Knights not to let the Boland team get away here. They're doing a great job. Yeah, Aron Phangiso is doing a brilliant job. I mean, he's 4 overs, gone for 5 runs.
Yeah, outstanding stuff from Aron Phangiso, pulling that run rate back, and the wicket as well. Very, very important. And the Knights will be wanting to get another one before the end of before the lunch break, as Zahir is going to be coming in to join you, Eugene.
That's the Cape Fox. He's going to take a well-deserved break there and join here by Zahir Adams. And what are we talking about? It's just the skills on show here between the two very experienced bowlers in the form of Aron Phangiso and Saboto as well. But I mean, way Phangiso prized the wicket out. I mean, that is what 4-day crickets are about, isn't it? You've got to work your man over.
Absolutely. And that's, as you say, the experience too. Stalwarts of the Lions won many, many trophies up at the Wonders, and possibly 2 of the wiliest cricketers you'll find on the circuit. Aron Phangiso, he could easily bowl his 20 overs in the day for next to nothing.
20 overs might reach 30 today.
He all might just get a bit rounder as he goes along for the day. And that he's been a stalwart of South African cricket for such a long time. I thought he could have played a bit more for the Proteas, to be honest. I thought he had the skill, he had acumen. Fortunately, there was a guy called Imran Tahir ahead of him, so definitely. Well, there's plenty to offer the game.
In white ball cricket, it was Imran Tahir, and red ball we had Paul Harris played as well, and Nicky Beers. Yeah, but he has certainly shown that he could have been up there getting some more caps. Certainly,
he was actually on the tour the last time South Africa were in Bangladesh back in 2015.
Oh, that's brilliant anticipation by keeper and slip. Clitty and Patrick Botha saw Peter Milan going for the sort of guy down to 45 again. They were on their bike.
You feel that when Aron Phangiso, when he's got the ball in hand, something's about to happen. It's just a little bit of more buzz. There's a energy in the field for the Knights. The fielders, they cramp up. They take a few steps closer. And they can hear just plenty of chatter out there when he's got the ball. Also bowls an over within less than a minute.
I don't know if that helps support him. The fielding is backing it up, but I have to say that as well from the Knights, and that's another over that comes in. Just another single coming from that over. So he's bowled 5 overs for 6 runs, getting the wicket of Rulofsson, which I thought he sort of gave him the working over, and I think he's just so important to this Knights team as well. His experience is needed. He's got men around him that he can sort of feed off him. He's Eustace highlighted that as well. There's always that extra energy that comes up. So we're going to see now Johan van Dijk is going to have a burst here before lunch. And talk about lunch. Is that something that you think the batters will have in the back of their heads? Because, I mean, it's every coach's sort of nightmare if you like get out before lunch and then a guy has to come in there and face 3 or 4 overs.
I think cricket will always remain, as much as the game changes, will always remain a very superstitious sport. And we've seen some strange things over the years, and it's amazing that you can bowl a half volley throughout the day, and a batter will just lean on it and push it through the covers for a boundary. Bowl the same delivery in that last over before lunch, and it's all defense, and it's all, because that shot back to getting out before lunch. And I've always wondered, does it make a difference whether you get out before lunch or after lunch? Is there any difference?
I tell you what, look, you get shouted at by coaches. Didn't you realize what the time was and all those type of things?
What about you getting a Jaffa first ball after the meal?
Couldn't you play it straight one? Well, Van Dijk is steaming away now from the stables in. Now, are we going to see that extra bit of bounce that we did see yesterday from that end?
Thought he should have taken the new ball from that end.
Yeah, 100%. I said that at the time. I think you were with me, and that should have been the story of the day. But they decided he's going to come from this end. Not sure. Maybe Lunga's got the more.
I think maybe you would have had less issues with his run up to just coming down the hill.
No, don't be that guy. Please, don't be that guy. He's worked out his footing. But what is in place is your leg slip.
Absolutely. So that's interesting. We thought it was only going to be for Lunga, who was definitely darting the ball back into the right-hander. Van Dijk was testing the outside edge a little bit more. But now it could be interesting with the extra pace. Just one that slants into the little bit of a rib cage there, maybe.
With that little bit of slope from right to left, as you see it from the crease. It's not big. It's not a Lord slope, but there is a little bit of a hint of a slope from right to left.
Just feel that he has that extra pace just to get one to slide in there on Peter Malan, who's all cautious in his defense, because Peter showed at the beginning that he was falling over a little bit. He wasn't playing straight into the V as we know that he normally does.
So is it an indication that we're seeing point on the boundary, that they don't want to give runs away here early doors, even at this stage? They have massed 266. They don't want Boland to sort of run away with it here.
There's certain things about the modern game that has become my pet hate, and it is that deep point. What is the reason in a 4-day game to have a deep point? You don't have a third man, which is the regular position. Instead, you've how is he going to catch the ball? Point is an attacking position.
Yeah, well, we've seen many a John T. Rhodes in that position taking blinders. But the only reason why I can think is they don't want a team to get away with it, because he can sort of try and defend the boundary at third man and a sweep on the offside. But, I mean, yeah, it's early doors. You're getting towards lunch, and this is where you also got to be at. You got to have that game awareness about where we are in the game. Are they going to look to score? Are they going to look just to see it out till lunch? We're 20 minutes away.
Literally, you've got a 180 field here. You've got a man on deep square. You've got a man at deep point. So what line are you actually bowling?
Well, he's going to be bowling straight, I can tell you that. He's not going to be bowling anywhere outside off stump. That I can tell you now, because he's bowling with a 5-4. It is a 5-4 offside field, if I'm correct. No, in fact, it's a 5-4 leg side field. So he's got 5 men on the leg side. So he shouldn't go anywhere near the offside whatsoever, outside off. That should just be gun barrel straight. That's the plan anyway.
Execution.
All right. So, and this is what you're also going to get. Probably telling him, listen, I'm going to give you 3 overs here. I want you to run in hard. I want you to go right straight at the batter. That's what I want.
So here's my call. So Johan van Dijk runs in. He's bowling short, trying to push Peter Malan back. So he does push him back. Gets the glove. It loops. To a point, doesn't it?
You only have 9 other fielders, bar the bowler and the keeper. I mean,
So-
we can't have so many fielders.
So you still have a point. Why are you having him on the boundary? Bring him into a regular position. Pops off the glove. Thank you very much. We all go back to the dressing room.
So I'm only out there to tell the viewers what I see, and you can tell the viewers what they think should happen.
That's an analyst, isn't it? Isn't that his job? Here we go.
Bungie back in. Love the pace he's bowling at here. He's bowling it very, very nicely. He's got a little bit of loop on it. Into Gavin Kaplan, the man who wants to show what he's about here to Boland. He's taking the guard of leg stump as well, showing all 3 stumps. And here's the difference. Peter Malan bats exactly the same, so all 3 stumps, and Pangi throwing it outside it off stump. New man comes in here, he shows all 3 stumps, I'm going for them.
Come and get me. Come and get me. That is what he's saying. Such a smart cricketer, Aron Phangiso. It just goes a little bit slower. Just a little bit. Just asking Kaplan. Midon is 3/4 of the way. Are you going to have a pop just before lunch?
The man that loves to play attacking shots is Gavin Kaplan. How much can he reel himself in here? Good use of the feet that time. Now, we've seen practically every ball going for the stumps here. Let's see where he goes for the experienced Peter Malan.
I think he might just play a little bit of cat and mouse game here again. It's going to be, he'll slow it up.
It's well played, well played.
Just a little bit over pitch there, allowed Malan just to lean on it and turn it to the leg side, but he certainly was slower than the previous deliveries.
Well, the sun baking on this pitch here. The sun baking on it is certainly going to dry it out to an extent that they will see the spinners come more to the fore here. It's another Aron Phangiso over that has come to an end. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 8. Score now 65 for 1. 25 bowled. So what are we going to get to? About 27 overs within 2 hours, and we had a discussion off air about over rates, etc., and had a really good discussion with Maria Erasmus as well early this morning, talking about over rates and what gets into taken into consideration, etc. And I mean, it's been very enlightening actually to hear the things that he's obviously experienced as well. Johan van Dijk from the stables in, still with that 5-4 leg side field. Oh, there's an edge. There is an edge, and he's got to go. And that, for me, was brilliant bowling. It had it sort of set up, maybe for the short ball, because short leg was also brought in, so that's good thinking. He went fuller, probably the feet not moving for Peter Malan, and he's got to depart.
That is a fantastic breakthrough by the Knights. Johan van Dijk brought back into the attack just for this reason. Gets the inside edge, is taken, and the umpire wasn't going to give it, but Peter Malan walked, and that's when the finger came up. So the Knights with a double strike here just before lunchtime.
Yeah, the 2 men that were in, and probably the feet not moving like Peter Malan would it. It's sort of an afterthought. The umpire was just checking whether it carried. He asked Maria Erasmus, did it? Maria said, yes, it did, and up the finger went. But that was brilliant thinking from the Knights there. They brought in the short leg. It looked like it could be a barrage of short balls again to Peter Malan, and maybe the feet not moving. Went a little bit full, a little bit wider. He got the inside edge. Good catch, though, by Cloutier as well.
Peter Milan was very disappointed. He did all the hard work, 89 deliveries, almost on the stroke of the lunch and interval. We spoke about that.
But these things just doesn't happen. I mean, that is good thinking from Senekwane and his bowler and his team there about how they're going to maybe prize something here, getting to the heads. I think we said on the previous, sometimes just need to do something out of the ordinary just to get something in the batters there. That time, we're going to set you up for a sort of short barrage, but then he throws a full one out there. I mean, that's brilliant stuff.
Just looked like Peter Milan's feet were stuck in the cement there. And getting the inside edge. Good little catch there by Gianluca behind the stumps. Got a new batter. Yeah, Viwe Makajima.
Your feet would have been stuck in the wherever.
I'd be behind the stumps if you want my next bowling at me.
You got set up for short bowling.
I'm behind the stumps, mate.
Now, well done to him. And whoever came up with the plan.
Batting towards the leg stump.
It's not for this conversation. Now then, can they prize another one here before lunch? 12 minutes or so to go. There's extra little bit of tail here. There's extra little bit of zip. Volumes are up. This is sort of neck and neck from where we were yesterday.
Absolutely. And that's what happens when Boland were solid in their start, but like we spoke about at run rates, they weren't getting away, weren't moving away, they weren't making the game move. And when you lose 2 in a row, suddenly it just brings it all but closer again. You got 2 new batters, and they're facing a charged up here, Aron Phangiso.
I mean, this is what excites me about the longer format of the game. People think it's just, we'll just bat for 4 days, we'll just bowl 4 days. No, it's not. There's some definite thinking, definite planning going on. And we said yesterday, and I mentioned to you earlier, sometimes a plan, you just have to have it for 3-4 overs and then just go revert back to another plan that you might have. And 20 wickets at the end of the day wins you 4-day cricket. His tail is up for sure. On left, Kajima. So much to like about Avi as well. I mean, just his nature. You said a very nice guy when I heard you on comms there with the Cape Fox as well. And he is that. He's always out there, greets you, comes and says, hi, how's it going? And there's so many of them around as well, of all the provinces. And Avi's going to get off the mark. I'm not sure the Knights would mind that at all.
There's Aron Phangiso, an opportunity at the new batter. He's going to relish that.
Well, we still got 1 ball to go. By the looks of it, because umpire Murray Rasmus, he hasn't moved from his position whatsoever. So,
is there a reason why he's standing on that side of the
field? So what he was after, because there's so much happening on the leg side. So you got a short leg, you've got Aron Phangiso who's like leg gully, and you've got the fine leg. 12 bowled again, good pace. So, and that's the end of the over. That's 26 gone, 66 for 2. So from his point of view, he can see how many fielders are behind square as well, because he only allowed 2 men behind square on the onside. And it just gives him a better view. Also, there's less fielders on this side.
Less action on the York side.
Yeah, he can have a.
And we also had a deep point for a long time, so he thought he stayed at point.
Yeah, they are the Goldrush Boland team there sitting. Tell you what, do you know how hot it gets under that thing there?
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
That is a sauna.
Get in the change room, lads. Get in the change room. It's lovely to see Boland going back to their tradition, gold and black, though. Must be honest, wasn't quite a fan of the pink and the yellow, the knickknacks outfit. Prefer the traditional gold and black.
You an analysis on fashions as well now. I mean, color coordination and everything. I like Boland in the traditional colors. Don't get me wrong, but now you saying what were they wearing the next time?
Well,
Or the last
the
time?
last time, yes. It's all about improvement, mate.
Well, this is going to be a test for Avi. Pushes it out there. They get through for one.
You can see Aron Phangiso. He is working on a plan. He has every ball is gonna be an occasion here. Try and just get them to lunge forward. He's quite precise also with his field positions.
Well, we saw that position. That man in there is like a second slip on his knee practically. Helmet on because he's a lot closer.
Just looking for one little misjudgment, one little error, and he's in there.
Always there, always asking, challenging the batter. At the side, it's an off stump. That wicket has certainly lifted the spirits there of the Knights. You can hear them cheering them on here. Oh, is that a chance? Is that a chance? We'll certainly find out soon enough because Marais Erasmus, he is not turning around to the scorers to say, fire anything. So that's a chance. And that is Gavin Kaplan.
Certainly found the edge there. Did it carry? That's the question. Slip standing rather up straight and just past the keeper there, Gian Clury. So Aron Phangiso, he is very much in the game.
He is certainly working him around. That's another single that comes to another end of the over here. And that catch coming off Cluty there, just getting a glove to it. No chance for Patrick Burt, that first slip there. That's a chance. So we keep a note of that. Gavin Kaplan, that is, dropped him 5. Can he make the most out of it? Will the barrage continue here? It's there and thereabouts. Tell you what, I'll tell you on Van Dijk. I said, great to see you finally figured out which end to bowl from here.
I think I might add something else, but he's definitely charging in there from the stables end, and you can just see that there's an extra yard, and the batter's just being rushed a little bit. So it's a nice little test here for Makajima and Kaplan shortly before the lunch break.
4 minutes to go to that lunch break. Tell you.
That's the one, Eugene. That's the one. Just a little bit misdirected.
It's a batter, you know where it's going to come. You know what you got to play for here. It's just a question. Can you
handle the heat
Can
in the
you
kitchen?
handle it?
Can you handle the heat in the kitchen? But you're speaking about the beauties and the intricacies of 4-day cricket. We had a morning that just kind of meandered along, and everything seemed hunky-dory for Boland, and suddenly Aron Phangiso, he picks up a wicket. Then you get the big seamer changing ends, and suddenly it becomes riveting viewing.
It's another one. There's another quick ball.
I'd like to see Johan van Dijk around the wicket here to have a wicket, Jima, just for a couple of deliveries.
Well, he hasn't given that as one for the over. So he's still got 2. He's in deep discussion there now. Then they're going to change in the field. They're bringing sort of mid off a little bit squarer. They're going to put another man in the catches here. there. Oh, don't be fanning it like that. There's a few men waiting.
There are a few vultures waiting to feed on that carcass.
I mean, this is sprung to life here. Must be smelling the braai.
What is on offer there today? What is on offer?
He's running back to his mark because he wants them to bowl another over here. I mean, if I was Avi, I would go be testing the surface there, tie my shoelace or something. Oh, full ball. Oh, this is good. This is riveting stuff now. You have a bowler with his tail up after getting a wicket. There's plans now, there's thoughts.
Do you think if he just gets a couple of deliveries around the wicket? Here we go. Big Yorker coming in. And Avi does really well just to squeeze it out. Certainly he's all out attack here from the Knights. Played by Gavin Kaplan, and we will get in another over before the lunch break.
Yeah, could be. Maria Rasmus can't walk that slow. So we'll definitely have another over. Now then, are we going to see men around the bat here? You know you got one over to lunch. You don't mind maybe conceding a few more runs. Maybe that's the discussion that Senakwane and Phangiso are having right now. You can afford to do that because if the Goldrush Boland lose a wicket here, I think it's sort of shifted towards the Knights here. And I think they've done really well after that initial first hour or so where things, as you said, they were looking in control of that first hour and a bit. And then all of a sudden, the run started drying up. Pressure was created, and that led to wicket. I said yesterday, pressure is when you try and dry up the runs, and then that way you're going to get wickets.
Spoke about the importance of maidens, and that's why Malusi Siportu's role cannot be undervalued here. He was the one that was bowling maidens from the stables end before.
There he goes. There he goes. It's that pace. See, it's that pace for me that Aron Phangiso has really found that's working well on this pitch here.
Can't just play with hard hands here, Avi Makajima. Just pop it to those men around.
That's well played. That's well played. There's still 4 balls to go here.
It's fantastic when you see a battle between. It's a battle of wits at the moment, and that's where Avi's got to call on all his years of experience to counter what Phangiso is offering.
He's just looking for too much there.
Looking for that miracle ball here. Was that Phangiso?
This shows the mindset of the batters. They know they're just playing for lunch. If that was after lunch, it would have been swept down there to 45. One thing that has also contributed to the Knights is their fielding. I think their fielding has been really good in this first session. They've backed up their bowlers, is what you always say.
Nicely just pushed into the covers for a single. Avi can rest easily. He's done his job.
Take your gloves off.
He's got to lunch. It's up to Gavin Kaplan now to survive this final delivery. Phangiso will take an age to bowl this delivery. He will take an absolute age. It's a bit like a penalty shootout and a goalkeeper. He'll walk up to the striker. He'll have a few words. Look at this. We'll have a whole debate before this last ball. Theatre of the highest order here. Look at that. The man comes in.
He comes closer. He says, no, I want you here. Final ball before lunch. And that will take us to lunch. And, well, things cannot be as even as what we see here in this game as the Goldrush Boland finishes that first session 71 for 2 after 29 overs. It was seen to be very, very solid for that first hour and a bit with a good partnership between Peter Malan and Grant Rulofson. But both of them have since departed for 28 and 25 respectively. And the Knights, they are fighting hard here with Aron Phangiso this time with the ball. He's been magnificent, as well as Sapoto. They have certainly worked on a plan there. And then the likes of Johan van Dijk. For me, he seems like he's bowled from the right end there, from the stables in, and he's certainly bowling with some gas and putting the batters of the Boland team under pressure. So that is the story here at lunch. The Goldrush Boland team still trail by 195 runs. Join us in 40 or so minutes after lunch, where the Boland team will continue to bat in their first innings. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you shortly.
Literally created our own drama.
You can go.
Welcome back to Boland Park, where we are about to start the second session of the second day of this 4-day challenge match between the Goldrush Boland team, the home team, and the Knights from Bloemfontein. And umpires Maria Rasmussen and Andre Olivier are out in the middle, and the batting pair of Abiwe Mgijima and Gavin Kaplan are about to join them, as we see the Knights team also making their way out onto the field. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me Eugene Molion. And Eugene, it's been an interesting period of play this morning so far, and honours, you would have to say, in the second half of the opening session, definitely going to the Knights.
Good afternoon, James, and good afternoon, viewers. Yes, it was a fascinating sort of 2 hours we saw there. First hour was definitely Goldrush Boland team that just looked very comfortable, very good out there. But then the Knights, with a bit of planning, with a bit of different plans, with different bowlers on, especially that man Aron Phangiso, they certainly brought themselves back into encounter. Maybe, according to you, maybe you're saying they're slightly ahead. Maybe they are. Bowled with some plans, and his execution was good as well.
Yeah, and getting that very important wicket of Peter Malan, who just seemed to be almost marooned in the 20s, and then getting caught behind off the inside edge. Good catch by Jean Klutter. And immediately he's getting Garnet Tar interested there at that short leg position. Good work first up from Van Dijk after the luncheon break. But yes, very interesting that we saw yesterday the Knights went into lunch at 74 for 2, and it was quite soon after that Dion Forrester lost his wicket, and then within that afternoon session then went to 129 for 6 before that recovery led by Phangiso. So it is going to be very important for these two Boland batters not to get the same situation. Another good delivery from Van Dijk. He's bowling to the plans that have been set for him.
Yeah, he's bowling to a 4-5 leg side field with short leg in catching. He's got a leg slip in Aron Phangiso. Then he's got 2 men on the boundary, one at deep backward square, and then one is at fine leg. And he's suddenly running into some steam. And I said at the very start of today, I felt he bowled from the wrong end, and then he just seems to have a lot more rhythm. He hasn't bowled the no ball yet from the stables in, and he's certainly doing the buzz here.
Yeah, his second spell of his has been absolutely outstanding. Now it'll be either side of the luncheon interval. It's giving him that chance going into lunch to be able to give it everything. And now it's a quick burst from him after the lunch break to see if they can't pick up another wicket here. Be very important for them. You just feel that on this particular pitch, it's really not doing anything very much, very slow. And he's making something happen here, Van Dijk.
Yeah, that he is. He's getting up, he's jumping around here.
Yeah. Oh, and that's, does well to avoid that one as well. That's a quick bounce from the speedster. Really good to see him in the flesh, as it were, in action. Been looking forward to this for quite some time. Heard with him playing for the Northern Cape Heat last season in Division 2, and that he was the one bringing the Heat to the Northern Cape. So,
yeah, I spoke to a few people about him this morning, and they said like he's got a little bit of pace about him. The one thing he might lack is his accuracy as well, but he's certainly doing it here. Full Yorker that time, so they're mixing it up. The questions being asked here are of the batters and of their capabilities of playing the pace. That is what you want at this level.
Yeah, absolutely right. And just looking at his numbers, 29 first-class matches, 114 wickets at an average of 20.35. I think you were talking a bit about that earlier on. That's an outstanding average. And runs per over 3.28. His best is 7 for 26. And no information there on his strike rate, but you reckon it would be pretty good with those kind of numbers. That's another one that is just goes through the gloves of Jean-Claude down the leg side. They go through for a bye.
Yeah, if you could have a look at that delivery again. I mean, he just lost all sorts of shape there, just at the point of delivery. If you look at this, the run up is fine. He's actually running up there a lot harder than what else, but just at the delivery, he just loses a bit.
Yeah.
And that forced the ball to go down the leg side. And yeah, you want to give it an effort ball, but everything should be nice and tight and compact to allow that burst out, so to speak. But a man's continuing here, Aron Phangiso.
I think that's not really a surprise, is it? He's been incredible control, very much along the lines of what we saw yesterday for Goldrush Boland by Sia Mahima. Figures very similar. Phangiso, 8 overs, 1 for 12. You just look at Van Dijk as well, 8 overs, 1 for 16. So these two have been the standout bowlers for the night so far.
And it's just off the inside edge there. Patrick Porter doing the chasing from first slip.
You've got a very strong offside field, which you'd expect for the left-arm orthodox spinner bowling around the wicket. Just straying onto the pads that time. Kajima helps himself to 2 runs. An experienced campaigner, Kajima would have played with Gavin Kaplan maybe not too many times in the Western Province as well. These two will know each other reasonably well, both now playing for Boland. And Kajima in his 2nd season, Kaplan in his 1st. And I think goes to see it's only his 8th first-class game, I think, Gavin Kaplan. Have a look at that now.
Going straight there from Aron Phangiso. Nicely played again to come through. And I think you're going to see Phangiso go back to his try and test, just hovering it out off stump there. Staying straight here. He wants to make them play. You can understand that coming straight back after lunch.
Yes, just trying to see. He's got those 2 slips. That 2nd slip in at a very short position with the helmet on. Interesting position there. Nicely played out into the covers. It's easy there for, it's like Senakwani, isn't it? Yeah, in the covers. He's led his troops well today. Zeko Senakwani, spoke to him before the game as well this morning, and just saying he doesn't see really there's any demons in the pitch. It is going to be just keeping at their work today, see what they can do. Oh, it's a beauty.
An absolute pearler.
Yeah, he beat him all ends up there. Squared him up outside, missed the outside edge of the bat. Could so easily have been the 3rd wicket. Kaplan just caught in that decision zone of whether to come forward or go back, and ends up not doing really anything in the end. It's better from the batter this time, but very good over once again from Phangiso. It's the 3 off it. And,
again, a nicely compiled over again, and you can see what he's trying to do. Yeah. He's knows they just come back from lunch, so he's going to test them up by not making them leave too many balls. Then he sees now I can go maybe a little bit wide out to the off stump and gets the bounce as well. It beats the outside edge of Gavin Kaplan. I mean, there's so much to admire about that, and just the setup about it as well.
Yeah, it's been really impressive today, as Aron Phangiso was just going back to that chat that I had with Senakwani before the game started today. He was really full of praise for his elder statesman, Aron Phangiso, for his batting innings yesterday, just giving them the opportunity to get to 266, and said he was really happy that based on the position where they were, 129 for 6, that they got to that 266, and he felt that it was a competitive score where it was. They just have to bowl well on this wicket, which isn't really doing very much.
That's a full toss. You can see he's striving to just bowl as quickly as he possibly can here. He probably knows he's probably going to have a spell of about 3 overs here, 3 or 4 overs. He can run in.
Yeah, and it's good for the Knights that the spells come either side of the lunch break. Give them a chance to run in really hard before the luncheon interval, and once again after the luncheon interval, the key strike bowler backed up brilliantly by Phangiso.
And that's what pace does. Balls you net. You often see batters would leave the ball, whatever. You're always playing it now because it's just that added pace and maybe even that added bounce that he's getting. Well, is that him coming around the wicket, is it? Because see Aron Kaplan going across to the other side, to the offside of it.
And this is something that you and Zaire were talking about before lunch, just saying maybe it would be nice. I know Zaire mentioned good for him to come around the wicket, perhaps just get it going into those rips, a few rip ticklers. You've got the short leg and the leg slip there for that. And he does do that, and it's played to the man at deep square, and just go through for the single.
Yeah, I'll telegraph that. Yeah, Zaire was he was a big man saying that, look, yeah, he needs to come around the wicket, just change the angle up. I can understand that, but he's doing a job here as well, bowling over the wicket. But I don't mind this. I don't mind seeing this coming around the wicket. Just change the line of deliveries as well from where it's coming from.
You're not expecting it, perhaps, unless he is going to put one in the toes, and that one does go down the leg side. Looks like a no ball for the. It's just changing, coming around the wicket has caused him to overstep the mark, and shown exactly where that was by umpire Andre Olivier. Now that's his. Is it 4th or 5th no ball now?
It's his 4th.
4th one.
Yeah, he's just striding now because I know this is where he's trying to get a lot more pace. He's giving it a great deal of effort here. And again, knowing that if he can prize one more wicket here in the spell, the Knights might feel that they are a little bit on top.
And that is down the leg side. I don't know if there was anything on that at all. We'll wait to see from the umpire, and it's given as byes. Just maybe straining a little bit too much to get that into the toes of Kaplan.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be in favor of the round the wicket play. Again, as I said just a couple of seconds ago, I don't mind it changing it up a little bit. I think he was a little bit more effective going over the wicket.
Yeah, he had the opportunity over the wicket to bowl it into the body, and as well as to pitch it one up outside the off stump. It's just played straight down into the ground, into the man at short leg, who does very well there, gone at top.
Yeah, so one thing you definitely taking out the equation is the LBW.
Yeah.
So unless it's a real full bunger on the stumps, that's the only way there. So he's taken that out of the equation. So batters can sort of preempt that it's going to be a little bit shorter.
Give them the opportunity to hang back a little bit in the crease, waiting for that shorter delivery then.
And then he gives you the option of doing that as well. And that's going to go for 4. That's well played by Gavin Kaplan. Just using the pace on offer, was a little bit of ball that had a little bit of bounce in it and just played it up and over. I don't like this around the wicket for me. It's not for me. I think my co-commentators here might like that, but I just think he's losing so much by doing that as the 32nd over comes to an end. Now 83 for 2.
I don't think he was able to execute that plan very well from around the wicket. So certainly he looked a lot more dangerous bowling over the wicket. And that was a good shot, as you said, from Kaplan, able to just open up his body, play that one over the slip cordon. And so just to give you some information around that, we spoke a bit earlier on around the SA under-19 versus Ireland under-19 games. And there was one match, the 4th in the series of 5. It was played this morning, and we'll give you the results of that now after this ball from Aron Phangiso. That's beautifully played as he rocks onto the back foot. Abiwa Ngujima, is it going to get all? Yes, it is. It's just going to race away down and beats the fielder down to the boundary at a wideish long on, just a little bit short from Aron Phangiso that time, set up nicely and is able to play it down here. Johan van Dijk does the cleaning up. And so 2 boundaries off the last 2 deliveries, just giving a bit of impetus back into this Goldrush Boland innings.
Yeah, I was just about to say that back-to-back 4s there.
Yeah.
So what's the response now from Aron Phangiso? That's quick running. This is what he does very well from Avi.
Yeah.
He just doesn't let the scoreboard stay. He takes the runs on offer. He tries to rotate the strike. And he's just a good experienced cricketer now.
And you've got that man in that. That's a really interesting way his stance. He's got his knee on the ground, the one leg up there. I don't know. I've never seen that before. Must be honest. I've seen the guy go on 2 knees.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah,
With
we did.
Gavin Kaplan in there. Maybe he feels like he can still sort of presses off that one leg that's up there.
Yeah, it's very interesting. He's about examining something on the pitch or on the field there in front of him. That's nicely fielded of his own bowling from Phangiso.
I also have to say Gavin Kaplan was dropped on 5 early on. That was just before lunch as well. It was a difficult chance for Kluti as well of Phangiso.
Yeah, it's probably got a little bit of a thickish edge onto that one, not able to get, not nestling in the webbing of his gloves. That's much faster from Phangiso that time. But it has been was a fascinating session just before the luncheon interval. You were talking about the preservation of your wickets going into the lunch break, and it's always interesting to see that.
I think we as commentators, we must have a microphone in the dressing room so that we can have just a little bit of an idea what the plan is for the next session, where they think they want to go with both bat and ball. And I mean, that is the fascinating thing for me, because we commentate and we got to sort of preempt where this is going and how we see it going forward. We would like to see them be a little bit more positive as we see the bowling figures there. And I mean, Johan van Dijk's figures, he's bowled nicely. He's bowled 9 overs, only gone for 22 as a strike bowler, got a wicket as well, bowled 1 maiden. Langa, he was economical as well, but for me, it's those 2 there, Saboto and Aron Phangiso, has been really good. And he's going to be Langa to come back into the attack. And let's not forget, he's one wicket away from 100 first-class wickets. So he would like to get that milestone as quickly as possible.
Most certainly, and it'll be interesting to see how he's going to be able to exploit whatever there is on offer from that end. It looks like he's going to be the pace bowlers operating from the stables end. Just to give you that information about that SA Under-19 match, the 4th match in the series, South Africa Under-19 winning that by 37 runs. And just after this ball, I'll give you the scorecard. And just almost hangs the bat out at that one, but does he guide it? Well, did he actually look to guide that? It's difficult to say.
Well, let's give him the benefit of the doubt there, the Cape Fox, and it was a ball wide outside off stump. He just wanted to just feel it, but did he guide this down? We'll have a better look of this right now. He did hang the bat out, but managed to guide it on the way down past the man at gully, so 4 runs going the way of Nakajima there, and score moves to 92, and sort of a flurry of boundaries that we haven't seen. So it's a boundary in the last 3 overs. One in each of those last 3 overs.
That certainly is starting to bring them back up, and that's 2.8. They were down to 2.3, and that's beautifully played through the covers. I don't think it's going to go all the way, though. Let's see. There's a chase out there. Rowan Cronje, they're through for 2. So runs starting to come a bit more regularly now in this post-lunch period. It's just on that scorecard, South Africa Under-19 won 68 for 6, having been asked to bat by Ireland under 19. Kayla Renica, again, the captain, of getting 73 there of 42 balls. Really good strike rate. And Karaba Meso, 36 of 20. They've been the standout batters, together with Simone Lawrence, 32 of 33. And just to give you the Ireland score after this, that is way over the head and is going to be signalled wide by umpire Olafia, given that indication from Maria Rasmus, second wide of the innings. And yes, and then Ireland under 19 getting to 131 for 4 in their 19 overs. Amy Hunter, excellent 73 for them of 52 deliveries, by far their best batter of the tournament or the matches so far. Youngster, you said she plays for the senior team as well.
Yeah, she has got senior experience as well, and she's only a youngster, but she's definitely capable with a bat, and she finally managed to get runs in that series as well. So I'm not sure how many games are still left there.
It's just the one game this afternoon,
one game
and
this
the
afternoon.
5. It's in the Northern Hemisphere, I think the UK and Ireland is their half term at the moment. They call half term, so a week's holiday that they have, and the Irish team coming out here for this 5-match series against South Africa. Another no ball.
I mean, it seems to be catching like flies, and as I said earlier, I mean, you've done the white, and it's almost like, okay, we're allowed to bowl no balls now.
And then do you see perhaps that if this continues as we look there at that last game is going to be taking place this afternoon, 2 o'clock, it is on the CSA YouTube channel. So if you are watching us at the moment on that channel, please, by all means, go over and have a look at that Cricket South Africa under 19, this women's team against Ireland under 19 this afternoon. Some excellent girls at cricket there.
Just a little bit of a nipper backer there for length. So again, in this one, we've got to go try for the Knights to find a way of sort of dragging that back again, getting the run rate down again, getting pressure as well. We can see now in terms of the batters now that they're trying to revert that pressure by some good running between these two, as well as putting the ball away at some boundaries, some good boundaries that were hit as well. But what you'll get from these two is good running between the wickets.
Yeah, we've seen that already from Mgijima. It's Langa towards him now. It's nicely played out into the offside. And it's interesting to see as well. I mean, yesterday when we looked at the Knights scorecard, a lot of batters really getting a start. But they got in and then they got out. It was either Dikale who got that 40, but he got really bogged down. And then in his attempts to try and play out of it, I think he was in the 20s for a very long time. And he hit that 6 and a 4 and then tried to do that on the next over off Mahima and got himself caught at mid-off. It's very nicely played, well stopped in the covers by Garnet Tar. And they don't get a run then. That was really good fielding, backing up his bowler. I say quite a few players got a start. Dean Forrester 30, Jean Cluder 28, Ruan Cronje 23. And so we've seen similar here from the Goldrush Boland team as well. The 2 scores in the 20s, as we see there on your screens, the women's competition, the professional women's competition for this season, the Hollywood Bets Pro 50, Hollywood Bets Pro 20. And there's plenty of action coming your way this weekend as well. Tune in to the CSA YouTube channel over the weekend. 2 matches that are happening over the weekend, and those will be starting at 10 a.m. on both Saturday and Sunday. So please, if you are going to be watching on YouTube, make sure that you're on the CSA YouTube channel and watch this game and watch the Warriors game versus Northwest. You can also be watching, if that game is going to be continuing tomorrow, there's the game in Durban at Hollywood Bets Kingsmead between World Sports Betting Western Province and Hollywood Bets Dolphins, and then the 2 ladies games happening over the weekend. Lots of cricket on the CSA YouTube channel.
just want to say thanks there to Hollywood Bets as well for their sort of contribution and affiliation with that tournament as well. And these guys are much needed. That will help us showcase what's out there in South Africa as well. Yeah, Aron Phangiso, he's trying to tie up an end for sure.
Yeah,
Especially with his 11th over.
doing really well. Just that one boundary of the previous over that just perhaps made his figures go into nearly 2 runs and over. He's been incredibly economical as Phangiso. Not really been able to get him away. Nobody's tried to actually get him away yet, which is he's made it difficult, hasn't he?
We haven't seen anybody use their feet because they're scared they might just run past one. We've seen a lot of this where batters are standing on leg stump, showing the stumps. The ball that's wide, and there's a sweeper on the offside. So that is about the height of what they can get from Phangi.
Yeah, he's been bowling really well to that field and ready. Now he's into his 11th over, unchanged from this, the Niederberg end, north end of the ground. And as you were saying, Eugene, just in terms of that Hollywood Bets Pro Series, we'll just chat a little bit more about that in women's cricket after this delivery. Yeah, thought about that, Aviwe, wide and just left alone outside the off stump. It really is fantastic to have Hollywood Bets on board for the women's professional competitions this season. Last season, the first time that there were professional contracts given to the women in the provincial setup, and this year just going from strength to strength. The standard of cricket being played in that Pro 50 and Pro 20 league really is improving season by season, and showing it in the performance of the women's Momentum Proteas. Really fantastic stuff from them again in the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, I was just about to say, but their sort of ever improvement in all the tournaments and tours that they're going on, the women's team side has certainly contributed to the influx of more women playing the game here in South Africa as well. And certainly that sort of series, the locals domestic series, will go from strength to strength.
It's very interesting. I mean, last year at the T20 World Cup here in Cape Town, had the privilege to be at Newlands there during the course of that tournament, and was chatting to Susie Bates from New Zealand, and how she was saying, and she's been playing for nearly 20 years now, and how she's saying that the professionalism that's really just started to take hold in New Zealand has been so good in terms of the development of the game, and how she's seen the game develop so much in the time that she's been playing now for New Zealand, and just the professionalism that's coming into the New Zealand domestic setup has really brought players through that have certainly contributed to them becoming world champions.
Yeah, and I think all the countries are also benefiting from that. When the central contracts have been given out, it's become a lot more professional. The women game is getting a lot more fitter, stronger, and that's what it's got to be. And I'm great to see all the nations really competing. And I think the gap is narrowing between all of it.
Yes.
It used to be England and then Australia. South Africa has caught up greatly, and they got to the 2 finals the last 2 times in the T20 World Cup. So the gap's narrowing.
Yes, indeed, semi-finalists in the 50-over World Cup as well. And earlier this year in the tour, they did down in Australia, multi-format tour, getting their first ever victories over Australia in both T20 and the one-day international. So movement is certainly in the right direction. As you say, the gap is certainly narrowing between the top teams in the women's game.
this is a much
Yeah.
better over bowled here
Yeah.
by Langa, just to get back to the game
Yes.
here. And I mean, this is far better from him. He's hitting a good area, good line, good lengths, asking the questions. What we do see from him, he'll bring it slightly back into the right-hander. And again, there's a little bit of discussion again. So now they're going to put the deep square out. They're going to take the man that was at second slip. That's Patrick Botha. He's going to go to mid-wicket. Phangi is the senior statesman here. He stays at slip.
Yeah, he's going to be doing, you would think, a whole lot more bowling today at the top of his 11 overs. But you're saying Langer, this over so far, it's making Gavin Kaplan play at every single delivery. It's on the money yet again. Really has been excellent from him, as you say, this his second over of his spell.
It was like what we saw from at 10 o'clock this morning, 10 to 11. It was free scoring. It was good. The guys were going at three and a bit and over. And then all of a sudden, with some good bowling, they dotted up. The maidens were starting to come back. The run rate came down. And then we saw a couple of wickets. So
Yeah.
I think they got to learn from that if you're the Knights.
A little bit wider this time, nicely played out into the covers by Kaplan, and they just get through for the single. The only run off that over takes them to 98 for 2 after 36, just hovering at around that 2.7 to the over. And we just have a look at how they've done after the lunch and interval. It certainly has been better for them. 27 runs since lunch in 7 overs. So they have certainly increased the run rate.
At what stage will we see Rohan Cronje, though? The leg spinner. When will he be introduced into the action here?
Looking forward to that. Have had a bit of a look at him yesterday in the warm-up, which was really good. And opportunity to perhaps have another better look at him today if he's going to be coming in. You would expect that at some stage they'll be giving maybe Aron Phangiso a break, or they'll be bringing in spin from both ends.
Tell you, Aron Phangiso don't want a break.
No, he doesn't.
So he said he's going to bowl 20 overs. I said plus that. It could be up to 30 overs.
I think you're right. He's just going to keep plying his trade from this very economical run up or walk up to the wicket and just bring that arm over. He's really got all the variations. We were talking a bit about Sia Mahima yesterday, his variations. Aron Phangiso, very much the same. And he is keeping it very, very quiet. These two batters will know they've got to be in this for the long haul. It's about making sure you get through these quieter times. You need to try and keep that strike rotating. But that is going to be a bit more difficult. Not easy on the offside to get a single. On the leg side, a lot easier, but then you're playing against the spin.
Floats one up just outside off stump a little bit fuller. He's got that short cover catching. He's got Senakwane cover. Just asking the question. Maria Erasmus.
I like this sort of what do you call it? A silly sort of a forward silly point almost. I like that position.
I don't like it. It's called silly for a reason. You
Yeah, it is called silly. Yeah. No.
But yes, it's a good position there. Just somebody in the eye line.
Yeah, it just means you can't just lunge forward and pop it up on the offside. Yeah, and that's where you don't want it to be bowled, and that's tucked away by Kaplan into the leg side, and Van Dijk is after it, and he does stop it, and they will potentially come back for 4. They do. So 4 all run there from them, and we saw that yesterday as well.
We did indeed.
And not very often you do see that, but exactly the same sort of thing. I think yesterday it was Keith Dudgeon that put in the effort to chase it down. Today it's the other fast bowler, Van Dijk, who's done that.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have put in the first dive. I tell you, sometimes you just need to know.
Yeah.
But
That
well
was
done
Forrest,
to him.
sorry, it was Forrester who did that. Sorry.
Yeah, well,
Apologies.
well done to him though
Yeah.
for putting it in, putting the dive in, but the chase as well.
Oh, that's just interesting one, that one. Maybe spat at him a bit more than he expected.
Maybe we're seeing signs that after the sun baking on this for the second day now that there is something there for the spinners. They're going to come to the fore a little bit more. Partnership of 37.
Just lets that one go outside the off stump. And that's the end of another Phangiso over. As we are just reminding you of the multi-format tour taking place later on this summer. SA versus England. And the captain of South Africa there, Laura Wolfart, 24th of November to the 18th of December. It'll be 3 T20 internationals, 3 50-over one-day internationals, and a 4-day test against England. And please visit www.cricket.co.za for more information. Hashtag Wazanawe, hashtag be part of it, hashtag always rising. And that is the ladies who've done so well, and they are looking forward to it. They all say they really love playing the 4-day test cricket. It's just a great opportunity for them. They don't play any red ball cricket at the moment domestically, the ladies. So
Yeah,
quite something for them to play these 4-day test matches.
no ball. It's going to be a single as well. Yeah, I mean, what would South Africa give to have the likes of another Shabnam Ismail playing somebody with a little bit of just bowls a little bit quicker than what the women's game is getting at the minute. And I mean, they've done really well with Marzan Cup. I think she's a quality player. Wolfart there, the captain. I mean, there's so many quality players coming through that ranks as well. I mean, we saw the likes of Naidu taking that unbelievable one-handed catch there as well on one of the tours. I'm led to believe in, and she's making her way into that national team. I mean, there's a whole host of them. Whole host, and I think South Africa is really building on getting good quality cricketers in the women's game as well.
It's very nicely played down to long leg by Gavin Kaplan, just rolling the wrists over that one from Titimbile Langa. And the 100 there did come up in 36.4 overs. So it took 20 overs to get that next 50. And it really was very, very slow before the luncheon interval. It has increased significantly after that, but still really wasn't very quick to get that second 50 for Goldrush Boland. Oh,
he's chased a wide one. Chased a wide one. But are we seeing here that the Goldrush Boland team are just going to play Aron Phangiso and then taking the runs what's on offer there from him, and they're going to try and be a little bit more attacking to whoever's bowling from the stables in. Certainly has the likes. Even the shot there from Avi showed us that, look, they want to be a little bit more attacking from the one end and putting pressure on Senekwane to keep changing his bowlers from that end, because they need to keep scoring runs. They need to keep building and transfer that pressure.
Oh, he does play that very nicely. It's the second time he's played that shot, and that is going to go down to the third boundary for 4. And only the one slip in place, and he was definitely not in play there. And wide if there from Langa, just give him the opportunity to play that. And it's exactly confirming what you're saying, Eugene.
I'll be very surprised if Langa bowls another over, because it certainly looks like Boland, they are saying whoever's going to be bowling from the stables in, we are going to be a little bit more positive, show greater intent to get scoring. Phangi, he's got even a greater job. And tiredness, he's going to come into it. How long can Phangi keep doing that for the Knights to keep that control from one end, because the scoring is coming from the other?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what the tactics are going to be. He has a full go at it, and he gets the edge, and that goes to Jean Claude. And that is the end of Aviwe Mgajima. And really trying almost to be too aggressive, and that particular ball wasn't there for the shot that he played.
Just feel the execution wasn't there. Great work though by Langa. Thought maybe he wouldn't come back. Well, I think that wicket's going to give him. That's his 100th wicket, by the way, folks. His 100th wicket in first-class cricket. There it is. It was a ball full of length. It did nip back and still managed to get the edge. And I'm telling you what, Avi will not be happy with that. There we see it on the board. Congratulations on your 100th first-class wicket. And that's great going there. It's an achievement that you can be well proud of for sure. That's a third wicket gone. And that's going to bring the captain, Clyde Fontaine, to the middle.
Yeah, and that partnership worth 44 from these two, and was just building into something for the Goldrush Boland team.
But I had that feeling. I was looking at the last 2-3 overs, just about how they're playing. They played Phangi quite well. If there was a boundary opportunity, they took it. They ran well. And then from the other end, all of a sudden, they tried to show a little bit more intent. There was no ducking of the short ball. They were playing it. And that time, just looking to go on there, but maybe the execution, maybe the feet not working as nicely on that one. As you see this one here, they were looking to score off him. Let's have a look at that foot movement from Avi. Not really getting out there. And even so much getting the edge of a ball that actually nipped back off the deck. So I think all in all, Avi would not be happy with that. And that's a second man. I think Peter Milan was also caught.
He was
almost on the crease there. So, yeah, again, well done to the Knights. They keep chipping away here. That's a third wicket gone. And that's the figures there of Clyde Fontaine. 77 matches, averaging 26. He's got a higher score there of 144 not out. He's got 200s and needs to get and try and build his team into some sort of a ascendancy here. He's also got, what is that, 1750s?
Yeah, I will tell you now. He's got 1750s, 200s, as you said.
There's the old
no
ball.
ball. And he can be very happy that he didn't bowl a no ball when he got that wicket. That's can happen. Fontaine's off the mark with that no ball just playing into the leg side. So, yeah, he gets his 100th first-class wicket, and congratulations to the young man. It's an outstanding achievement for anybody, a big milestone.
How many nobles were there in the first innings of the Knights?
The Knights,
it's quite a number as well.
It was 10 or 11, I think it was. 8 were bowled by Aya Kamani.
Well, we've got 9 so far in the second innings. Yeah. Well, not second innings, in the first innings of Goldrush Boland team.
So very similar, yeah.
Whereas if this was white ball cricket, we hardly see them.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be bowling no balls consistently. Again, in that corridor outside the off stump.
Like the way he said, you wouldn't like to bowl no balls consistently.
No, you wouldn't. Might be a bit detrimental. 111 for 3. So Nelson, 1 + 1 + 1
equals 3.
There we go. It was. I mean, I couldn't believe the other day that I was on air and I had to be reminded by Fred that it was 123 for 5, which is the best score for a commentator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Well, that's a successful over for Langa. He's now got 8 overs bowled, 1 for 30. Bowled a handful of no balls, and this was that wicket of Aviwe Mgajima. Just looked like he didn't really get his front foot going to it as much as he wanted, and then he just sort of played ahead of himself.
Yeah.
That sort of forced him to get that edge. And yeah, there's Paarl there sitting in the middle, knees trembling. Maybe he's the one nervous. And when he's nervous, he'll be talking so much now, I tell you.
Yes, it is something that can afflict you when you are nervous. I know that's the same feeling sometimes. So it's good, and it's going to be no surprise that it's Aron Phangiso continuing
I'll
from
give you one.
the Niederberg end.
I'll give you one, Cape Fox. And
Yeah.
I learned from a great deal of players, and I was 12th man for a star-studded Western Province team. And one of the men, H.D. Ackerman,
Yeah.
oh my word, he didn't want to sit next to him. He literally didn't have any nails left.
Oh, my word.
But every nail there is. And let's just get back to that. Oh, it's excellent, both fielding there by, not sure who that is there. In fact, it is
Tikali, isn't it?
Tikali.
Yeah.
In fact,
Yeah.
and I'll
So-
continue that
yeah,
story
okay,
now.
yeah.
Aron Phangiso, he's ready to bowl again. And he was one of the most nervous watchers of a cricket game. And he batted 4 for Western Province.
Yeah.
And I mean, why would you be nervous when you've got the likes of Gary Kirsten and Herschel Gibbs opening with Jacques Ellis at 3? And you should just be enjoying life. But I mean, you should see his fingers at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, he would bite them to smithereens, really. I mean, it was so. I mean, those guys were fascinating.
Yeah, it's always interesting to get the dressing room stories, and it's been good. I've been a couple of the mornings with the Test series out in Bangladesh. HD's been commentating over there. Very good to hear him commentating. Excellent commentator.
Yeah.
Really does have a very good handle on the game, and
Well, yeah, he's got good insight. He's got good knowledge, just
Very
like
good knowledge.
the late Hilton Ackerman had as well. I mean, Hilton was part of the high performance setup in terms of the academy.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's a man that had so much great knowledge as well. But yeah, HD was funny. He was literally one of the most nervous watchers I've ever. I mean, then you have the likes of John Cummins, who was a nervous flyer, and Western Province, where it is, you flew to everyone, every
my
part.
goodness,
I mean, you flew everywhere.
yes.
And he hated the fact.
Okay.
I mean, the smaller the plane,
Would have been worse for him.
oh,
I'm
the
sure.
worse for him. And he always checked, has that plane got a propeller on or whatever? And he was in smithers.
Yeah.
Sitting behind him one day in a plane, and the plane just had a little bit of turbulence. Oh,
Oh, my goodness.
it was digging his
It
nails
was,
in
yeah.
the seat in front of him.
White knuckle time in when you're flying, and it's very good. John Commons, one of the players that when I was at umpiring at the Nuffield Week in '81, I'll tell you a bit about that now. We were billeted. I was representing Eastern Province, but we were billeted with, and we had our meals all with the Western Province team. And John was one of those players.
Yeah.
John Commons, Terence Lazard, a couple of the guys that I remember the most from that 1981 team. It was really nice to get to know a couple of them quite, a bit better, perhaps.
Well, we had some crackers. I mean, Brett, my first tour away, as we look at that scorecard there, few men getting starts, 28 from Milan, 25 from Willifson, Kaplan Eastel there on 17, Makajima, he was on 25, 3 men getting starts, not carrying on. But we had the likes of Brett Schultz, and we were standing waiting at the airport on our way to Zimbabwe for pre-season, and myself and Ryan Marin, we were the youngsters in the team, and you get given your boarding pass, whatever, and I think Ryan Marin came late, which you shouldn't be doing. So at the time, they gave his boarding pass to Brett Schultz. I'll tell you what he did with it. Oh, that's played over sort of cover area, and that's going to go for 4. And the intent from Clyde Fontaine again, it's there for us all to see what the intention is here from bowlers bowling from the stables in.
He was given the opportunity there, short and wide, didn't miss out, and through that cover region.
Yeah, so the boarding tickets got given out, boarding pass, whatever, and I was glad to get mine, because after I saw what Schultz did with Ryan Marin, he ate the thing. He put it in his mouth and started chewing it, and Ryan Marin came and says, like, where's my boarding pass? And Schultz said, oh, here it is. Oh, man. Schultz, what a character.
Nicely, and behind that one is Clyde Fontaine. This partnership very important here for Goldrush Boland. I mean, 116 for 3. And the last two, I suppose you wouldn't say the recognised batters. You've still got Nathan Engelbrecht still to come in at 6, the wicket-keeper batter, and Sean van Berg at 7, and Keith Dudgeon at 8. But really, at the top order, yes, these two really need to be able to make something of it.
Can you show partnerships? Partnerships. Can you? Okay. I don't think there's been a partnership. I think there's been one partnership of 50.
The first wicket was 53.
And in the innings?
50, there's only one partnership of 50. There was 52 for the 7th wicket. Yeah.
You raise a very interesting point there for me, and that is partnerships there. And we've seen one now in the first. We've seen one in the first innings, and we've seen one in the second innings of getting to 50 or above, and we haven't seen many of that. We haven't seen a 3-figure one. We haven't seen more of that, and just shows that batters certainly still maybe coming off that white ball cricket that they have experienced and still not out there just to try and bat as long as possibly can. Again, a ball wide. Again, Clyde Fontaine is chasing it.
No, not really. No, not moving anywhere near towards the ball in that occasion at all. Just standing at you, when we say Eugene, with his feet in the toilet, they're just flaying at it outside the off stump, and that is not a recipe for success on any pitch.
Yeah, I understand you want a ball game to go forward a little bit quicker. Maybe that is the thought process here of Clyde Fontaine. I've got another question for you, though. James Fox, the Cape Fox King. Beautiful shot there, but straight to. So if Clyde Fontaine's going to come in and bat at 5, shouldn't he don the gloves then?
Yeah, you'd think that. Wouldn't there be the opportunity, perhaps, if he is coming in at 5, as you say, maybe you give the opportunity to have a genuine top order batter coming in at 6 then? I mean, Clyde's probably good enough to be batting at 4. I mean, he has in some occasions opened the batting in the shorter format of the game. So yes, I think it's a bit of a balance, isn't it? It's very nice to play it again. It's straight to Garnet, tar in the covers, and just the boundary off that over.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it, and I'm trying to get into the head of the selectors here of Goldrush Boland and maybe the coaching staff. So you have the likes of Clyde Fontaine, a very, very good keeper at that. He's coming in here at 5. They're keeping with Nathan Engelbrecht, who is a very good keeper as well. We're not saying anything untoward about that. We're just trying to think of the makeup of the team here with him being the better keeper in Clyde Fontaine. Why not give him the gloves as well? I mean, it's the best place to sort of captain the side from as well, potentially. You can see angles, you can see everything, see how the pitch is reacting. And then, as you say, you raise a very valid point there now about maybe another frontline batter even on top of that, or maybe that gives you a little bit of flexibility. I believe possibly Nathan Engelbrecht should be coming in next.
Yeah, I mean, he will be coming in. That's just played nicely into the covers. The sweeper by Kaplan. Yeah, Nathan Engelbrecht in the fall, at the fall or whatever, will be the next wicket. And he's only played 2 first-class games. Does have an 84 not out as his top score, but just 2 first-class games. And his debut last season. So, now he's still very much, as you do have a couple of these players in this lineup at the beginning of their careers in first-class cricket. And that's a lot of pressure on a young man, knowing that it's a number he's got to be keeping, and he's got to be coming at number 6. And really, you're relying on him to give you a contribution that is from a top-order batter. So it is an interesting one. Clyde Fontaine, I mean, donned the gloves for the Proteas in New Zealand on that tour earlier in the year. It's nicely played by Fontaine once again.
I think, yes, it is the first 4-day game of the season, and I think in the case of Boland, you're probably going to look at answering a lot of these questions as well and come up with the best makeup of your side. They play here again next weekend against the Warriors, so they're going to have time to really try and ascertain what's the best way forward here. Is it with Clyde Fontaine? I thought maybe he's going to bat 4
Yeah.
at best because he's not keeping as well, because I know keeping in the longer format of the game does take a toll on you.
Was certainly in the original team sheet that we got in terms of batting order, he was down to bat at 4, and they decided to put Aviwe up the order just by the 1 position. That one just seemed to straighten perhaps a little bit on Gavin Kaplan. He's neither forward nor back, just really plays that one off the crease. And I like this angle of attack here from the Knights. I really do think it's very good. They're keeping on attacking. They've not really got hold of Phangiso at all.
Well, just shows how much respect they have for Phangiso.
Yeah.
That Phangiso's actually bowling to a 7-2 offside field.
Yeah.
There's literally only 2 men on the onside, and those 2 men are mid wicket and mid on. There's literally no one at deep square, no one at square leg, no one at 45 short fine leg.
One is short and is played out to the man on the cover boundary for a single. And what we haven't seen today at all is any kind of sweep shot against the left arm spinner, and not employing that at all. It may not be in the armory of the batters that we've seen out there.
I think it is in the armory, but they are so aware that if they do miss it, because of the nature of Aron Phangiso and his bowling, he's very straight, that they don't want to give Maria Erasmus any type of decision to make. So, and I can understand that. We did see that Peter Malan did try and lap it as well when he was out there. From the rest of him, is more playing it off the bat, playing it off the surface, maybe getting the inside half of the bat to go down to the leg side.
Yeah, it's been very much that they've been prepared to almost see off the overs from Phangiso. He's going at the moment at, what is that, about 2 runs to the over, 14 overs, 1 for 29. And it really has been outstanding. They need then, it's putting them pressure on themselves to get the runs from the bowler from the other end. And that's exactly what Clyde Fontaine is trying to do there. They're just going to get the single to Rohan Cronje, who's doing his service out on the boundary at point.
Yeah, that time it was Kaplan that managed to get that. But
apologies.
Yeah, I mean, if you get balls bowled like that, I mean, that's easily, that's bread and butter for these cricketers as well. So Langa just need to tidy up here a little bit, because I got a feeling he knows that they're going to come after him. They're going to try and get after one. This might be his last over now. This would be his 5th over of the spell. So it hasn't been as mildly as he wanted, because they are going after him a little bit. There's a no ball again.
Ooh.
There's a no ball again.
Another one, that straying a little bit down the leg side, but Fontaine not able to take control of that, and he's going, isn't he, nearly 4 and over.
He was 5 overs, none for 12.
Wow.
He's now conceded 24 runs in 4 overs and 1 ball. Just shows the different complexion we have here, on where Boland are seeing Langa and what they want to do here, and they want to go after him a little.
Yeah. It was Aviwe Mgijima who, in that pursuit, also did lose his wicket. Just playing at one, just getting the feather through to Jean Kluter. Interesting that, I mean, both of the wickets that have gone to Kluter, the catches, both the bowlers, pace bowlers coming in from the southern end of the ground, from the stables end, which, as you said all along, Eugene, is the end from which the pace bowlers should be operating, just with that little bit of a slope, maybe, just helping with that angle into the right-handed batter. Yeah, and he thought about that for a second. I think Clyde Fontaine was a bounce directed outside the off stump.
He's a man that will want to get the game going forward as well, Clyde Fontaine. He's not one to be out there to accumulate the amount of dots with the likes of the Carlet did in that innings of the night. He wants to go out there and sort of maybe I don't want to say dictate matters, but to really stamp his authority on, listen, if you're going to bowl to me, you got to get it right, or I'll get the runs off you. So that's his nature.
Yeah, he certainly is able to do that. He's got the shots as he plays another one there beautifully out into the cover region. It's a bit of a chase around for Cronje, but he gets there and they're through for 2. I think that's been the challenge here in this spell for Langer. He's sometimes just been a little bit too short and wide outside that off stump.
Yeah, he's just lacked that consistency that Senekwane was asking from him here, just to tie it up, just to work with Phangiso. So they've managed to get the rate there above 3 now. And I think this is what the Goldrush Boland side wanted to increase that scoring rate.
Probably feels he's missed out there. Fortuin was a little bit wider. Again, he didn't quite get across to it. Just played it into the cover region. Yeah, they're batting this stage, you say, just under that 3 runs to the over stage. And this was the time yesterday that the Knights did lose a few wickets, and it's all slowed down quite a bit for them. And so it's at 129 for 6. It was 112 for 4, 129 for 5, and 129 for 6. So just feel it an important passage of play this, and probably once Langer is now finished with this over, maybe it'll be Malusi Saboto to come on the other end. You've also got Dean Forrester, but it's certainly going to be, is it going to be Phangiso? He's going to continue?
Oh, he's going to be bowling for you all day.
Yeah.
All day. I mean, hope Marais Erasmus's ears are okay there, because certainly Phangi will be in discussion with him as well in passing. Hey, Marais, just watch out for this one. And I'm going to try the slider now, Marais. Just keep an eye out. Yeah, that's what they do. That's what the experienced boys do.
Yeah. They keep the umpire on his toes. Yeah, absolutely. Very important to always keep reminding the umpire of what's happening. So looks like quite a relaxed Goldrush Boland dressing room up there.
Well, that's because the boys are the subs that's very relaxed out there. Sean van Berg to the left of Justin Ontang, isn't though?
Forward once again, Gavin Kaplan, and he's now faced 60 deliveries for that 20. He's just in that dangerous phase now in the 20s. Nobody from Goldrush Boland so far been able to get above or into the 30s. 2 25s and a 28 so far. Phangiso keeping it quiet. Yeah, that will be a run any day. As you say, just the 2 fielders out on the leg side.
In fact, that man, he actually moved a lot deeper. So it was a walk in the park of a single for me. But maybe he wanted to have a go here at Clyde Fortuin. And now then, there's a change in the field. So the man that was at mid-wicket is actually going to go to the deep square boundary. As such, maybe he's about 10, 15, maybe with 20 yards off there. Slip is still in place. You've got a short cover. The man that was at second slip has gone to a short mid-wicket.
So he's going to go straighter then, presumably.
Right about there.
Yeah. Yeah, different plans they have for Kaplan and Fortuin. He's tossing it up outside the off stump. You never know, Clyde Fortuin might accept that invitation. He just tickles that one nicely down the leg side. They're going to turn for 2. But perhaps just a bit too leg side-ish on that occasion.
Just too straight, and we can understand why he's doing that. But I think at this level, straight should be off stump.
Yeah.
Straight should not be anywhere near leg stump, because these batters, they just make use of the pace and just guide it down there. And he goes leg side-ish. I don't think Aron Phangiso will be happy with the way this over has gone. He prides himself on keeping things miserly at best. Already this over has gone for 4 runs, and Yeah, and even though it might not sound much, just the fact that he's gone for 4 runs means a lot to him. And this will probably be a final ball before drinks. As we see the match referee out there going to be carrying the drinks out to these 2 men out there in the middle. It's hot out there.
Yeah, it's 5-2 here, South African Standard Time, and yeah, very much so. It will and should be drinks on in the second session of day 2 of this match, and we will also be taking a little of a refreshment, and we will join you again in about 2 or 3 minutes time for the second half of the second session. I'm fine here with this water. Cool, thanks. Welcome back to Boland Park for the second half of this session. As we look there on your screen, fantastic season 3 of the Betway SA20 is loading from the 9th of January to the 8th of February 2025. And I'm back here with Zahir Adams. Zahir, it's going to be an absolutely incredible season of Betway SA20 this season coming up in January. Some huge names out in South Africa this year. Ben Stokes, one of them comes to mind with MI Cape Town, and really plenty of cricketing action all around the country there in the 6 franchises.
Certainly the highlight of the summer, James. Looking forward to some cracking action. But right now we're back at Boland Park.
And
Yes.
Port Van Dijk back on from the stables end. Then to Captain Clyde Fortuin, just plays that one past the left of mid-on, and they get through for 2. So interesting, they brought Van Dijk back on. Langer, who had a 5-over spell, did take the wicket of Abiwe Mgajima, but was getting picked off. It had been quite expensive in that second spell, going for 4 runs and over. And Clyde Fortuin's brought a little bit of impetus into this innings for Goldrush Boland. Plays that very nicely down to the man at deep square for a single.
Really keen to see how Clyde Fortuin goes this summer.
Yeah.
He had a taste of Test cricket
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
in back in February during Betway SA20 season 2 when
Yeah.
incumbents couldn't go along, and the Red Ball coach Shukri Conrad rang him up and said, "Let's open the batting down in New Zealand." So
Not that that was particularly successful for him.
I
That
was
again,
about to
but,
say, but to come back with that experience,
yeah. Oh, that was sad.
still
Yeah, but a waft, wasn't it? Outside, he's done that twice already. Just got to be careful. That's Kaplan. Say we saw Clyde Fortuin doing that. Kaplan doing it this time. It's got to be careful.
just back to Clyde Fortuin. He's always
Yeah.
been a prodigious talent. He was part of that SA under 19 team under Aiden Markram, Kikisa Rabada, Dila Peklekwai, the only World Cup South Africa has ever won. So he's a proven winner.
It's neatly played by Kaplan, just for the single. Yeah, Clyde Fortuin, and he's must become a. I mean, here in the Boland, he's really stalwart of the team here for them.
Absolutely.
Outstanding glove man. And we were actually talking earlier on, myself and Eugene, just around the fact that he isn't donning the gloves at the moment, that he's really focusing on his batting and his captaincy, probably from that point of view. But interesting that he isn't actually donning the gloves at the moment.
That's the domain of Johan du Plessis at the moment.
Nathan Engelbrecht.
Nathan Engelbrecht.
Yeah, Nathan Engelbrecht, yes. So Nathan Engelbrecht coming in at 6. We were just saying maybe Clyde did have the gloves, gives you the chance of perhaps playing another top order batter, out and out batter. I mean, Engelbrecht very early in his first class career. This is only his 3rd first class match. Does have a top score of 84 not out scored in the last season, but does mean you're taking the pressure off the youngster potentially.
Clyde though would have returned from New Zealand with plenty of knowledge, and the fact that the experience of being able to front up the likes of Tim Southey and the rest, Mitchell Satner, we've seen what he's done recently for New Zealand and India. So just to come back with that experience, having had a taste of international cricket, and now wanting to take that back into his domestic game, and that's possibly why he's taken on the responsibility of batting at 5 and really wanting to show that if there are any injuries again or any mishaps or that I'm not far away from a call-up.
Absolutely right. And the best way to do that is to pile on and get those runs at domestic level.
Absolutely.
Know how good a gloveman he is, and we're going to see leg spin for the first time today. Ruan Cronier, the youngster, just in his third first-class match. And he did bat reasonably well yesterday, helped Aron Phangiso. In fact, he was part of the highest partnership of the innings of 52 yesterday with Phangiso for the 7th wicket. And he'll be bowling now. And to Gavin Kaplan, we'll just see what he's got on offer for us here, the youngster. Coach
JP Tricker.
Trickard of
The Knights.
the Knights was saying yesterday was really looking forward to seeing him bowl. They've selected him in the team. And
Always
for this-
exciting when a young
Yeah.
leg spinner comes onto the scene.
Absolutely, and we've seen a couple of those in recent while. A couple, and Kaba Peter comes to mind, doesn't he?
Fantastic. He looks a little bit more like a traditional leg spinner. Kaba Peter rushes it a little bit through,
Yeah.
more of a white
Yeah.
ball spinner.
Yeah,
But Ruan Cronier would have watched quite closely yesterday at Sean van Berg, who also another New
Yes.
Zealand tourist.
yeah, absolutely. Man, made his Test debut there
Yeah.
in New Zealand.
So he did fairly well yesterday, picked up 4 wickets to Sean van Berg. So definitely something there for Ruan Cronier.
Yeah, and we didn't see Sean getting that much movement. What he did manage to do was pick up the last couple of wickets. He got the wicket of Aron Phangiso with the harder new ball. Got the ball after it was only 5 overs old. And Fortuin here is going to be quite watchful, you feel, just getting an idea of what Cronier's got on offer. See if he has got the googly, and that's just played straight down the ground to mid-off. Van Dijk does the fielding, and they're through for a single. Just a 2 off his first over, and nothing really too much on offer for him there. Certainly gives it a little bit more flight. Well, I mean, Van Berg doesn't give the ball too much flight. Yesterday, as I say, picking up the last couple of wickets in the innings. Got the one caught at slip, was Phangiso caught at slip. Just one that bounced a bit more with the harder new ball, which was really what was good for him. And certainly is going to be interesting to see how they vary this attack. Spin, you feel they're going to be bowling spin every over from this, the Niederberg end, and giving the Pacers a chance from the Stables end. 45 overs bowled, so we're not quite halfway through the overs for the day. Interesting they brought Van Dijk back on. He had a short spell after lunch. He bowled 2 or 3 overs, and so he had a spell either side of the lunch break, and then Langer came in for his 5-over spell. Felt maybe they would bring Subot or even perhaps Forrester on, but no, they've given the ball to Van Dijk. Asked him to come in. He's got that leg slip still in position, so he is going to be trying to bowl it pretty straight. One's nicely played by Fortuin to your favourite position, at backward point on the boundary. But, yeah.
Just beside myself. I can possibly understand in the white ball formats in T20 cricket, you trying to cover as much area as possible, thinking that the third man is probably less utilized than the cover boundary. But in 4-day cricket, I'm sorry, I've got to disagree there, James.
Yeah.
I think bring him up.
Bring
him up.
Yeah.
And now they're
just moving him around, yeah. I mean, what you're wanting in the 4-day game here is to give the batter the opportunity to try and drive it through the covers.
Got to give him a carrot at least.
Absolutely.
Got to dangle a carrot.
Bringing the field up, is going to then give him the opportunity to try and find that gap. Look at his craftsmanship as a batter. See if he can get through that gap. It does then give you that opportunity to get the edge through to the wicket keeper, through to your slip. And so it doesn't, it's you're almost saying to the bowler, you can bowl a bad ball.
And it's not like anybody's walked in and looked like Laura Wolfart
No,
and just
absolutely.
absolutely creamed it through the covers at every opportunity. So that's quite mystifying, to be honest.
It is. I mean, we haven't seen that at all, and they haven't really been bowling anything too full for them to be able to do that. But to give yourself that chance, I mean, Abiwa Mgijima going out, really trying to drive the ball or play the ball, which was short of a length through the offside, got the edge. But we've seen nothing really from the batters that would suggest that. Oh, that one just goes straight through. Gavin Kaplan.
That's a beauty there
Yeah.
from Johan van Dijk.
And plenty of hands on head there. That missed the inside edge, missed the stumps.
Peter Malan fell in a similar manner earlier,
Yeah,
getting an
yeah.
inside edge, and then Gavin Kaplan was
Whoa, again.
breathed a sigh of relief there. He looks back at his stumps and
Yeah,
gotta wonder how it didn't take his off stump cartling there.
yeah. He's, I think, as you said, snapping that head back and making, didn't hear the death rattle behind him. Still batting on, looks like leg stump. It's on the toes, but I think that might be going down the leg side. Very full delivery. Umpire Andrew Olivier says not out. In fact, it's not signaling leg by, so it means he must have got a scratch on it.
Must have got a bit of bat. That's the
Maybe
only thing
that's,
that would have saved him there.
That's what saved him, definitely, yeah.
Because the Knights, they certainly feel that they were in business.
Sure. That's a... Yeah.
That is the danger of Johan van Dijk. He does have that extra yard that does just catch the batsman unawares on occasion. Beat the inside edge earlier, and that was the big Yorker.
Very good delivery from Van Dijk. I think maybe we will see a bit of a replay of that. We can only see it from behind the wicket, unfortunately. But certainly would have got that those toes going on Gavin Kaplan. Maybe just jabbing the bat down in time.
Could have been one of those reviewers. Was it bat first? Was it pad first?
Absolutely. Those are always very interesting ones, aren't they?
Always.
Always very interesting. And we had an interesting decision yesterday from Marais Erasmus where Jean-Claude had given out with exactly that. It definitely hit the pad first and then the bat. It's just neatly played by Kaplan, and I think he's done the right thing there. Get himself off strike. Just he's into that very dangerous mid-20s now. 25, he's off 72. With him as captain, Clive Fontaine, 17 of 32. That just got that man who they're trying to redirect to position backward of square on the leg side. For the one that I think might stray. That's just, played without any kind of...
It's the weight transfer
confidence.
on that occasion, just leaning back there.
Yeah.
Was Clive Fontaine.
Just hung out there a little bit for him. That's a nice paddle from Fontaine. I don't think it's going to make it to the boundary. They're probably going to turn to the third. They do indeed. Phangiso does the long haul down there. And they're through for 3. Was well executed, little paddle from Fontaine, and he moves up to 20 now. So every single one of the batters here for Goldrush Boland have got a start today. Everybody's got into the 20s. 3 of them are out already.
I feel that Kaplan's in the danger zone now.
It's the
25.
danger zone, yeah.
It's been maximum 28 thus far, so he's had a big LBW call. He's had gone past the stump. So
that's right. Maybe he's had those, and he's played that very nicely. In fact, that's going to go down to the boundary at wideish third for 4, and that takes him up to the top score so far of the innings, up to 29. And are we going to see somebody get to 30? Let's have a look at this. It was wideish outside the off stump. Balling plays it backward of points.
It does seem that he might have just gone through his little streaky period. He had a big LBW shot and then also one that passed the stump. So he moves to 29, and I think with the ball and skipper at the crease, they wanting to really just make an impression here. Really take this partnership as deep as possible.
Yeah, certainly will want to 143 for 3. For the moment, 123 runs behind. The Knights' first inning score of 266. That's down the leg side, and that's not where he's really wanting to be bowling it to Cronje. They're going to turn for 2, and that will take Kaplan into the 30s.
Easily the most expensive over of the day.
Yeah, it is definitely the most expensive over of the day. Ruan Cronje 10 off it so far. Just got his control, just losing a bit of control. That's much better from the leg spinner. So,
Still very young though, Ruan
Yeah.
from here. He's learning his craft.
and this will be a good opportunity and test for him at the same time here on the wicket that you expect they do get to a Goldrush Boland second innings, that there will be some turn on offer for him even later on today, potentially, as this wicket starts to wear a little bit. Did see the surfaces this morning, having a look at it, and so the pitching areas, it really did look still quite hard and was really quite nicely together, but very slow surface as usual here in the Boland. Gives you the opportunity to perhaps grind out the runs. We're seeing that today. We saw that yesterday with that little bit of intent from Phangiso. It's a good ball rushing Fortuin a little bit from Van Dijk. Just saw yesterday, say Phangiso actually was able to put the pressure back on the Goldrush Boland bowlers, took the attack to them, got away with it, and playing a couple of shots over the top. Nothing ever went to hand. He really did. At one stage, he was batting it better than a runner ball. Ended up getting 73 off 98 deliveries. Good delivery again from Van Dijk. I like what I'm seeing here from Van Dijk.
Absolutely. I said it from the outset this morning. First opportunity seeing him in the flesh, and heard such a lot about him, and thus far he has lived up to his promise. He might not have the wickets column to back it up, but whenever he's come on to bowl, the game has livened up. He's created opportunities. He's certainly asking questions here of this Boland batting unit.
Yeah, those 2 deliveries in the previous over to Kaplan. So I'm just reaching for it a little bit there, Fortuin. And he's has kept it reasonably quiet as well, Van Dijk. I think the Goldrush Boland will be happy, probably, that they've been able to take some runs off Ruan Cronje. 2 overs for 12 for the young man so far. It was Phangiso who had kept a stranglehold on the batters. The run rate now up at around the 3 runs and over rate. It's nicely played into the deep, and it's gone past the man at long leg for 4. Just rolled his wrists over that beautifully, did Clyde Fortuin.
Just seeing that Langa might have lost it in.
Yeah.
Off the bat, didn't pick it up immediately, and when he saw it eventually, it was already past the boundary. So that's another boundary for Clyde Fortuin.
They're getting closer to the 150 mark. Just the 1 run away from that, and will certainly be the fastest 50 of the 3. And first, bring up the first batting bonus point. Boland getting a full haul of 4 bowling bonus points yesterday.
James, I know it's only the first game of the competition, but the Knights up against the Goldrush Boland. Obviously, Knights been promoted, and Boland really struggling in the 4-day competition last year. So a big game early up for both teams in terms of the promotion relegation, and both the Knights and the Boland not qualifying for the playoffs in the T20 challenge. So want to pick up as many points as you can early on. So a big game for both sides, right up at the outset of the CSA 4-day competition. Feel that a win for either team could just ease their woes maybe a little bit later on when you go up to the Highveld to play the big guns of the Lions and the Titans.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, Zahir. 100% right. It's a huge game in the context of the entire promotion relegation battle that these teams will be undergoing as we go through the season. I mean, the Goldrush Boland able to get a couple of wins towards the back end of that T20 tournament that I think pushed them into sixth place, sorry, on the log behind the Warriors, which you never know may end up being very important for them come the end of the season. And the Dolphins not doing as well in that T20 competition. The Knights as well down the bottom there. So
shows
all to play for.
Just shows what a change of coach can do. The Dolphins won the 4-day competition last year, finalists in the T20 challenge, and was no disrespect to Quinton Friend, but he's still finding his way. After replacing Imran Khan, suddenly finished last in the.
It's again played down towards the boundary at third, and that is going to get to the boundary. Another one for Gavin Kaplan was again shortish and a little bit wider from Ruan Cronje, and he pays the price, and that is the 150 coming up for Goldrush Boland after 48 overs and one delivery. And that means that the latest 50 only came up in 11 overs and 3 balls. So much better for Goldrush Boland in terms of the last 50 that have come up. But as you're saying, yes, sorry, Zahir, around just a change of coach.
At the Dolphins, So Dolphins struggling in their first game against Western Province. If you go down in your opening game at home in a competition that you won last season, suddenly the doubt starts swirling and it gets a lot more interesting from a side that were really riding the crest of the wave last year. So the promotion relegation battles really changed the way teams look at the entire season, and it's not 2 years any longer like in the first year. It's one season and you're out basically. So plenty of pressure on these young men.
Yeah, and you're only having one round of 4-day matches as we did in the T20 as well, just the one round. I mean, the 4-day competition, you're only playing 7 games. You might have either 3 or 4 games at home, and it means you've got to make the most of it.
The other reality is that as much as you're playing for your own future and your own career, you're also playing for a lot more people.
Yes.
In terms of, James, you've been involved in Western Province cricket before. Yeah, you're playing for the admin staff, you're playing for the groundsman. There's so many facets that relate to this game. A player might be able to move franchises, but the rest of the union, it becomes a real responsibility.
Oh, you're absolutely right, and no more so seeing that when you perhaps go up to the Mangong Oval like I did a couple of seasons ago when they weren't playing in the top echelon of they weren't a Division 1 team, they were a Division 2 team, and you certainly see the impact of it there on the union, on what's happening in the union. And so Division 1 status, absolutely what you want to make sure you maintain. And look at it, one of the bigger unions, if you want to call it that, somewhere like a World Sports Betting Western Province or a Hollywood Bets Dolphins. And certainly it isn't out of the question that one of those teams in a season may in fact be relegated to the second division, depending on how they perform in all the tournaments. And it just takes a few poor results to get you there.
A couple of poor results. As you say, you don't play at home often. You only got one round. You got maybe 2 at best in 2 games to 3 at home. Suddenly you get a rained out game that up north, and things become very tricky. So it really is a hell of a lot to play for. The Knights, they've experienced it. They've,
Yeah.
fortunately for them and for South African cricket, I believe that you have to have a Division One team in Bloemfontein with that school system that they possess. You don't want to see players having to move away. That it's integral that a side like the Knights are in Division One. We've seen it just across the way from Mangwana Oval. We've seen it at the rugby.
Yes.
How the Cheetahs have struggled not being in the URC or any premier competition. Their financial woes, their doors could be closed anytime soon. We've seen Bloemfontein Celtic, the most popular football club in South Africa, they had to close their doors. So the Knights really carrying the torch for sport in the central region at the moment.
Is Deon Forrester replacing Johan van Dijk at the stables end and keeping up with the pace attack from that end. But yes, just going back to what you're saying, they are very, very important for them, and they can maintain that presence. And you're right. I mean, you've got, as you say, the schools up there in Bloemfontein. You've also got the university there, and very much opportunity for youngsters to come through, a breeding ground for young talent, and you certainly would want to maintain that. So, nicely played by Clyde Fortain, straight to the man at short extra cover, and just a little bit of pressure released here for the men from Goldrush Boland with the overs from Cronje. Last one going for 6. He's been going at 6 and over. Forrester coming on from this end. He's going to want to try and keep it tight. That stranglehold that Phangiso had on them has now gone. Oh,
James, and without wanting to labour the point, the fact that when the Knights were relegated, we saw an exodus of players. We saw guys like promising talent, Aron Phangiso,
yes,
a real promising young batter from Bloemfontein, moving across to the Northwest Dragons. We saw Patrick Kruger. It's worked in his favour. He's gone down to the Warriors and become an international cricketer. But these were just some of the names that were within that Knight squad and being forced to leave because the salary bill just becomes too heavy to carry in Division 2. So definitely you don't want to see that happening.
No, and saying you look at a player like this youngster that's bowling now, Deon Forrester, fantastic average from a batting point of view in Division 2 cricket last year. He's coming into Division 1. Certainly been part of an emerging tour. Looking at that and sort of saying, well, the Knights need to stay in this division to give these players that are here, some of the youngsters as well, and those players that have come across to bolster their ranks, some of the sort of journeymen of South African cricket, give them the chance to stay in Division 1. And they'll be able to see whether the step up for them as with the recruits that they perhaps brought in for this season is going to make it worthwhile for them and in terms of getting them to continue in this division. So, but I'll be stepping out.
Is that the Silver Fox off on the way? And the Big Genie, he joins, the Big Genie. He joins us again for this afternoon session where Goldrush Boland starting to make a bit of a play here with the bat. Gavin Kaplan and Clyde Fortain playing with a little bit more freedom. They've been offered a few loose ones by the young leg spin and managed to capitalize. So just moving that run rate above the magical 3 runs per over.
Yeah, good afternoon, Zahir. Good afternoon, everybody watching the stream. And let's pay homage to that great spell bowled there by the Cape Fox. He was in there for a long haul. And thank you for his insight. And
certainly stamina is the name of the game.
You know, where are those bowlers who used to bowl 8, 10 over spells? You don't see them
They don't make them the same anymore, Eugene. They don't make them the same anymore. Same in the commentary box. Exactly the same.
Well, I think you started this. A little bit of a confusion. No harm done at the end of it. But I mean, you hopped on the point there. We've reached a run rate of 38.1. It's above 3. For me, if you the Goldrush Boland, you don't want that to go below that because you want to sort of stamp your authority on the position that I think these two have put on. Clyde Fontaine came in. He's been very positive. He's taken the attack. He's run well with Gavin Kaplan, and they sort of up that rate as well. And I think that has been the difference for me the minute he's come in here. And that has also allowed Gavin Kaplan to sort of express himself a little bit more.
I understand that key to winning any 40 game, it's the basic. Got to take 20 wickets. And to take 20 wickets on this surface is really tough. So you've got to give your bowlers as much time as possible to get that other 10.
Yeah, the situation where Boland find themselves in this now, which is a very good platform, 155 for 3. I think they trail for by about 111 runs. They sort of want to eat into that. And then after that, apply the pressure by building a good sort of lead into that for the Knights to certainly get into, because I think for them is to bat once in this game. That's going to go down the leg side, and that is missed, and it's potentially going to be 2 byes. And that's where it's going to remain. I mean, surely Boland would want to just bat once. That should be sort of the plan A.
I think that would be the ideal situation. Whether that materializes hinges on, I think, on this particular partnership has already grown to 48. Kaplan, he's moved past that, the bogey 30. He's managed to get into the 30s. Clyde Fontaine, he's on 25. So they've all managed to settle. And as you see, as time progresses, they're playing with a little bit more freedom, being able to pick up the odd boundary, and that just creates a little bit of momentum in the innings. Before Boland to bat once, you've got to feel that one of them, at least, not just the 50, but get a big 3-figure score, at least one of them, for them to bat once.
100%. It's got to be that. But as you say, let's get past the nervous 20s and 30s here, and hopefully they can sort of go somewhere.
Saw Gavin Kaplan on, he was on 26, and Van Dijk went past his off stump, then he hit him with a big Yorker. So that's definitely a nervous territory here. And it's Clyde Fontaine that's entering it now. So just going to see whether they can get through this period. It's been a good couple of overs for the Boland. The chatter that we saw after lunch has died down a little bit. That's also has nothing to do with the temperature, the mercury levels increasing.
I tell you what, I just went for another yonder way to the Boland. It's nicely played. Actually, that's beautifully played there by Clyde Fontaine, just off his hip. Worked the way back with a square on the onside, 4 runs. And yeah, he's given the impression he wants the game to move forward here. And that's well put away by the captain.
Knowing that the ball's being slanted into his body, just transferred his weight and turned it nicely behind square. The man's in front of square, ran away for another boundary. So, Clyde Fontaine, he's moving. He's moving. He
wants to get out of the nervous 20s and move to the pulsating 30s.
The pulsating 30s. That is where all the action is here at Boland Park. Brought up the 50 partnership.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership by these two, 52.
Equals the highest partnership of the Knights innings earlier between Aron Phangiso and Rowan Cronje. So already Goldrush Boland, they are inching away here. The skipper, you feel the skipper holds the key, not just in terms about how much he scores, but the fact that he scores it at the rate that does hurt you a little bit.
Another well played shot. What Clyde Fontaine doesn't like doing, he doesn't like leaving balls. You don't see a big percentage of balls being left by him. He's always playing at them, if it's a defensive shot or even it's a drive, is what you've just seen. He always goes at the ball. So, I mean, you can add that to a little bit of a game plan if you're the Knights and just say, listen, let's just hover it out there. You know he's not going to leave too many balls and maybe could gift us a chance then. You got to have certain thinking in your plan. Sometimes it is about being gun barrel straight as a plan. Sometimes it is being wide outside the off stump. Just got to be adaptable. That's nicely played again by Kaplan. They've got a point on the boundary. Your man there, the point fielder on the boundary.
He's up, it's not a single. He's up at point, it's not a single.
We are not the foe to give any sort of explanation to that. We are just calling it as we are. We are trying our best to explain it to the folks out there.
Yeah, Forrester, he's charging in from stables in, lots of energy.
That's half stop, but that is going to bring another single. Yeah, he does steam in, doesn't he? And sort of bowls that from a high 12 o'clock at times. And that's going to be the end of over number 52 here, 164 now. The loss of 3 wickets, the rate has inched up even more to 3.2. There's a lot for Senekwane to think about here, and we're seeing him in discussion there with Aron Phangiso, and I just feel he's thinking there's too many runs being leaked now, and he's got to try and find a stamp on this game again to see if he can sort of bring the run rate down. That's the first port of call again, and then see if he can create a little bit of pressure again. But there's loads of them in conversation. Now we see Zetterman Langa as well in conversation there with Aron Phangiso. Plan needs to be coming up here and come up very, very quickly for the Knights.
The long off, not all the way back, just about 3/4, suggesting that particularly to Clyde Fontaine, might give it a little bit of edge to ask the question, pose the question, are you willing to take me on?
And does the youngster have the capabilities of being consistent with his length? From here, he's going at 5 runs to the over. And that is going to be driven past point. Went a lot squarer than potentially Clyde Fontaine would have liked.
Heard the oohs and the ahs. They thought the point fielder was could have been in business, but it just evaded him.
Business in chasing the ball. That's the only business that would have been in there, unfortunately. But there has been a lot of oohs and ahs, even yesterday during the innings of the Knights as well. Nicely bowled, nicely bowled. This is an important knock for Gavin Kaplan as well. His first outing for the Boland team in 4-day cricket. He's on 39, not out. Wants to start well here for his new province.
Must admit, Jen, I was quite surprised when he actually left Western Province. I thought he had a decent season down at Newlands. He's starting to really make inroads and become close to a regular. Promising young batter.
Yeah, and I think the word he used is regular, and I think he was looking for regular sort of selection for him to sort of play his game, and he thought maybe he could find that here at Boland. So thus far, he's been gifted that. He's been always selected. They're giving him the opportunity this time that he cash in on that. And that's the end of another over. And I mean, I think you and the Cape Fox were talking about the amount of opportunities given to players, and it's what they make of it. I mean, if the players from yesterday, and I was just sitting in a dugout with the bowling coach there of Boland, and we don't want to talk too much about yesteryears and days gone by, but we certainly can learn from the players because there's been South Africa were really gifted in that department. There's some really, really good players about as well. That's the match summary thus far. Well, the Goldrush Boland team still trailing by 101 runs, but I feel they are certainly in the better seat here than 3 wickets down. But yeah, the old adage, one can bring two. But as I said, I mean, we've seen a host of great South African cricketers, you know, they trade, play their skills, and we can only but learn from those. Well, there is now a meeting around the Knights table, it seems, with another conversation being held.
Knights of the round table.
The Knights of the Round Table. They're formulating a plan of attack. Which shy are they going to attack?
We've we've asked them to get a little bit innovative, so they've put the deep square leg back now. He's gone back. There's a fine leg back, deep point. My favorite player, he's there, and the rest short mid wicket. So definitely asking for Forrester to bowl very straight here.
There you have it. He is going to go straight. Part 1 of Plan C has worked so far with one ball bowled. Just to be consistent with that. Just about 17, 18 minutes to the tea break. Certainly that will form part of what's in there in the brain. Maybe not to Clyde Fontaine. He's a very positive character, positive man.
Turn that one down. It was fine leg for another single. Certainly brought plenty of momentum to the innings. It felt like Goldrush Boland were just drifting. They were accumulating, but not really scoring. And Clyde Fontaine has certainly changed that since he's come to the wicket. He's also pushed Gavin Kaplan along. They've run very well between the wickets.
Yeah, and he has that nature to tag people along with him. And they would want to go out there and be out there for a longer period of time for Boland in their search to get a lead in this contest. Just getting the inside half and still trying to go straight at him. When Aron Phangiso was there were good pressure being sort of maintained by them. We haven't seen Saboto as well since that first session as well. So when is he going to try and make a return? He's going to call on his experience now, Sinakwane, his experienced man, to try and bring them back into this. Well played again, and he moves into the 40s now, Gavin Kaplan.
Speaking earlier about pressures of promotion delegation, and you would have known that what it means to go down to the second division for any franchise, what it means for the entire union and what's at stake.
Just done and done. I mean, there's a lot at stake. I mean, first and foremost, you said just from a point of the union, you're looking at potential sponsors coming in first and foremost. And I mean, each union are needing these sponsors. Spoke earlier about Hollywood Bet sponsoring the women's series, domestic women's series, and that's great. And I mean, even if you go deeper into the unions, this forms so much a big part of what they can do, the resources that they can have in terms of players, coaching staffs, etc. Then it's obviously you're playing against the better players, and the better players want to be in Division 1. And it's out to that man that's a little bit deeper there at cover. So that's another over that comes to an end. That's 54 gone. I mean, there's a lot at stake. I just feel teams also need to just go out and perform well and really compete well with all the provinces that they have as well. In terms of the Knights, they've now been promoted to Div 1, and they certainly want to not just compete, they want to get the positive results out of it, the positive outcomes. But as you say, I think there's a lot at stake for them. And to me, the first thing that it does have is the sponsors that could be lining up with them. What was your take on that?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. We speak about it's not just the players whose livelihoods, it's the admin staff, the ground staff. It's just so much involved with the union. So definitely, and as we said, it might be early in the season, but this is a big game for both sides.
Has driven down. I mean, this season, so much so because there's only one round of matches for all the competitions. So there's only one round of 4-day cricket. And you can't just say, oh, now we'll get them again round 2. That's beautifully played there by Clive Fontaine. In all, we're looking at 21 games. If you exclude the semi-finals and finals of various competitions as well. So there's a lot at stake in maybe a short period of time because of the number of games these players will be playing.
So look at coach of Boland, somebody like Justin Anton. He's come into the job last season. Was a baptism of fire in terms of getting results. And you'd want to think in the second season things have settled down a little bit. He's managed to recruit players that he's wanted. That's always key. Often a new coach coming in inherits a group of players that possibly doesn't fit the style of cricket that he wants to play.
Yeah, that's important. But there, you would think that, yeah, it would be a settled. He's recruited. There's a number of new players in this team. Let's not forget that. So it's a big season for him with a number of new players that they have sought after. So for Boland to really stamp the authority, and they've been a part of getting good players here for a number of years. I heard you said there during session 1 when you were there with the Cape Fox, the importance of Boland being in Div 1. As what it means not to the players. I mean, when you drive down the N1 and you're coming into Paarl and you see the communities and everything, that forms such a big part of it as well. And we were privy to that with the local competition that they had here. Was sort of a pre-tournament, pre-season.
Sorry to break you, but I just wanted to ask you about what was the talent available. I mean, that's the next crop coming through.
No, I thought as that sort of season tournament was going on, I mean, players bought into it a lot more, and there were certainly players that we never heard of. I mean, we were talking about the one that was with Boland here, Aron. You've never heard from him. We've seen him play. I mean, he's a good athlete. He's a good fielder. He bowls, he bats, and there was a number of them that came through that sort of tournament that they had here, and it was really good to see that. Even how the communities were sort of encouraging Swap Bowl, encouraging them and supporting them as well. So came from all over. It was the other side of the mountain here, and then up the west coast there, and somewhat known as the Battle of the Grapes or something like that between Paarl and Stellenbosch, the wine routes and everything else.
Fantastic. Wouldn't want it any other way.
No, not in these parts. But yeah, they've got 10 minutes to go to the tea break. One of the fascinating things yesterday that I saw is I don't think the players know the hours of play, because Forrester at 12 o'clock he thought, that's the end of
took the gloves off and walked off.
Took the gloves and walked off. And
fantastic. The umpire said, young man, can you come back here?
It's 10 minutes left.
Fantastic. That is legendary. That's a fine of the highest order. That's definitely, he's got He's gonna have a few cold ones.
I tell you what was the worst one. Same thing. I'll tell you now after this ball. It was what happened there. That's beautifully played again. Just the one. So what makes it worse, he was at the non-strikers end. So he just
all the
walked,
way down.
gloves off, walked all the way off. And then Maria Rasmus said, well done.
And it had to be a Maria of all people. Just had to be the custodian of an umpire and say, young man, where are you going? Perhaps the times are different in Division 2. Maybe you thought, 12 o'clock in Division 2, that's lunchtime for us. I'm out of here.
Well, maybe the game started at 9:30, wherever, and he thought, okay, we'll have a 2.5 hour session. But in fact, the game started at 10. But anyway, hours of play is important. Well, here we're going to see something different now. We're going to see Klute going up to the stumps to Forrester. He's going to see if he can sort of keep Clyde Fontaine in the crease. He's going to go gun barrel straight still.
At least as we said all day, Eugene, at least they are trying something. There are plans being put into place. Whether they are effective, that is time will tell. At least they are thinking about it.
Oh, that is a beautiful shot through mid wicket. You can't bowl there to any first class cricketer, let alone the likes of Clyde Fontaine. Moves on to 39.
The only thing they're thinking about is fetching the ball from the boundary right now, because that was neatly put away. Delightful from Clyde Fontaine. Angle into his pads and he whooped it away with ease as it sped away to another boundary. So Clyde Fontaine certainly bringing the impetus. We've moved away from the nervous 20s. We're going into the 30s and 40s here, Eugene.
Yeah, we're not going to say much about that because if you're the Goldrush Boland, you would want them to continue a little bit longer. But yeah, that plan has lasted all of one ball as Klute is back. Where he was standing back behind the stumps. These two just look very, very comfortable out there, and I'm sure Senakwane would like to get into the hutch and just have a little bit of a rethink of what the plans are going to be for the graveyard session there after tea. Partnership yielding 68 runs, and it's been a very important one for the Goldrush Boland team. This is a wide one. He manages to get a lot of bat on that through extra cover. The race is on. The outfielder's not that quick. They're going to come back for 3. And I think they just need to have a little bit of a rethink. Maybe even throw the ball to Patrick Botha there. Just something different, something else here on offer. Because at the minute, these two in Kaplan and Fontaine are taking the attack to the bowlers here of the night and scoring very, very comfortably indeed.
I don't think they thought that was going to run away. It was a lovely little stroke there by Clyde Fontaine. That's the bowlers, Van Dijks, Langa, and also Aron Phangiso. These are the 3 wicket takers. It's been a bit of a toil for Ruan Cronje thus far, and also Malusi Siboto, along with Ian Forrester. Seems that though that Phangiso, he's going to persist with the young leg spinner.
Yeah, I don't mind that, but where has Siboto been? He's bowled one spell. He's not going to bowl a ball here in the second session at all, by the looks of it.
The one that created the pressure for that first wicket with a couple of maidens.
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes to go. Yeah, who wants to be a fly on the wall in both these change room at tea, because it will be really fascinating to hear what their thoughts on going forward would be.
Was tossed up invitingly there by Cronje. Then just tapping it back to short cover after he might have missed out.
Nicely played that by Clyde Fontaine. He's putting the foot down, but I reckon it's just going to be the one again, oohs and ahs. But at the end of the day, that was well played by the captain. And yeah, at the minute, he's got no answer. But I mean, you can expect this from leg spinners. They're there to try and bag you wickets, and you know they do the extraordinary. They do tend to go for more in terms of economy rate. But what they do have is they have the ability to maybe change the game.
It's often the bad ball from the leg that gets the wicket. A ranked full toss or a half tracker. I haven't seen one delivered by Cronje just yet.
Again, hands high in the air there from Cronje. One ball to go. In fact, he gets through his over quite quickly. Play it in. That's another run to the total. Another run to Gavin Kaplan. These two now sort of neck and neck, 45 and 43. As we're going to go to the last over. And it looks like it's going to be old Pungy who's back. The attack here. Phangiso. He's going to be bowling from the stables here now.
Phangiso just realizing that it's the over before the interval. He bowled the one before lunch as well. You'll have a little bit of a discussion. Once again, the Knights of the Round Table, they convene. The brains trust that walk away there. I heard you guys speaking earlier about the mountain caps between Alusi Siboto and Aron Phangiso.
Over 200. Over 200. And that's a lot of first class cricket. You multiply that by 4, that's a lot of days out there in the field.
A lot of days in the sun, mate. A lot of days in the sun.
Well, they play the games up there in the north, in the Highveld. Not a lot of sun up there sometimes during the summer. They'll have an hour or two of rain and then they're back out.
Some lightning in between.
Yeah.
Always interesting there, man. You spent a good part of your time there.
Oh, back on the money. Yeah. Did enjoyable times they were.
Never quite understood the fact that it's meant to rain in summer. Never from with the Cape Town, it doesn't quite sound the way the world works.
It's well bowled again. Oh, it was interesting when there was a USA tournament out there at Wit. Where's that? At Wits it was. Yeah, it rained for the entire week. When we left, it still rained for another week. It was continuous, like somebody opened a tap and it was just like,
Just let it go.
just let it go. It was raining non-stop for a week.
No ways, mate. No ways.
See, but even at this late stage here, heading towards tea, they're still looking to score runs. There's nothing about playing for tea, mate. And if that's the case, I mean, I would get a few men around the bat for sure. I mean, you've got one over before tea. Why not?
You made the bowling change. You might as well go full in.
A little bit quicker there from Pangi. You can just get a feel. They just want something to take with them to tea. And it's been a session that belongs to the Goldrush Boland team for sure. Only lost the wicket of Nakajima so far in this session.
That's
Beautiful.
the one. That was the one. You can see what that slip. He thought they were in business. Aron Kaplan, he's just going to reassess. He's got one ball before the break. He'd want to come out again and restart in a couple of minutes. So is Charles with a single down to long off. But at the end of a very successful session, both for Kaplan and for Tate, doing the business here for Goldrush Boland. He's 182 for 3 183 for 3 after 58 overs. And the players will go down for a little bit of a tea and biscuit. And so shall we. We'll see you in a short bit.
Welcome back to Boland Park as we see the umpires, Maria Erasmus and Andre Olivier, coming out to the middle, followed by the batters for Goldrush Boland. That is Clyde Fontaine and Gavin Kaplan. And then soon will be the team from the Knights that will be coming out. Score 183 for 3. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me, Zahir Adams. And Zahir, 112 runs in that session between lunch and tea for the loss of 1 wicket. And certainly this partnership, which has now grown to 74, very important for Goldrush Boland.
Certainly the most exciting period of the day for everybody watching, including us, in terms of the way Fontaine and Kaplan just seized the initiative against this Knights attack. And you feel that we always speak about an investment session when it comes to bowlers, but you feel that that was the investment session from a batting point of view. And should they not lose a wicket early on in the first few overs of this final session, they could kick on and really put the Knights under pressure here, because it's a long day in the field here at Boland, and they're really wanting to, as the wicket flattens out, as it bakes a little bit more, just feel that this could be the period of the game where Boland really could put their foot down.
Yeah, deficit just 83 runs now, and they've put some good runs on the board. And it was really only the bat of Aron Phangiso yesterday from the Knights with his 73 of 98 deliveries that was able to do anything like what we've seen from these two. And certainly at this stage, the happier of the two captains will certainly be Clyde Fontaine out there, and is going to be leg spinner Rowan Cronje to continue. From this, the Nederburg end, he's been going at 4 runs and over exactly, 28 of his first 7. First time we've had really a chance to have a look at him. It's like a very regulation type leg spinner, and he's away from us now to Gavin Kaplan, and that's played very, very nicely. Shortish delivery, first ball after tea, and Gavin Kaplan plays that one down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4, and that will take him to his 50, and that is a debut 50 for him in the colours of Goldrush Boland. Coming in at number 3, he's done exactly what his captain would have wanted him to do.
Very well played by Gavin Kaplan. 174 minutes, 107 balls, and 4 boundaries, and makes a nice little statement joining his new team. Rowan Cronje, still a bit of cream on the fingers after the tea time.
Yeah, I think so.
Sticking in the fingers, and nice little short delivery to start off the session for Gavin Kaplan.
Yeah, it's what you would have wanted as a batter, just that a loosener. He plays that one nicely out to the man. He's sweeping on the cover boundary, and it says, is that out there? It's Malusi Siboto out there on the cover boundary.
The Lord's tees are quite special, so and apparently Boland second to that, so Boland Park, so clearly
not bad at all. Maybe he's had a very good tee, Rowan Cronje, that one down the leg side, and it's going to be Captain Clyde Fontaine helps himself to 2. He's as well into the 40s, 45 now. His partnership grows to 81. So
Rowan Cronje will also realise that Saint Pitt will come back into the Knights lineup very soon.
Yeah.
He'll return from Bangladesh and possibly partner with Aron Phangiso, the 2 veterans. So he'd like to make a big impression here, just to show that he's around.
Yeah, certainly that's again played very nicely by Fontaine out into the covers. So 9, or is it 8 off that over? From 8 off that over, it was from Cronje, and 8 overs now, 0 for 36. And it's going to be Aron Phangiso to continue. This is something similar to what we saw yesterday, when, but it was a little bit later. We saw spin from both ends from Goldrush Boland. Certainly, when you're getting to this stage of the day, and they're also a little bit behind in terms of the over rate, wanting to just make sure that they're getting in as many overs as possible. yesterday it was the spin of Mahima and Juan who took 6 of the wickets to fall, and certainly did bowl the majority of the overs, although the seamers put in a very good shift there yesterday. Glenton Stearman, I think 20 overs that he bowled yesterday for his 2 wickets.
Good to see everyone having taken a hat trick in the T20 challenge.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Just a couple of weeks ago.
And that 2 hat tricks we witnessed, that is down the leg side in the air for a while, but it's not going to carry to Aron Phangiso at backward square. And we saw a hat trick from Deon Forrester in the night's game against Goldrush Boland, and then that hat trick from Glenton Stearman. So it is a format in which the hat tricks are often do see hat tricks in that format. When you consider that South Africa in Test match cricket have only had 2 hat tricks, certainly not something you see that often in the longer version of the game.
Cool. KJ Rabada take a T20 hat trick in Sharjah, and he actually didn't have a very good night with the ball up until that point. And all 3 wickets caught on the boundary, and he almost hung his head in shame the fact that he now had a T20 hat trick.
Yeah, that's lovely. We had a visit yesterday, not that he came on commentary, from a man who's taken a hat trick in One Day International.
Shalom.
Yes, indeed. It was really good. And I know Eugene had a bit of a chat with him afterwards. We tried to get him on air, but he wasn't.
Man of
keen.
very few words,
yeah, absolutely. He said that it would be far too difficult for him to do.
Yeah. What an amazing over that hat trick was against West Indies at the Kensington Oval in Barbados.
Yeah, incredible stuff.
Defending 6 in the over.
Yeah, and the last over of the innings. It was brilliant from Charles Langeveld.
Instead of all scenes of chaos, there's actually a...
He's bowled him. He's bowled him. He's got through the defences of Gavin Kaplan. And that is the breakthrough that the Knights were looking for after the tea interval. It's 192 now for the loss of 4. And Gavin Kaplan goes 51 off for 114 balls. And that one just got through his defences. May well have been the arm ball from Phangiso. See the replay shortly. That's a good 51, but he would have wanted to have gone on, you feel.
Just out of nowhere, looked all that comfortable, and suddenly just straight through, batted pad, hitting the stumps, and Kaplan's disconsolate. He thought he was well set. He departs for well played 51. Boland lose the 4th wicket, and Phangiso just keeping the Knights in the contest here, just when it looked like Boland might be getting away from them.
Yeah, certainly was something of a surprise to see that one getting through the defences of Gavin Kaplan. Just maybe a change of the line there from Aron Phangiso. And he does manage to get that wicket, and an important one, a partnership of 83 between Kaplan and Fortuin has been the best so far of the match. And now it is the young man Nathan Engelbrecht, just in his 2nd season of first-class cricket, and it's only his 3rd first-class match. He now comes to the crease, but he won't be facing, as it was the end of the over. So it's 60 gone, and it was at the end of that 60th over that wicket fell. And I'm wondering whether that won't bring a change in bowling, perhaps from this end. Doesn't look like maybe Cronje is just getting some attention. Or is he coming back on to bowl? Cronje will continue from the Nederburg end. So success for Phangiso. His 2nd wicket after that of Grant Rulofson, 1st wicket to fall earlier on today. Rulofson 25 or 56, just played it one outside the off stump and was caught very well by Cronje at backward point. So Phangiso making something else happen here.
Certainly been the most threatening of the night's bowlers has Aron Phangiso. Has seen that the Knights have gone a little bit on the defensive here with Rowan Cronje, deep backward point, deep extra cover, long off, deep square leg.
Yeah, no doubt they'll be crowding Nathan Engelbrecht if he does get, or when he does get down to the striker's end. But you're right, there's certainly there are runs to be had on the leg side. Plays that into the off. So maybe some chatter there going on. Just pulls away Clyde Fontaine. That will be that single into the leg side. There's a run there every time you're going to tickle it into the leg side.
As you called it, James, there's so much space for Clyde Fontaine just to get off strike. Almost seen that they were giving the single to Clyde Fontaine to get Engelbrecht, the new batter, to face up to Rowan Cronje, left-handed Nathan Engelbrecht.
He's going to be coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and it will be stock delivery going into the left-hander. That's probably why they've got that man's there at that forward short leg. It's a very short leg in there. They're bringing in the leg slip as well. Just that man drops a little bit deeper at mid-wicket. So 5-4 leg side, offside field, which you would expect. The leg spinner coming around the wicket to the right-hander. The left-hander, sorry. So that's just outside the off stump.
So often that you see, James, a leg spinner bowling through and around.
No, it isn't often, is it? You don't often see that. Normally, they normally have that straight approach, don't they? And come in around the wicket. It is an interesting one. Yeah. Maybe trying to get a different angle. It's interesting. Yeah.
I see bowled.
Yes, and just getting feel of bat on ball. Engelbrecht. Say top score of 84 not out that he got last year in one of his only games. Rocks then say Boland versus the Lions in Johannesburg. The 4 innings so far.
Certainly capable with a bat, and he's going to have another job to do and try and build another partnership with the skipper. Boland still trailed by 73 runs. They would have been hoping to really stamp their authority in this final session. Instead, they lost the early wicket of the
set man there,
scorer.
wasn't he? Yeah, 51. Say the top scorer so far for Goldrush Boland. That partnership of 83, the highest of the match so far. And it was Phangiso who got through his defences. He just felt, in fact, before that wicket fell, I was going to be just talking about the batters going on and batting, and certainly looking to perhaps Fontaine and Kaplan to go through and get a really big partnership. That's tucked away nicely into the leg side, and once again, anywhere wide of the man at mid-wicket, it's going to be an easy single. Moves on to 49 now, Clyde Fontaine.
Inching towards another milestone. He's Clyde Fontaine. He's also batted a good click. 76 balls for his 49.
Yeah, and that has been a feature for him. He's 1750s so far in first-class cricket. And he's got an average of 26.35. He'll be looking to improve that, no doubt. Man has been around on the scene, as you were mentioning, Zahir, in that under-19 team that played with Aiden Marker and made his debut in the 2013-14 season. So this is 11th, 12th season now in first class cricket.
Do feel those numbers are a little bit misleading as well, James. He struggled at the beginning when he went to the Warriors down in the Eastern Cape when he started out his career. But over the last couple of years, he's been averaging above 40, close to 50. So certainly reaching the peak as a batter.
Yeah, and that is exactly what you would want from him. And he knows the conditions here at Boland Park very, very well. Man, you would expect that really the pillar of the middle order. Get that a lot of air, did Phangiso, and it's actually very well fielded by Van Dijk there at backward point.
It's a different challenge, the left-hander towards the left-arm spinner. T20 cricket would call it a matchup.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, gives perhaps the left-hander, if he does stray to the leg side, an opportunity to go over the top maybe. But Phangiso will be looking to those speed variations from his flight variation. So it brings doesn't bring the arm ball perhaps as much into play. You never know. It's in again. Engelbrecht just getting a feel for what he can expect from the left arm spinner. Two for 36, and yeah, just going at virtually 2 and over. Phangiso has been very economical, on the money. Engelbrecht just getting a view of what's happening yet to get off the mark. Captain at the other end, just one short, as you said, of that milestone coming up. Cronje will continue from the Nederburg end. He probably won't be having as much of a chat with umpire Maria Erasmus as Aron Phangiso was earlier on in the day. She was saying it's always good that the banter out there and just chatting with the guys there. Maria Erasmus, a very experienced, illustrious. Yeah, what an illustrious career he had at Test level. One of the best umpires in the world.
On the ICC Umpire of the Year, a couple of occasions.
And he's
stood in World Cup finals.
Absolutely. And did he stand in the World Test Championship final? I think he might have.
Stood in the first one, yes. Stood in the 2019 World Cup final.
Yeah, and
I think part of South Africa's misery was suited him quite well. Whenever the Proteas lost in a semi-final, Maria would get a call to be the one and only South African involved.
And that is Clive Fortuyn's 50 coming up off 77 balls with 4 fours. So it's been a really workmanlike innings, and those 4 fours. He's really done very well in terms of running a couple of threes that he's got as well. That's nicely played by Engelbrecht. He'll get off the mark with that. It might go to the boundary. Will it be cut off? No. Yes, it will. Some really excellent work in the deep. And they come through for 3. Engelbrecht off the mark with that shot through the covers.
Taking him a while to break the shackles, but once he eventually did, it was beautifully done.
And it was a really nice looking shot. And with number 22 on his back, and Fortuyn now into the 50s. And Boland just 2 runs away from that 200 mark. And they have been batting quicker than the Knights did. Knights taking all of those 98 overs to get to that 266. So about 2.7 and over they were batting at. So you would think Clyde Fortuyn and Nathan Engelbrecht together at crease here will be looking at keeping the scoring rate at about 3 and over. 3 or more per over, should I say.
James, if it follows the course and the trends of this, the way the game has gone, we will be here on the final afternoon
Yeah, we will.
in the 98th over looking for that last wicket.
We may well be. That's again an easy as you like into the leg side for the single. That's the end of another Ruan Cronier over. Be Fontaine to face Phangiso from Stables end. All it's a little bit sort of slowish though, even though they have taken that wicket. No injection of pace out there in the middle. Do like the way you were talking about the knights of the round table having their discussion there. Very good. Let's give always with when you've got a side with a name like the Knights gives you a very good opportunity for a little bit of extra banter.
Certainly are wanting to convene at every opportunity all night.
They are indeed. Still got those 34 overs and 5 balls left to bowl in the day, and that will take us, no doubt, up until close to 6 p.m. if Goldrush, Boland are still, well, whoever is batting at the end of the day.
Certainly seems that Aron Phangiso is just trying to rush Clyde Fontaine. Going stump to stump, hoping for the error.
And he found that from Gavin Kaplan a couple of overs ago. Time just played down the ground. That is the 200 coming up for Goldrush Boland, and that after 63 overs and 3 balls, 393 balls, 17 fours in that 200. And just to give you by means of a comparison, the 200 for the Knights coming up off 69 overs and 70 overs basically, exactly. So just a little bit quicker or Goldrush Boland at the moment. So it is this man Phangiso who seems to be able to put the brakes on the scoring, who's still plying his trade from the Stables end. Got a wicket from both ends.
Still looking sprightly as ever,
He is,
despite
isn't he?
being 40 years old.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that does seem that there is a little bit of an edge. And it's Nathan Engelbrecht. His brief stay comes to an end. And Aron Phangiso picks up another one for the Itech Knights, who keep chipping away here at Boland Park.
Yeah, and that is another catch for Jean Clutter behind the stumps. 200 now for the loss of 5, and Engelbrecht has to go. Caught once again by Clutter. That is his 3rd catch behind the stumps. And the first one he's taken off Phangiso, and just the 3 runs off the 12 balls for Nathan Engelbrecht, and that is not what the captain would have wanted. He makes his way back to the dugout, and we're expecting to see the next man in, Sean von Berg. And it is the figure of von Berg who comes out from the dressing room, past the dugout now, and he's going to make his way onto the field. So 200 for the loss of 5, and they're just chipping away here. Oh, the Knights, after that very good partnership of 83, just the 8 runs added for the 5th wicket. And saying not what Boland would have wanted straight after the tea interval.
Sean van Berg, a very capable batter of 500s and 27 first-class 50s. So very capable number 7.
Yep.
And it was these two who were privy to the test tour to New Zealand.
Yes.
They were the ones who have tasted test cricket.
Yes, the 2 matches for Clyde Fontaine, just the 1 for Sean von Berg. And so we look at this dismissal again. Probably not going to be able to see too much there. Just, yeah. Coming on, but where it looks like they're perhaps with the arm and just taking the edge into the gloves of Jean Clutter. And his 3rd catch of the day. His first one off Phangiso. It's one off Pondek. He took one off Langer, and now off Phangiso. And Van Berg's going to want to be out there for quite some time, you'd feel. It's going to be very important for him to stay with his captain, for both of them to build another partnership.
Aron Phangiso, he's got 3 wickets. He'll be eyeing a 5 now.
Yeah, well, as we see, it's actually a bit of a fire that started in the grass just to the southern end of the ground. Interesting. And all defense is Sean van Berg. And successful over comes to its conclusion from Aron Phangiso. And that's 64 gone, 200 for 5. Yes, I think they'll be continuing with the spin twins, it looks like at the moment.
Looks like it's Malusi Saboto that's coming back into the attack.
Is it? Oh, okay. So they have changed their minds now on what they're going to be doing. This Saboto going to be coming on to bowl from this end, the Niederberg end for the first time.
Hasn't bowled since that first session.
That's right. So he's had a whole session that he's been able to just be in the field, relaxing a little bit.
Another one of those veterans that have arrived at the night. And Lucy Saboto, he'll certainly mix it up.
Yeah, we saw him earlier on today using the crease very effectively. Wider at the crease at some stage, then close to the stumps. Just been able to vary that angle of attack to the right-hander. That's no success so far for him. He'll be wanting to keep it tight.
The Knights will certainly be buoyed by the fact that they can get another one. They'll be definitely be amongst the tail of Boland.
That is a short one to start off with, and Barfatone just rolls his wrists over that. Take him up to 53. That's got the top score for Goldrush Boland, but once again, it's been similar story to what we saw with the Knights. None of these partnerships have grown to be really big partnerships. You don't have anybody with a 3-figure score, and you would have expected that from somebody in the top order here for Goldrush Boland, that they would have been able to go on. Doesn't seem like the kind of wicket that you're going to be in a huge amount of trouble on, but it's also not that easy to score.
Been the Achilles heel for both teams, not able to really build on those partnerships, and particularly Boland, they'll be kicking themselves. They would have came out at tee in a really strong position. Now having lost 2 wickets, they've got to reassess. Paarl, who might have wanted to play a little bit more positive, he goes back into his shell, knowing that his wicket is the key to batting with the tail.
It's a very good delivery from Saboto. Just rushes Van Berg a little bit. He's in behind it, not too much foot movement. But can be a dangerous batter, Van Berg. As you mentioned, I mean, 500s, 27 50s, 5,000 runs in first-class cricket, and to go with his 480 wickets. That's just clipped into the leg side, and he'll be off the mark with that one. Just losing his direction slightly, Malusi Saboto.
Always enjoyed watching Sean van Berg bat. He's very minimalistic.
He is, isn't he?
He does not waste or exert energy on anything unnecessary.
No.
The ball's in my arc, and then I'll play. If it's not, calmly go through to the wicketkeeper.
Absolutely right. He's leaning on his bat now at the non-striker's end.
It's a bit of a throwback to a bygone era. Is Sean van Berg. He's, walks in there, doesn't not too fussed about what's happened before, and just gets down to doing his business and taking care of it. And often he does.
Yeah, and then not only with the bat, but with the ball as well. He's very much like that. He just trundles in.
Equally, the fact that he is a Proteas cap. I
Yeah.
don't think it'll bother him too much that he doesn't play another game.
Yeah.
He'll be putting that baggy green on the mantle and showing all the grandkids one day that I played for South Africa.
Absolutely right. And it doesn't matter whether you play just the one test match. You have played test cricket, and it really was for him, I think, and a few of the other players that were selected for that tour that may well not get another chance to play test cricket.
Think of someone like
Yeah.
Sepa Mareki
Absolutely.
running in there. Haven't seen him much for the Lions this season, have
No,
we?
he just played the one or two games that he played for them in the T20 Challenge. And they've got a real surfeit of talent up there at the Lions. Expect to see him a lot more in the 4-day game. Luta Sapamla being so good for them in that T20 competition, getting a call up now for the 3rd and 4th T20 internationals against India. Very good for him.
Sepa Mareki there.
Yeah.
Very first ball in Test cricket,
Yeah.
picking up Devon Conway.
Yeah, absolutely.
LBW.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Dream start for Sepa Mareki. Must have wondered if he was ever going to play international cricket, and there he goes, picking up a big scalp, very first ball. So
Yeah, fantastic for him, isn't it? It's so brilliant to get a wicket off your first ball in Test cricket, as we see. Lucy Sabota just throwing the stumps down there, and Sean van Berg easily into his ground. It always reminds me of Horace Viljoen. I mean, in his, I think, only Test match that he
at the
played,
Wanderers.
he got a wicket off his first ball, and he scored a 4 off his first ball. So one of only 2 players in Test match history to do that.
Fantastic.
Apparently.
So as much as the game becomes professionalized, there's still a place for romanticism
There is indeed.
and dreams.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a number of players on that tour who umpire is completely unmoved with that appeal, and both umpires unmoved, first for the catch and also for the stumping. Clyde Fortain, that is a big decision.
James, if looks could kill right now, Aron Phangiso is absolutely staring Clyde Fortain down and saying, mate, how have you not walked? That is because he believes he's nicked it behind. Let's have a look.
Yeah, Jean Claude absolutely convinced maybe of the stumping, but he gets nothing from either of the 2 umpires, Erasmus or Andre Olivier. Maybe that could be a let-off for the Goldrush Boland captain. He's been able to do something from the old stables end, as Aron Phangiso.
The key to that appeal was the fact that Phangiso went up immediately. He thought he had him, and only afterwards, when Kluti looked across to Marais Erasmus for the stumping, but certainly felt that Phangiso thought he had him.
Yeah, he definitely didn't even seem like a question that he'd actually got him, as he gets that one through the cover field somehow, and they go through for the single. And you always get a feeling, don't you, when they appeal like that, so you sense maybe there was something. It wasn't like it was a planned choir event.
Certainly, and as I said, the deathly stare afterwards as well of disappointment.
Yeah, Van Berg on strike now.
Where's Ultra Edge when you want?
Yeah, absolutely. That has really revolutionized
absolutely
the international cricket.
I have a fondness for watching YouTube, particularly series in the 80s, and you look at some of those decisions and you're wondering, how did batters average 40?
Exactly.
There was a particular series that was England versus Sri Lanka, and the poor English were on their bike every single time. I think it was a particular one where it was a forward defensive in the middle of the bat was given out LBW.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Yes, and that certainly led to the ICC introducing neutral match officials. as and
James,
and
we've got
yeah,
a,
it's
we
just,
have a
that's very
moment.
interesting. This,
He
isn't
hasn't,
it?
he hasn't changed his thigh pad. He's gone
No.
out to bat without
With
his
the
thigh
pad
pad.
on.
So I know that I said that Schauffenberg likes doing things simple and being simplistic, but
It's maybe too simple.
yeah, gotta remember you gotta put your thigh pad on, mate. I'm hoping that the crown jewels have been protected.
Yeah,
He brought out the main protector.
Let's hope so. Sure, you would have put that protection in there. And
I'm not so sure if you're missing your
maybe
thigh
not,
pad.
maybe if you missed your thigh pad. We've got that on now. And he's
Yeah,
pulling those up, and
trying to get it up there. Go
there we
short.
go.
Get
There
it
we
on,
go.
mate. Get on there.
There we
Well
go.
done.
All sorted. So
It was
yeah.
quite bizarre. He just
It is
like,
actually.
as soon as the over was up, he just went scampering towards the dressing room.
Right, yeah.
Like 5 overs in, and he's
Yeah.
faced 13 balls, and suddenly realized I don't have a thigh pad on.
Maybe it's the presence of Malusi Silvato.
The pace of Malusi
Yeah,
Silvato
that he's a bit
that's
worried
rushing
about.
him.
Yeah, he wasn't too worried about the spinners. But yeah, very interesting stuff. Are you saying about home umpires, should I say, or other referees? Very interesting. And that is.
He's given it. He's given it, boys. He's given
Oh,
it.
he has given it. And that is a sort of stifled appeal, and that ball looked like it was heading down the leg side, but it is given by umpire Maria Rasmus. And it is Clyde Fortain who's making his way slowly off the ground. And that one into the back pad. We'll have a look at it again, but probably clipping leg stump. And that is another wicket that's fallen. 204 now for the loss of 6. That is a massive blow. And Clyde Fortain has to make his way back. 54 off 91 deliveries.
As we look to Boland, just coming back into Clyde Fortain, and the key was that Clyde Fortain was walking away, and by the time he looked back, Maria Rasmus' hand was down already. So caught us all by surprise. A few bizarre moments out here for the last 5 minutes, but it is the Knights who keep plugging away, taking important wickets. Fortain, the set batter, he departs for 54. And Boland now lose their 6th.
Yeah, and it's all happened rather quickly. The wicket of Gavin Captain at 192 for 4, 200 for 5, 204 for 6. As we say goodbye for the moment to Zoe Adams, and Eugene Molian with a smile on his face is coming to join me. We missed that at commentary. It was almost in slow motion that it happened. Hardly saw umpire Maria Rasmus raising the finger.
I can't believe you guys missed shotgun Maria Rasmus there with the finger up early doors there. Yeah, it was up at a shot. It just wrapped the pads. Maria Rasmus thought it was adjacent, and that's all that matters here. And these two senior men have turned it around here for the Knights.
Have indeed.
Saboto, Phangiso, Tide must have come in here because things are happening here at Boland Paarl.
Yeah, after the tea break, went to tea at 183 for 3, and it's 204 for the loss of 6. And it's Schauffenberg joined now by Keith Dudgeon. Dudgeon 70 matches, 83 innings, 17 not outs, 1,317 runs, average of 19.95 with a best of 88. And he gets hello from Malusi Saboto, which is well over his head. And we've got the full-on 737 out from umpire Maria Rasmus, and we didn't miss that one. We missed we missed the finger, huh? Definitely
Missed the finger, but yeah, Saboto coming into the attack in session number 3 on day 2. He didn't bowl a ball in session 2. Maybe he wanted to do the hard shift here in this session. Oh, he's bowled him. What an absolute beaut of a delivery from that man, Saboto. And now then, this game has turned on its head with another wicket. That's 4 wickets in the space of no time here at Boland Park.
And that is essentially a first baller for Keith Dudgeon. They faced the no ball, went over his head. The second one, he just played down the wrong line and took the off stump. And he's got to make his way back, not getting anything onto the scoreboard. It's 205 for 7 now. And Suboto has come through with two absolutely crucial wickets for the men from Bloemfontein.
All just going to be hitting the top of off.
Yeah.
He played down Waterloo, ball went down Piccadilly. All in all, hit the top of off.
That
I mean,
is-
what is happening out there? I mean, James, you've got the fall of wickets there from
Yeah.
after tea. With 3 down, as you said, 4 wickets in the space of no time.
Yeah, so it was 192 for 4 when Gavin Kaplan was castled by Aron Phangiso, 200 for 5. Engelbrecht was caught behind, 204 for 6 for Tain, LBW, 205 for 7. It was the wicket of Dudgeon bowled by Suboto. It's been an inspired bowling change from the Niederberg end of the ground here, northern end of the ground at Boland Park. And you're wondering now whether they are even going to be able to get close to that score that the Knights got in their first innings, as Ayat Kamani comes to the crease and to join Sean von Berg. He's a man who also can hold the bat, but doesn't have the same pedigree necessarily as, in fact, he does have a good pedigree, should I say. He has 84 matches, 112 innings, 14 not outs, 2,040 runs, 117 not out is top score for the Titans versus Western Province. 3 seasons ago, averages 20.81, 200s and 5 50s for him. So a man who can hold the bat, and he's going to need to do that for quite some time here, as he just ducks underneath that one, going over his shoulder.
That's what he did with Keith
Yeah.
Dudgeon as well. And then the next ball was hitting the top of off. What has happened out there?
Yeah.
I know there was a fire on the outskirts
Yes.
of the ground here, but it seems like the fire's been brought here to the pitch here as well, because in the space of no time, we've lost 4 wickets since tea. All thanks due to Suboto and also that man, Aron Phangiso.
Yeah, literally in the space of only 8 overs and a couple of deliveries. This is only the 9th over since tea. It's been a procession of wickets from Goldrush Boland, and I think Coach Justin Ontong must be scratching his head and wondering what's going on here.
As I said just before tea, it would have been nice to have had a listening ear in both those dressing rooms, because I'm sure the talk in the Goldrush Boland side would have been, listen, we need to eat our way into a lead here and maybe even try and bat once. Now 7 down.
Yeah, that one again on the line of top of off, and just comes forward Kamani and plays that one straight back to the bowler. So now they're going to have to rethink completely. They're going to have to try and build another partnership on Berg and Kamani, but it's highly likely, if this continues the way it is, that we're going to see the Knights batting again this evening.
No, it's a case of, can you bat the day?
Yeah, absolutely right.
Something that looked like it was just going to happen.
Yeah, we thought they'd bat through those 32 overs and more. There's another one, just wicket to wicket. Excellent from Suboto. And I didn't actually see whether that one to Dudgeon, whether he'd actually gone wider of the crease. He may well have done. He does have those variations, does Suboto.
Yeah, you saw that earlier in his first spell. You make good use of the crease. Bowls from close to the stumps, then bowls from slightly wider. What's been going on?
Yeah.
I'll leave you guys for 30 minutes and then all the stuff happen here.
Yeah,
What
I
are you
mean,
boys
it was,
doing?
I think it must have been me coming in for this post tea session, taking the wickets.
Look at that there. It starts again. Boland, Rulofson, they both had starts. Gavin Kaplan played nicely for his 51. Clive Fortuyn, he left the scene as well for 54. But then after that, Nathan Engelbrecht 3. Sean van Berg, he's the Latvian 2. Keith Dudgeon gone.
Yeah, first
Block
bowler.
as well. Yeah.
For his first innings in the 4-day competition for Goldrush Boland. There will be a couple of positives you'd think that coach would take from that innings from Kaplan and from Fortuyn, but they didn't go on. They needed to make that 50 into a 3-figure score. Partnership of 83, by far the best of the innings. And last 3 partnerships, 8, 4 and 1. It's all attack now.
First time somebody used the feet there, and it is Sean van Berg And this game is so neck and neck. I mean,
Yeah.
it's almost similar in what we saw yesterday in that first innings of the Knights.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the Knights plunging, should we say, to 129 for the loss of 6. It was 181 for 7. And then, but that was Phangiso had taken the attack back to the bowlers of Goldrush Boland, and he eventually got them through to that 266 all out. And was there, and it was where the partnerships came in. So for the 7th wicket, the partnership of 52 between Phangiso and Ruan Cronier, and just feel now with it at 206 for 7. That's exactly what the Goldrush Boland team are going to need.
Yeah, and he's put a man there on the drive. He knows this man, Kamani, very, very well. Some hard hands there, some really hard hands.
Hard hands, yeah.
Get those 4 figures there. 3 for 40, busy with his 21st over of the day.
He's been playing his trade now from both ends, and he's really got some really taken 2 of those wickets from the stable. Then he's got some really good work that he's been doing from this end.
Oh,
That is the sweep, yeah.
It's well put away there by Kamani. Swept well. They brought the man up from that boundary position there. And I just says, I'll take that on, and sweeps it nicely for 4.
First time we've really seen the sweep come out today. There might have been one from Clyde Fortain, but that is often a go-to shot against spinner. He is playing against the left arm spin. They have to be careful, but there isn't really anybody. There's only that short mid-wicket on the leg side to take advantage of perhaps the top edge. 210 for 7, as you say, nothing in this game at all.
Who would have thought that, T?
No, this was not certainly the playlist wasn't looking like this at tea time. It was looking like a steady accumulation of runs, and just that 1 wicket of Gavin Kaplan that started the house of cards falling.
It just shows how 1 wicket, you should really pride yourself on that wicket, keeping it, because as you said, 1 brings 2. In this case, 1 brings 4.
Yeah, and that is exactly what the Knights would have wanted. 2 experienced men bowling now. Oh, Kamani, just going back to that one. And get an idea of what's happening elsewhere. Just Dapperbet Warriors in Kabeja, they scored 298, and a really great rearguard action from the Northwest Dragons. One stage 7 down for less than 100, 236 for 9 now they are. And it was Ruan de Swart. He's still there, not out on 91, given great support by Bumanya Krenke and Kerwin Mungru, and putting on some valuable runs for them. It's just targeting those stumps, isn't he? And he's really bowling well. He's not got really any pace to speak of, but just the accuracy is there. That's the accuracy that got rid of both Clyde Fortain and Keith Dudgeon in the same over.
Yeah, he's bowling with great control, and maybe he's well rested. He's only into his 9th over of the day.
Oh, and my goodness, that was close. Van Berg just dabs down on that at the last minute.
There was a lot of talk about reverse swing out there, and certainly had a looks of something like that. And the ball just tailing back into the right-hander here, so just gonna have a look in that. There's a little bit as well. From here, it looks like it's shaped to be going away, so let's see if this tails back in. It's tailing back in, so there is a bit of reverse swing out there.
Yeah, it does look like it. And little bit of movement into the right-hander. So just to give you the update from the match taking place at Hollywood Bets Kingsmead, they've gone off for bad light there. Hollywood Bets Dolphins chasing total of, just trying to work out exactly what it is there. 242 it is for victory. They're 88 for 4 when bad light says stop play there. So all to play for in that game tomorrow.
Just a little bit too straight, and there's a definite hint of in swing or tailing inwards here to the right hander from Saboto. They're certainly working on the ball. You can see Murdoch Maran, whenever they get a chance, they're frantically working on that ball.
Yes, and it is certainly tailing into the right hander. Just interest there, and we'll talk about that after this delivery. Yeah, just lets that one go through outside the off stump. One more ball left in the over. But interesting there in that match in Durban, Marcus Ackerman not yet come to the crease, and it looks like Sean Whitehead was sent in at the fall of well, have been Slade van Staden's wicket. It was sent in as the night watchman was out as well in that time, came in at number 5. So Marcus Ackerman not out to bat yet, which is interesting.
Nicely played there by Kamani. It's difficult here for the Goldrush Boland team. Now they were in the ascendancy at T, but these two old protagonists, Saboto and Phangiso, have really brought the Knights back into this game. In fact, could even end off with having a little bit of a lead here to keep bowling the way they are here, because things are certainly happening out there.
And it's the battle at the moment of the, as you say, the experienced men. You've got 2 men, very experienced men out there at bat at the moment. They may well come down the order for Goldrush Boland, but they have got some kind of pedigree from a batting point of view. John von Berg average just under 30, and Ayad Kamani just over 20 average. So they'll be looking to try and get that today.
Leading edge.
My goodness, that was close to the 4th wicket for Aron Phangiso. Just trying to turn it into the leg slide against the spin, if there is anything on offer there.
If it was Johan van Dijk there, I think he would have been snaffled that, but it was the Kale. Did make a great effort though.
Yeah.
What has gone on out there? Did they water the pitch or something while we were away at tea?
I'm not sure what happened there, but it certainly has been all the nights after tea.
Mars again there. Cape Fox, they are certainly feeling that they are on top here, and why not? Why not?
Absolutely right. 213 for the loss of 7. And advantage nights. It's been all the nights since T 183 for 3 after 58 overs, and into the 12th over after that. They've lost 4 wickets for the addition of just the 30 runs. That's 4 wickets lost for this space of 13 runs. It was between 192 for 4 to 205 for 7. But yeah, sense there maybe on another day that might have been a run just out into the cover field.
Yeah, and can't afford any risk now. Can't afford to lose another wicket. They need a partnership. This one only yielding 8 runs so far. Experienced campaigners, these two, Van Berg and Kamane. So too is the man with ball in hand, Aron Phangiso. Use of the feet again.
Yeah, he's been using all that experience today, Aron Phangiso. And he is a wily old fox, isn't he?
He is. Just fascinating that day 1 and 2 are sort of trending in the same way.
They are indeed. And we say still another 29 overs left to be bowled in the day. It's Vonberg on strike. It's the last ball of the 22nd over from Phangiso.
Oh, that has hit him hard.
Oh, that must have hurt. It has stopped what potentially was a certain boundary, but that is gone at tar. That must have hurt.
Yeah, if I'm him, I would say, listen, I'm just going off for a little bit.
In fact, they're calling on for drinks now because they realize they may well have to have a physio coming onto the field.
I'm not sure the physio can help there.
No, maybe not. Ice pack.
Ice pack won't work either. But they decided they're going to have a drinks break here. And what a sort of mid-session that has been there for the Knights. A session that started with Goldrush Boland on 183 for 3. Two men really looking well, in Kaplan and Fortuin. They've managed to turn this around here. So what we're going to do is we're going to enjoy a little bit of a break where the Goldrush Boland team are 213 for 7. And we'll enjoy a little bit of a drinks break with them. Welcome back here after the drinks break, because this will be an extended third session here, and the Knights have certainly turned this game on his head a little bit. They're back in it for sure, thanks due to the man that's going to be bowling here, supporter, as well as Aron Phangiso. So between them, they've got 5 out of the 7 wickets to fall the Cape Fox. we still,
Yeah.
we still in awe of what's been happening out
Yeah,
there,
we are.
because it's just been such a quick turnaround.
Yeah, scratching our heads here to try and understand what happened there in that Boland middle to lower order, as Omani lets that one go outside the off stump from Saboto. He's been able to get a little bit of shape into the right-handers.
I mean, I
Lucas old ball.
can think of a few men, especially these two, that probably was sitting with their feet up,
Oh, yeah.
enjoying matters, not even a worry out there, because two men, Kaplan and Fontaine, were going so well, and all of a sudden they're out there in the middle.
Yeah, it was 4 wickets falling in really quick succession. Feel that just that breakthrough to get through the defensive of Kaplan. They went to 192 for 4. Just then caused this downhill spiral. It's neatly played by Amani down to wideish third. Or they get through for the single, and just think that these two are going to have to try and get some sanity to prevail back into the batting effort of Goldrush Boland. The last two recognised batters. Glenn Stearman can hold a bat, definitely.
He definitely can do that. They're going to require a little bit more than that.
Yeah. And Stikale around there quickly in the covers to prevent any thought of a single for Vonberg. But you just sense here now it's going to be Goldrush Boland. They're going to have to just try and eke out as many runs as they possibly can if they're going to be looking at getting a first innings lead. They're going to be batting last on this surface, which I certainly wouldn't want to be doing.
I'm sure they didn't think they would either. Oh, that keeps low. That is keeping low. Now we're seeing things happening out there. Ball's keeping low. Ball's suddenly getting a bit of reverse swing.
And no doubt this pitch will be taking some turn. It might be slow turn, which it normally is here at Goldrush, the home of Goldrush Boland Park, but it is turn nonetheless. Not going to be easy to bat on this surface over the next couple of days.
Still homing in on the stumps there. Isapoto. 5-4 offside field still for him.
Yeah, and he's come back into the attack. They took Ruan Cronje off from this end, brought Melosi Saboto back in after the wicket of Gavin Kaplan and Mai. Hasn't that proved to be an inspired decision from the Sefs or Senekwani?
That's well played down the leg side. Sorry there, Cape Fox. And they just have to ride this pressure here. If you're a Goldrush Boland supporter, they've just got to, soak it up. Then hopefully keep taking the runs on offer, and then hopefully can prize a little bit of a lead here. They've got a deficit still of 51 to go. 3 wickets in hand.
And we were talking at tea time, deficit was 83 with 7 wickets in hand. And we were talking a bit earlier, and I think you were also talking to Zahir about this, just around the bonus point situation, how important this game is for both teams. If you're looking at the likelihood, and this is no disrespect to either of them, that potentially from a 4-day point of view, it's going to be a scrap throughout this competition for them to be able to get points. And you just feel every run is important here for whichever team is batting. And
to the feet again, half stop, but it goes through. And especially when all these teams are just playing in one round, so they're just going to be playing each other once. It's no home and away. It's not like you can say, okay, we'll get you on your home patch or our home patch. It's just, you've got to do your best now. In Boland, they were in such a good position to do that, and then now they find themselves under the pump a little.
Yeah, home game is so important because you know your home conditions. You can select your team accordingly. You can get horses for courses as it is, and maybe that's why they call it the stables end. No,
Oh, it's been the horses for courses in that side. Let me tell you.
Yeah,
Chasing their own tail, it looked like at some time, but
yeah.
now it's up to Van Berg and Kamani to really see if they can get a partnership together here for the home side.
Oh, and that one also close to the edge outside the off stump. Seemed to be hanging his bat out a bit there. That one, Kamani, lucky to get away with it. Was a very confident appeal earlier on against Clyde Fortain. In fact, didn't cost very much potentially if that decision was going against the Knights in that instance. So he didn't survive. I think he only scored one more run after that Fortain before he was trapped LBW. Yeah, just utilizing all his experience here. Aron Phangiso, a great addition to this Knights lineup.
I said to Zaire earlier, I think he's going to be bowling close to 30 overs in a day. He's busy with over number 23 for himself. That is,
Yeah,
yes, it is a spinner, but I mean, it's still a long haul that.
yeah, you've still got to trundle in, haven't you? Still got to bring that arm over, get that arm shoulder moving.
Do you say he's trundling in?
Yeah,
Or is he
trundling.
meandering in? He doesn't really run in, does
no,
he?
he doesn't really, does he? He walks in and then he just comes in and just pivots around that front leg. That's all. It's not a run up at all. It's just that just walks in and then absolute economy personified in his action. And how many overs, Eugene? I asked you. I mean, how many overs in a day was the maximum you bowled?
Nowhere near 50. Well, we had the Boland was our coach at Northwest, and he was always because I bowled first change, and he was always say, right, your job is to bowl 8 over spells, and it was 8 overs in the first session, 8 in the second, 8 in the third. That's how because we were in the field for a long time, James. I mean, we very rarely had the luxury of bowling teams out, but it was a long old slog there in Potch, and I mean, 24 overs was probably where you want to be as a seamer. Yeah, obviously now with workloads and everything else, it's a lot less. But I mean, that's how it was back then.
Yeah, that's a lot of overs in a day. Certainly, as you say, if you look at the workload will be put on today for the seamers. Nicely played.
The other thing as well, what it was at time, James, is I think you had to bowl like something like 102 or 104 overs in a day. I think it was that time, and there was over rates, and you had to stick to that and everything else. With that being said, it's a long slog. And that's why I find it very surprising. This man on screen here, Saboto, was only busy with his 11th over. And felt maybe he could have brought the spell there in the second session there, but he didn't. But maybe he's reaping the rewards from that little bit of a rest.
It's nicely forward defensively by Kamani, and just all thoughts now of accelerating the run scoring from a Goldrush Boland point of view gone out the window. It's now survival. It's just getting as many runs as you possibly can, preserving your wickets, just getting to to a point where you can just keep that strike perhaps ticking over. Survival firstly. Plays that very nicely down the leg side, and they'll go through. Well, they for two. No, they only go through for the single, and that certainly felt might have been two. Just the one for Sean Pomberg.
It was actually Kamani that played that one. They only get through for one.
They only get through for one, yeah.
Lunga turned like a Kiwi 2 there.
Yeah.
And still manages to get one.
Yeah, they should have got 2 for that. So say Sean Pomberg not interested in the second. Nicely played by Kamani. Just rolling the wrists over it. There's Sean Pomberg as well, and man, economy personified.
Yeah, as you said, economy personified there. Just puts their old foot down the middle, puts the bat out, blocks it nicely. But where to now? I mean, it is a case of just like, look here, let's just bat out as long as we possibly can. That is what it looks like, and they don't have any other choice here. The worst thing they can do is give the Knights a lead.
Absolutely right. I mean, that would be criminal after 183 for 3. Or 192 for 3 it was before that 4th wicket fell.
Well, here's the talking point, and we're probably going to talk about this. I'm not sure how long, but that new ball is 7 overs away.
Yeah.
Now we saw in that innings yesterday where Boland had an opportunity to take the new ball and they didn't. Certainly went and did a little bit of digging there and went to ask the questions.
Okay.
James King, so can maybe enlighten this for you a little bit.
So will be good, yes. They took the new ball after 87.2 overs.
Yeah, so, well, that's 73 ball here for 2, 1-8 for 7. So the thought pattern was they didn't want to take it straight away because they still wanted a new ball for the start of day 2.
Okay.
That was their reasoning. So they wanted to prolong that. That's why it was only taken in the late 80s. And my argument would be, why would you not want to finish the innings?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at that stage when they took that new ball, 80 overs, the 8th wicket fell in after 77.3 overs. So there were 2 wickets to fall. And what did happen eventually when they did take that new ball is that very soon afterwards, once they got Sean van Berg on with the hard new ball, he got the edge of Phangiso's bat and took the wicket. And then it was virtually the end of the inning. So I would agree with you. The logic in terms of that doesn't necessarily make any sense. But
if it was 5 down, if they're 5 down,
I would agree.
I would say, right, happy days. But then you got a teammate down as Phangi continues here. Big swing there from Kamane. But if they're 5 down here, 8 down, listen, you got to try and wrap up the innings, irrespective, and then you got opening batters that got to come out and face the music. That's your job. That's what you get paid for. So you got to come out there, and that's what makes 4-day cricket such a great game, because you can be tested at any stage of the day.
Absolutely right. I mean, it's, just plays that deftly down past the slip, and it's just another single. They're only coming in 1s at the moment. I was looking to try and break the shackles a bit there with that shot down the leg side, which he wasn't able to get hold of. It's Phangiso to continue. I mean, I think even if you're looking at it from a Knights point of view now, I mean, why wouldn't you take the new ball? Get Van Dijk to come in from the old stables end, been getting some really good. He bowled well, should I say, from that stables end earlier on in the day. That seems to be the end that the Pacers have favoured, although Sabota's picked up 2 wickets from this end. But with the slope and with the new cherry, you sense they have a much better chance of getting a wicket. And then if you don't with the Pacers after a few overs, then let's get the spinners in, with a hard new ball. That's getting a little bit of bounce off the surface.
Yeah, so the thing with that is, from what I can see, is will there be the same sort of benefit or help here to the bowlers on the show? So what I mean by that is, well played again, Buffenberg. What I mean by that is, are we going to see the reverse? Do they want to see the ball reverse more, or do they want to have a nice raw new rock to try and bowl that? Which again, they can sort of change. That's who's going to be bowling with Van Dijk. Is going to be the question if they do take it.
Would it be Langer, or is it going to be potentially? Well, you think it probably would be Langer, because you've had Sabota bowling, Forrester as well has had a sort of second spell. It's going to be me for a little while. You're going to be joined by Zahir Adams for the next little while.
Well, thank you to the Cape Fox, and that's a beautiful mountain that's around here. Partnership of 50 between Van Berg and Kamane. The Goldrush Boland team still trail by 46. I'm joined again here by Zahir Adams, and So here, you guys seem to have had all the fun, you and the Cape Fox. The tide comes in, you guys are basking in the sun and wickets are falling aplenty. What happened?
We honestly thought that Boland were going to come out after tea, put their foot down, we'll see a bit of run, see some entertainment. Instead, we saw entertainment of a different sort. We saw the Malusi supporter. Where has he been all day? Bowled in the first session, came back in the afternoon, picked up a couple of sticks, and suddenly the Knights very much in this contest.
Well, they're going to have to face up to Aron Phangiso, and the ball is reversing here. It's looking like it's got a little bit of a tail. This man, Phangiso, has got some wheels about him, and if he gets it right, and he's bowling from the end where the ball has got a tendency to keep low and skid on a little bit more, he could be in the business here. If you are a Knight supporter, he's going to be bowling to Van Berg. My only bit of advice I can give him is get those pads out the way, because we've already seen Ray Erasmus. He knows when he's going to hit the stumps. He was on that very, very quickly when Clyde Fontaine was batting.
Certainly seeing a very evenly poised game. Yes. Whenever Boland looked to be getting away, the Knights just reining them in like a good fisherman, saying, let's get back here. Because definitely a game that could be decided on the second innings.
I know you asked when he came here today, like, is there a highlights package from just get a feel for what happened yesterday? I mean, this is your highlights package from yesterday. It's exactly the same.
Absolutely, mate. Here we go.
Well, these are going to be the short ball treatment here from Van Dijk. He's got a short leg. He's got a man at sort of a leg slip as well. Those are the men there behind square. In fact, fine leg is also behind square. So short leg is just in front. Square leg on the boundary. He is just in front as well.
Gene, I've got a question to ask you. You look at what's remaining in that Boland batting lineup. It's not much to speak of, to be honest. Basically, the bowlers.
Little scratch.
That's the tail you were speaking about. But going back to that, so you look at just the bowlers to come. How do Aigamani and Sean van Berg, how do they play this? Do they go, we can take as much as we can get here?
Come back to that as we look at the tail end. There it is, and you can see all three stumps. One of the easier decisions you ever wish to make there. But to me, I say to the Cape Fox, it's just a question of batting for as long as you possibly can. That is the only aim here, objectives. I know possibly maybe try and move the game forward, but trying to get as many runs as you're possibly going to get. But here for me, now it is a different version of this game. It is all about keeping the other team out there for as long as possible. Try and frustrate them. That is what you want right now. Yes, the runs, if it's on offer, you take them. I mean, the question we should ask is, are they going to take the new ball?
We saw them not take the new ball yesterday, and we saw how that ended up. So hopefully they've learned from that. Might be tailing right now, but get the new ball in here.
Well, that's 5 overs and a bit away, but Van Dijk, he's homing on those 3 pegs at the back there. Oh, you need a bit of a 5 pegs maybe, standing on top of each other for that to hit.
That's why you got to feel that you're winning. It's also, if you're going to take the new ball, how long does Aron van Dijk bowl now? Because it's just 6 overs away, 5 overs after this. If he bowls 3 with the old ball, not expecting to come back with a new one, are you?
That's an interesting point. Very interesting point you make there, Zaire Adams. They're going straight for the juggler here, getting him on. Well, that's going to be 4.
It'll be runs. It's all runs and valuable runs for Goldrush Boland. They'll take it however it comes right now.
Not sure how Klutty's going to enjoy that for fines, getting buys like that. But that's just a sort of a ball down the leg side. And we saw this whenever he tries to bowl a little bit of an effort ball, he just sort of loses his wrist. And that sort of goes down the leg side. We saw it that first session as well. But here I go again. And obviously Phangiso is bowling well from the stables in. The only reason why I can think he's coming from this end is to homing on that stumps and try and get the ball not to bounce a lot and hit those stumps. That was way done. I mean, Kluti had no chance. Not even you in your heyday would have stopped that.
Was a keeper in my heyday.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, was a keeper, definitely.
I mean, you would have just given it the old escort.
No comment on that.
You would have given it the old Alan Shearer.
I must be. That's a bit harsh, mate. I was kind of
Yeah.
threw myself around back in the day.
Let me tell you, Zahir, you would not have got the whites dirty there. No chance whatsoever.
Gazelle, mate.
Not even the speediest of Gazelle would have stopped that. Not sure what you're getting at here. But anyway, 75 gone. We're 5 overs away from potential that new ball. That wasn't an over that Van Dijk or the Knights would have really appreciated. I mean,
After all, creating all that pressure just before that, and it looks like they're going back to there. Missed the consistency. Aron Phangiso, he's the one that created all the chaos.
well, I think that's his spell, mate.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at Senakwana there, and he said, "Listen, just hold tight there. You can come back after Phangiso. Supporter, can you please continue from this end?" It's well played again. He's been the only man using his feet here, Sean van Berg. Two men batting. Represented the Titans as well up there for a number of years, and they've got somebody that has been a Titan regular in Aron Phangiso bowling at them.
The simplicity of Aron Phangiso's actions really what makes it everything worthwhile. Hardly takes a step, just turns his arm over, and then all sorts of chaos happens at the other end.
Well, we were trying to work it out. I mean, the Cape Fox says he sort of ambles in. I said he's just meandering.
I don't think he literally one step and off he goes. And it's all in the fingers. It's all in the fingers.
Well, if this continues, I don't think Senakwana is going to have any hesitation in getting the new ball on, because they just seem to be milking it a little bit here. A man on bended knees again, in tight. And that's nicely just guided down, fine leg. Van Dijk comes round. So these boys will be looking wherever they're staying. Hopefully there's a pool there they can just jump in. It's been a very, very hot day. And it's about the same time you saw the clouds sort of drift in. Things started to get a little bit of cooler. Breeze started to pick up.
Breeze?
There was a breeze.
Breeze?
There was a breeze yesterday. 100%.
Yesterday, not today, man. Definitely not today. To be fair, there has been a bit of a breeze. It has been. We have been here at Boland Park where it has been much, much hotter. I remember one ODI put a tent out on the grass banks for the media.
You had a tent on the grass.
Tent on the grass banks, mate. Oh my Henry, CEO at the time. Classics. And one of my colleagues, to be fair, not very tall, climbed into the Coke freezer to keep cool for the day. That's how warm it got out here. Literally climbed into the freezer. So, yeah, it's been always entertaining coming out to Boland Park. One SA20 game, laptop melted. Just melted. Couldn't file a report. So,
That's
not for the faint-hearted.
That's nature at its best, man.
Not for the faint-hearted. So,
You always love the extreme. I've told Cape Fox, whenever you say a story, it's either very, very good or it's very, very bad. I mean, what is up with you?
just telling the facts, mate. Just telling the facts.
Well, the one over spell of Van Dijk. He's gone. So now we're going to have Langer. Let's see if he can bowl. No, but he's already had a 1-over spell today.
We got the ball to sail in from the outset. Nice little inductors. He's going to try and look for the pads of Sean van Berg here.
Played. Now, I hope he's got to turn the other way to get it to tail in because the ball is reversing out there now. He managed to pick up his 100th first-class wicket earlier. Well done to Langer for that achievement. He had problems with the old front line.
As many have today.
Nicely played again by Sean van Berg. Hand is down to the other side just for a single. And this is what they have to do. I mean, they've got no other choice. You probably want them to see just to play a few more shots and see if they can get into a lead.
That's the way I'd go about it. As you said, it's all about the extremes. No time for straight lines here, mate. Go out there, express yourself.
On the leg side, if you were a coach,
Mate,
if you were a coach,
you don't want to walk into my dressing room, mate. You do not want to know the messages that I've sent out in my lifetime.
It's just look at we behind the pump, we know that, but just go and play. Is
Go
that what
play.
you say?
Mate, it's all about entertainment. Express yourself. You don't know time here for forward defenses. Gotta get the game moving, lads.
Glad you went into media, mate. Well done. you found your calling.
Creativity.
Oh, a little bit of a loose shot there by Kamani. He's holding it. He's holding it for a normal in swing, and that ball is just going away.
Let me tell you, now you're gonna have a good laugh. Club games in Western Province, the lower leagues, you gotta have player umpires, right? So, captaining the side, down the umpire. One of my mates was blocking the ball. Just keep blocking it. First one that hit his pads. That's you, mate. You gotta go. You gotta go. You're not entertaining. That's your Saturday.
I think the first rule of thumb of play umpires is you don't give LBWs.
That's the rule book. But I've got the other one around, Mike. Mate, I've come here to enjoy myself on a Saturday. I come here for what you block. You got to get back to the dressing room. Get another guy in. Let's see what he does.
There, Adams, folks. He writes a cricket column. That's him right there. Anyway, let's turn our attention back here. Langer, can he get an over without bowling a no ball? Yeah, he's done that. I just got a feeling they're trying to work their way to that second new ball here. The game has moved a little bit. We could be come 6 o'clock here. We could be almost back to the start here.
Absolutely.
The way this game has gone.
I think it's going to be North plays North at the beginning. Yeah, 1-1 half time. That's what it's going to be. 1-1 at half time.
Gee, there we go with that United.
Just announced their new
Yeah,
United announced the new manager. Who has the baton at the moment? Who does it?
Man from Sporting Lisbon.
All right.
He plays 3-4-3, mate.
3-4-3.
Yeah.
Just love the misery that United are experiencing at the moment. Absolutely loving it. Makes my day every day of the week. That comes from a self-confessed Liverpool fan.
Oh, let's just get through Aron Phangiso's over here. Bowled very, very well. 25 overs. Told you bowled close to 30 overs today. And there's still 21 overs still to go.
Yeah. Look at him just playing with a batter's mind, having another conversation. He's actually not changing the feel at all, ladies and gentlemen. He's just wanting to let Ayagamani think about what's to come. And it almost worked perfectly.
Oh, you will stay in your bubble. Don't get outside here. Come on in. That's what he wants.
He had a whole conversation with Lesego Senokwani.
It's still continuing.
Yeah, and didn't change the field one bit. But all Aya made Aya wait. And when the delivery came, Fleming's team all ends up.
It's excellent stuff again by the experienced man.
Bit of a partnership just growing here for Boland after the little middle order collapse. 27 of 66 deliveries.
Well, now he's moved mid-wicket out here to fine leg. He's going to leave that gaping gap there for him to sort of try and play it into mid-wicket. Yeah, but as you said, this is what they have to do. Van Berg and come on, they just got to try and bat as long as they possibly can. Take the runs and offer. They've got to establish a good partnership so far. Only 27 runs, but have to let that grow for more.
Senokwani, he'll be thinking about his second innings. He'll like to make a better contribution.
Well,
Skipper?
It was about the same time we had the same chat yesterday. And they'll be having a keen eye on the clock. They'll see how many overs are left. They'll see, oh, flip, if they get a wicket now, oh, I need to go and face the music for the last few overs. All those sort of thoughts are going through his head now, I tell you. Well, that concludes another over. That's 78 gone. And this is about the time, as you said. Now I look around and see where's batters 1, 2, and 3 and see what's going on in their heads. Just to see if there's any shadow batting going on. You know, bowlers would want to get their feet up. They want off this ground.
Who's going to be the night watchman? That's the question. Who's going to be the night watchman?
Never believe it.
You just bowled 30 overs in the day, and suddenly Skipper comes to you and says, "Get the pads on, mate." I'm hiding in the back of the dressing room. I'm telling you that now.
Tell you one man is going to be. If it is going to be, I'll tell you it's going to be. I'll make a big, if it gets to that, I can tell you now. He's an experienced man.
Malusi Siboto.
That's who it's going to
That
be.
was gonna be.
That is who it's going to be. I'm making that call very early. Anyway, Langa, he's going to be bowling here. He's 12th over. And on the stumps again, nice and straight. And I was speaking to JP Trickard yesterday, and he said this is one of the aspects that he was looking for out of his bowlers. And when you come here to Boland Park, is to bowl fairly straight, wicket to wicket.
Why does Sean van Berg just look so comfortable? He looks like he could be there all day.
Time stands still when he's around, he's saying.
Absolutely. The epitome of simplification.
Goes after one. That was wide out to the off stump. Was a ball that was full of length. He manages just to get the outside half of the bat, and that races down to third man for a 4. Welcome 4. As that partnership goes on to 31 runs now.
You can see just edging away there, running away for boundary, and that's. I struggle to understand the extra cover boundary.
No change in the field. They're obviously working on that ball. He's Langa. Sort of brought in a man now. One is at full slip, one is almost like at a gully line as well. Deficit is 30. 3 wickets still to go here. I think today is the day we might lose overs though, Z. Still 20 overs still remaining in the day. Can go up to 6 o'clock and it's 5 to 5 at the minute. That's down the leg side. It's been a little bit pedestrian if anything today.
Slanga hasn't been consistent since he's come back. He hasn't, you see, just trying to work with his wrist. Hasn't had the control that he would have liked.
I think that's why it looks like he's gone for almost 4 runs to the over, and that talks about those consistency that you want out of a bowler. He hasn't had it with a front foot anyway, bowling too many no balls. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there's anything too much out of the ordinary out there for these batters.
It's just been a little bit of lapses in concentration that has created the openings for the opposition.
It's contributed to their own demise, is what you want to say there.
Absolutely. But credit to the Knights, they've stuck to their task. Staring down the barrel at tea time.
Oh, there's the old no ball back again. Been a problem all day. Bolanga, a few others out there. That is Noble number 11.
Bowling coach must be pulling his hair out.
I had the same question. I said to Henry Williams, and I said, you must be getting grey. He says, me? Let's just tell him to sort it out. That's nicely played. Jose, it's been an absolute pleasure.
As
I'm
always.
going to depart for half an hour, so I'm going to hand you over to the Cape Fox, James King, and you're going to enjoy yourself for the next half an hour.
James, it's been an intriguing day. Day that has seesawed from the moment the Knights were looking. They were staring down the barrel. We saw the Goldrush Boland getting off to a very positive start.
Yeah.
And then somehow just chipped away to keep themselves in the contest there.
Yeah, it was fascinating, wasn't it? That I mean, certainly session 2, say session 1 this morning, probably even 71 for 2 going into lunch. Session 2 belonged completely to Goldrush Boland, 183 for 3 at tea, and since tea it has been all the Knights, and it's been brilliant from them. They just kept plugging away. That's nicely swept by Amani down to the man at deep backward square. I think that's Ruan Cronier down there, and get through for another single. And it just was carnage from 192 for 3. They ended up being 205 for 7, and all the good work done by Clyde Fontaine and Gavin Kaplan was pretty much undone. As you said, ebbs and flows, and it's been really interesting day's play of 4-day cricket. Been some interesting play around the country as well. It's, that game in that Hollywood Bets Kingsmead 88 for 4 as the Dolphins have finished day 3. Well played by Von Berg, and they still need 154 to win there in that match, so that's probably advantage WSB Western Province at the moment. And the Warriors bowled out the Northwest Dragons for 239. So a lead of 59 they took into the second innings, and they were 7 for 2 when last saw that 2 quick wickets for Kerwin Munger at the beginning of the Warriors innings. So all 3 games are looking very interestingly poised at the moment, and it's good to be back having 4-day cricket again.
Certainly is the lifeblood of the game. We cricketers are made,
Yeah.
and for all the riches the other formats now attract, cricketers they still gauge themselves by their performances in red ball cricket.
And it's really, isn't it? It's the where you learn your trade. It's Eugene and I were talking a little bit earlier on. He was talking a bit about the younger players and how the influence of sort of white ball cricket, what it's had on even coming through the school system. Oh, just gets away with that one. Perhaps Van Berg just rushed him a little bit as he went back. So that one, there was a quicker one from Aron Phangiso. And at the end of 80 overs, and we'll see if they are going to take the new ball. Not sure if they are. Waiting to see what the decision is going to be. But it was interesting because Eugene was saying that just a simple thing like how you look after the cricket ball and how you would do that in a red ball game. You want to make sure you're looking after the cricket ball, the white ball, aim perhaps not so much now. And you've got the 2 for a 50 over, you've got the 2 balls, you've got one from either side. T20, it's not necessarily that you're looking after the ball that much, but in red ball game, absolutely crucial. Talking here about reverse swing, talking about how you're looking after the ball to make it work. And these are some of the things that if you are going to play red ball cricket from a school's point of view as you're developing, what is it going to be? It doesn't look like he is taking the new ball.
It looked like the new Kookaburra, yeah.
No. So waiting to see, no sign from the umpire. And Jimbile Langa going to be continuing with this.
It's interesting,
Yeah,
James.
it's interesting. That
one almost rolled.
It did, absolutely. I think it's the second one we've seen from this end that kept particularly low. And just almost came off the under edge of the bat. So, yeah, keeping exceptionally low. That's something to be looking out for. The second one in that sort of same area that kept low. And he plays that one nicely out into that position that's on the deep. And if there had been a backward point, there wouldn't have been a single. There is one.
Certainly is alarming for the ball to be rolling already.
Yeah,
Still 2 whole days
absolutely.
remaining.
And yeah, especially if there's patches, it just puts that doubt in the mind of the batter, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Particularly if Van Dijk, who's got that extra pace,
Yeah,
just slip underneath.
absolutely. You don't want to be, even if it comes in a little bit shorter of a length, you don't want to be going back to it and worrying about whether it's going to be going along the ground. Doesn't get hold of that at all. That's a typical Sean van Berg type of shot. Just trying to roll the wrists over that. Yeah. And just trying to get the scoreboard up to date there on the screen for you. We are in fact in the 81st over. It's 239 for a loss of 7. We will be hopefully back with you on that screen shortly. So, Komani on 15, Van Berg on 16, partnership of 34 from these two, and they've been at it for 14 overs already. And that's meat and drink to Sean van Berg, just down the leg side. He'll tap that into the leg side any day, just for that single. As you're saying, he's economy personified, isn't he?
Certainly he is a valuable partnership here. At 205 for 7, Boland might have been staying at a deficit. They're slowly inching their way towards parity.
That's that 26 behind now. And new ball potentially looming. They haven't taken it yet. Still got maybe a little bit of shape on this old ball. But it's, I'm sure, very soft and not doing anything too much of anything. It's keeping a little bit low, no zip at all in that.
I wonder why they don't want to take the new ball.
Yeah, I know.
We saw the same situation yesterday.
And Eugene was going through the reasoning as to what they said about why they didn't take it was that they wanted to keep it for the nights, perhaps for the next morning that they were going to be bowling to them. But by the time the new ball was available, they were already 8 down.
Yeah.
And so, again, not really able to understand that, maybe that type of logic. But anyway, one has to try and think of something when perhaps what you have done hasn't worked necessarily for you. It was, yeah.
It's interesting to note that when the one team's done it, you'd hope to think the other team has learned from it.
Yeah.
But that's not to be.
It certainly doesn't look like it, and still got the old ball out there. We haven't seen that new, the Kookaburra. It's going to come out. Still having a bit of a chat there with was that Malusi Siboto and Patrick Burt having a chat with Maria Erasmus. No sign yet of the new ball. And maybe Johan van Dijk is coming on to bowl though from the old stables end. That might tell me that they are going to decide to take the new ball either in this over or at the beginning of this over under Olivier. See, no, he's just got sunglasses. He doesn't have that new ball in his hand yet, doesn't look like. It is going to be Johan van Dijk, so I reckon they will take it this over. Maybe he'll bowl a couple of deliveries with the old ball. Saw that happen with Keith Dudgeon. It always amazes me why they do that. You know, I mean, if you've got the new ball, why would you want to bowl 2 balls with the old ball first? It's just to lull the opposition into a false sense of security, perhaps.
Always thought that shouldn't be allowed. You either take the new ball at the beginning of the over, then midway through the over.
But it's a trick I've seen so often that it almost not always happens. But
Also seen bowlers just bowl 1 over with the old ball just to get back into the rhythm before they take the new ball.
Now that makes a little bit more sense to me. This is again nicely played by Ayak Amani down to a wideish third position, and they go through for the single. Still, it looks like they're bowling with this old ball. I can smell what smells like a braai happening somewhere, perhaps on the premises. I don't know.
Post
Like
match
the
special.
could be.
Post match special. Right now, Joe van Dijk, he wants to blaze through this lower order.
Yeah,
Partnership's becoming a little bit troublesome here for the Knights.
it's indeed 37 between these two. Both of them on 17. They've just been nurdling the ball around.
Big troubles.
That is going fine. It won't go for 4. Cronje fields on the fine leg boundary.
I'd love to know when last the Cronje played for Free State.
I don't know. He made his debut last season. And so.
I mean, a Cronje.
Oh, Akron,
Akron,
yeah, not Akron, yes. Yeah, good point. Actually, might have been, maybe the late Hansi or France, his brother. Not quite sure.
I think Hansi came
after France, yeah. And France had already moved, I think,
to Griquas.
Yes. So again, played into the offside. They'll take the single. Yes, probably was Hansi Cronje, and certainly when you go to the Mangong Oval and you're there in the president's suite, you can see that there's still the Cronje family.
Very present.
Very present. And still looking at this trying to see what's happening with this ball there, and that's certainly still the old ball he's got in his hand. Maybe looking for some kind of reverse potentially. That's again down the leg side. He just hasn't got his direction right this over. Maybe just trying too much for that reverse swing.
Certainly searching.
He is, isn't he? Searching for something. Bowled a very good Yorker earlier on today to Gavin Kaplan when he was in those nervous 20s, and he survived. Neath though, but just searching for something here, Van Dijk. It's 2 balls left in this 82nd over. Just nicely in behind that one, Kamani. The longer they bat here in the middle, the more comfortable they have looked, haven't they? Zaire, that doesn't look like too much is troubling them at the moment.
Absolutely, and that's even more reason why I don't understand why you don't get the new ball in.
Exactly, yeah. Bit more zip.
Just a little, just something different. Just something different to get. Because at the moment, it's all too easy for Gamani and Robberg. Picking off singles at will. Here's another one down to
Absolutely.
my favorite position on the field. I'll say it again, or we'll leave it till after drinks. We'll leave it till after drinks. Let them have a nice little cooler. We'll see you back in a short while. Not like sort of 4 or 5. He's drilling the ball through the cover.
Nobody's drilling the ball through the covers.
He's drilling the ball. You're giving them one every time.
Yeah. I don't get it.
I'm glad somebody else.
for the last 45 minutes of the day here. And just a reminder there on the screen of that England tour, the England women's cricket team coming here to South Africa from the 24th of November to the 18th of December. 3 T20 internationals, 3 one-day internationals, and a 4-day test match at the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein from the 15th to the 18th of December. Visit www.cricket.co.za for more information. And hashtag Wazanawe. And it is going to be Ruan Cronje coming in to replace Malusi Siboto from the Nederburg end, and still haven't taken the new ball. 82 overs gone. He has got the old ball in his hand, and he's in now. And that's short and wide, and they can take an easy single down to man at backward point. And with me, Zahir Adams. Zahir, still surprising they haven't taken the new ball now after that drinks break. They had the chance to perhaps do that, and they brought the young spinner on, Cronje.
Really is baffling. James, we saw the same thing yesterday at the very same time, and now it looks like that the Knights are following the similar route. And the danger for me is not just the fact that Boland are able to pick up 3 singles at the moment, is the fact that when they actually do take the new ball, these 2 batters will be well set. And they would have been able to get the eye in where a little bit earlier.
And that's spanked through the covers. There is protection in the deep, though, so they go through just for the single. These 2 have been batting now for 16 overs. The 7th wicket fell at 66 overs and 2 balls. Now we're on 82 overs and 3 balls. So 16 overs they've been out there at the crease, and it was just a period of only 7 overs when those 4 wickets fell. And you just see the game meandering as that is short ball is played over the man at mid-on. It's going to go down and they'll stop before the boundary. Langer, just everything in slow motion at the moment, just goes and picks it up, and they go through for 2. Cronje unhappy with himself as the 250 comes up after 82 overs and 4 deliveries. And Maria Erasmus was already moving to the leg side there. Certainly wasn't interested in that appeal from Ruan Cronje. But yeah, it is sort of meandering along, isn't it? They've been able to pick up the singles, just 1 boundary for each of them. Omani on 21, Van Berg on 22, the partnership 46. You have to say priceless runs for Goldrush Boland after they were reduced to 205 for 7. And that's the end then of the 83rd over.
Just feel that it's all come a little bit too easy for Boland. The Knights were very good for a period of time, picked up 4 wickets for 13 runs at the start of the session. And since then, they've just gone a little bit flat and allowed both Omani and Van Berg just to pick them off through singles, the odd singles every few overs, and interspersed with a couple of edge boundaries, and it's just brought Boland closer and closer to their total.
Yeah, it's 1 day towards us now. That's on the pads once again. He's been struggling with his line since he's been back into the attack. In the previous over and this one now, also spraying down the leg side. And leg by signaled by umpire Andre Olivier. And that line is not going to necessarily worry these 2 batters. They've been able to get the runs on the leg side quite easily. So there, 11 no balls in this innings together with the 3 wides, 2 of them for short deliveries and 1 wide from Forrester. That's played in the air. It's high. I think it's going to land safely. No, it's not. Is it? And he has taken the catch. Very well taken by Ruan Cronje. And Sean van Berg has fallen for the 3-card trick there. He goes for the pull shot, doesn't get on top of it, goes up in the air, and Ruan Cronje takes a very good catch down here at long leg.
It's an excellent catch. For the moment, he was keeping his eye on the fielder at short fine leg, who was in 2 minds whether he should go or not. But instead, Ruan Cunha, he took the responsibility. As we have a look, Van Dijk pitching it in short, and Berg not getting hold of it. Look at the fine leg he was going. And eventually, Ruan Cunha taking the responsibility and holding on to a very good catch, which brings us to the end of Sean van Berg's little cameo. 22 of 56 balls on one boundary. Very, very important in the context of the game. But now the opening has been made. Does the new ball get taken now?
Well,
James?
yeah, you would think so. And Glenton Stearman coming out to the crease, a new batter at the crease. They've been able to get the wicket with the old ball. And Sean van Berg just maybe rushed into that one a little bit. And you'd think maybe they would be able to take that new ball now. Just that 47-run partnership being broken. It was a really good one for Goldrush Boland. Only 14 behind now, where the first inning score of the Knights, and getting towards the end of the second day's play. Very much an even Stevens type of game. This one has followed a very similar pattern.
1.5 time by the end of
Yeah,
today.
absolutely right. And 83 overs and a couple of deliveries in. I would definitely think taking the new ball now would be the option. I mean, Glenton Stearman, he can hold a bat, but what better way to welcome him than with a lovely new cherry? And he's off the mark immediately. Just into the leg side, and doesn't seem to make any sense at all. They haven't taken the new ball.
Think that despite the placidness of the wicket, I was Joe van Dijk, I'd be begging the skipper.
Yeah, absolutely. Please.
Please give me the new ball.
It's, nothing in this game at all. 253 for 8, and it's still supposed to be 15 overs today. There's no way we're going to get all those in before 6 o'clock. That's nicely played by Ayad Kamani down to the man on the deep point boundary. That's like a substitute fielder there on the field. It is. It's Tiaan van Vuren, not playing today. Maybe he's on. No, he's not on for. Maybe he's on for Malusi Siboto. Not sure.
Aron Phangiso is.
Maybe Phangiso's off the field.
Phangiso's off the field.
Yeah, that is Phangiso's off the field. Otherwise, he would be at slip, wouldn't he? So it's Patrick Botha at slip. So after those plenty of overs that he's bowled, just off the field at the moment. Might be coming back on shortly. That's bounce a bit. Old ball not having as much venom as you would expect, perhaps. Looking at that front foot line again. Van Dijk. He has been economical today. He's generally been very good on that second spell that he bowled. Just either side of lunch was a good spell before the luncheon interval. It's played into the leg side. Spirited by Siboto at mid-wicket. So that was another no ball there from Van Dijk. Just signaled there from umpire Andre Olivier. It's 5 no balls for him today. Another run to the score. Very much neck and neck in terms of the no ball count as well. These two teams, must be said. Interesting. It's neatly played by Stearman into the leg side for another single. Takes the deficit to 10 at the end of the 84th over. And can be Ruan Cronje still, with the old ball. Even with the spinner bowling, sense that maybe it would be better for him to have the newer ball, but that is certainly a very old-looking ball in his hand at the moment.
So yesterday, Sean van Berg, he wrapped up the Knight's tail.
Yeah.
Got a bit of bounce, and with that extra, with the new ball,
Yeah, he certainly did for Aron Phangiso in his first over with the ball was like 4 overs old, and they only kept Dudgeon and Stearman on for a couple of overs each when they got the new ball. And that was really when the breakthrough happened, brought the spinners back on. The harder new ball definitely got a bit of extra bounce, just took the edge and ended the really good innings from Phangiso yesterday. So Phangiso, you might be back on the field now.
I don't think
No,
Clinton Stearman's going to have a long look at
No, he's not.
Rowan Cronje.
Certainly can. He's a strong man, Glenn Stearman. He can hit the ball a long way. If he does decide, you saw him play particularly explosive innings in the T10 tournament that happened here pre-season, and he was.
He enjoy himself.
He did enjoy himself. Got a 50 there, and he really did look like he was enjoying himself.
Certainly a big, bulky
Yeah,
man, and he's going to tee off very, very soon.
yeah. Certainly, I don't think he's going to leave us wondering here.
Not at all.
And Omani's all defense, still something to play for here, definitely for these men out there in the middle for Goldrush Boland. 16 overs still from a bonus point of view. Is the Knights already that have picked up 3 bowling bonus points, and very much close to even Stevens in terms of the batting bonus points, just a deficit of 9 now. Just think, I mean, get the leg spin as well. Get a lot more zip if he had the new ball, wouldn't he? I mean, you know, that one just, even if he does bowl that one wasn't a half tracker by any means, but it was a little bit shorter. That new ball just bounces and maybe goes on a bit faster with the arm.
James, the viewers at home might be thinking that we're harping on a point,
Yeah.
but it's just at the moment we're just trying to make sense of why not. Why would you not take the new ball?
Yeah.
You managed to get the wicket. You got the set better out.
Absolutely.
And it was in the middle of a spell of your quickest bowler.
Yeah.
Surely he's going to skipper. Surely he's saying skip.
He must be. I mean, you know, going to make so much more sense for him from that point of view. And it's all happening very slowly out there. Not quite sure what they're looking at the moment.
Conversation there now.
Umpire Olivier. And he's actually doing some work on the ball. He's just sort of cutting some of the.
Do we get a bit?
Yeah.
Do we get a bit over obsessed with reverse swing? Is that what was
Maybe,
happening?
I don't know. I mean, this ball is not reverse swinging.
So now both umpires are having a look at it.
And yeah, having a look at the ball. Yes, it's still round, but it's not.
It's not new.
It's not new. No.
It's all of 85 overs old.
Yeah, and just doesn't look like there's anything really. Nothing much seems to have been on offer. If you are talking about swing for Van Dijk at all, and he's going to be trying to angle it and target the pads, and he has been straying a little bit down the leg side. Senapwani now is going to come around and into a position sort of between, not really mid-wicket, is it? So between square leg and mid-wicket. That is way down the leg side. And another no ball looks like signaled here from umpire Andre Olivier, just trying to do a bit of effort ball there, and he goes over the line again. That's his 6th no ball of the innings.
15 for the day.
That is just way too many no balls.
Ask yourself, how? Like Eugene said earlier, T20 cricket, you're staying behind the line. You know there's a free hit coming.
Yeah.
But just not showing that same discipline here with the red ball.
And as you say, it's an extra, together with the 3 wides, they bowled an extra 3 overs already today. And that's also putting them in a situation where they're never going to bowl through these 98 overs needed in the day. So, and there's certainly with no real stoppages of play during the day's play, that we could see no serious injuries or anything else they had to deal with. Only the 7 wickets, so should be up with the over rate. Oh, that one nearly gets through. Gets the bat down on it in time. Stearman.
We need to say with the extra pace of the new ball,
Yeah,
little zip, it just slips underneath.
yeah, absolutely.
But
Yeah,
they will soldier on.
they will indeed. And, we come through to the virtually the last half hour of play today. Down the leg side. Once again, they do have a leg slip there, but once again, it just sense if he did get something on that, if it was a slight touch, it perhaps wouldn't carry to the leg slip. Ball not really, doesn't really have much carry on it at the moment. Eight into the 86th over. You say, I mean, it's really been pretty even as it is at the moment. 258 for 8, and just a few more deliveries that's played in the air. It's going to be out off the top edge. That will be taken, and that's the end of Glenton Stearman. The old ball is doing the trick. Stearman trying to play that one down into the leg side, didn't get over the top, it just got a top edge, and Malusi Sabota takes the catch. Van Dijk gets his 3rd wicket, and it's 258 for a loss of 9.
I think somebody's trying to save a few balls here because the old ball doing the trick. We're not wanting to get the new box out.
And that just didn't get on top of that. Stearman 3 off 10 balls for him. And caught by Sabota once again.
Senakwani, he's taking the catch.
Senakwani, sorry. Apologies.
So, Glenton Stearman, he will not provide us with entertainment today.
No.
He makes a long walk back to the pavilion, and it's the early figure of Siyabonga Mahima. He strides to the wicket.
And with 9 down, just 8 runs the difference between the two teams, and really has been a very similar day. As we say goodbye for the day to Zay Adams. Thank you very much, Zahir.
Thank you very much, James. Thank you very much, Eugene.
We will be back tomorrow.
Indeed. As we get down to the last rites of this evening's play, joined once again by Eugene Molion, as it is Sia Mahima coming to the wicket, and his numbers. Let's have a look at those. From a batting point of view, not known for his batting prowess. Sia Mahima. And 11 matches, 16 innings. His highest score of 47, though, against the Lions in Johannesburg 3 seasons ago. And his average of 16.6, so can hold a bat. And but Van Dijk is got 2 wickets following the same type of attack. Just got the wicket of Van Berg with that short one down the leg side, and the same with Stearman, just getting a top edge taken by Captain Senakwani. Welcome back, Eugene.
Hi there, James, and welcome back here. Good afternoon to the viewers as well. And yeah, I think the partnership of you and Zahir has picked up 7 out of the 9 wickets to fall today.
I think so. We've certainly, in our post-tea session, we were certainly helping the Knights along there. And just another 2 now in the session we had. Yeah, so we've certainly been the wicket whisperers today.
Well, I'm sure if you a Knight supporter, you want me off comms and get Zahir back, because they certainly done the trick here. Old ball in hand, still running in hard here, Van Dijk. See a little bit of a in drift as well. The ball is reversing, but it is another no ball indeed. There's been plenty during this game, we should say, from both sides.
That's I think that's the second or third for this over. And probably fortunate they didn't bowl a no ball when he got the wicket on the wicket delivery. That one just swaying down the leg side once again. Big man Steer Mahima not having anything to do with it. You really couldn't have asked for a. It's almost been saying virtually a carbon copy, but it has almost been a carbon copy of the Knights innings. It's just the partnership, the bigger partnerships that have moved in terms of where they were. It was for the fourth wicket. It was for the men from Goldrush, Boland, and once again, just they've all got starts, but they've not been able to go on. And you look at the scorecard for both of these two teams, and apart from the standout from Phangiso 73, and you look at those two innings, the one from Kaplan 51 and 54 from Fortuin, it's a lot of batters have got in and then got out. And maybe it's something in the surface, which is what we can't necessarily see. Ouch, that probably hurt. And he sees off Van Dijk, does Mahim at the end of that over, and it's up to Aya Kamani now.
How a match or two innings has gone the same way in this game here. Day one, almost a carbon copy of day two, almost a carbon copy of day one. And it just seemed the both teams sort of going about it the same way. And just finds this now, it's a deficit of 7 for the Boland team. And I mean, who would have thought that this would have been the case? It's been already 6 wickets since tea.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at this final session, it completely belongs to the Knights. 183 for 3 after 58 overs at the tea break. So just with the addition of another 76 runs, it's a loss of 6 wickets. And that wicket of Gavin Kaplan, you look back at that wicket and caused that's going to go down to the boundary, I think, is it? No, that's just not stopped there on the boundary. So Kamani gets his second boundary of his innings as a short one from Cronje plays him down to the leg side, the long leg boundary for 4, and 3 runs is now the difference in the two totals.
Yeah, and there's 12 overs still remaining, and that we're not going to look at. It's all about how much time is left on the clock, and it looks like it's 22 minutes. So for the Knights, they would need to take this wicket within the next 12 minutes. If not, then that will be done and dusted for the day. Because they're definitely not going to be bowling 12 overs in 22 minutes.
No, they're not. It's going to be well short, you feel, and that in itself may well be cause penalties. Need to get out on playing conditions and have a look at that, but you do certainly should be bowling those 98 overs in a day. There's no reason why not.
I'll be heading to Marais Erasmus in the morning and match referee Lawrence Petrus and find out what exactly is the case, and then because we're definitely not going to be bowling the overs, and it has been a day that has meandered on a little bit.
Yeah, certainly no real reason for there to be additional, or not to have bowled those overs. I know there are 3 overs that they've bowled in extras, just over 3 overs in extras, which certainly has an impact, but they're not even going to get close to 95 overs.
Well, Aron Phangiso, he's bowled almost 26 overs, is it?
Trying.
He's bowled 26.
And 13 here from Cronje. So, I mean, half of the, not half of the overs, but, you've had 40 overs that have been bowled by the spinners out of the 90 odd that they're going to be bowling today. And you would sense they should, Van Dijk doesn't necessarily have a very long run up either. It's just been, maybe hot out there, but it's just got to keep it going. Very slow between overs. Seeing it again now, I mean, there is no
urgency.
Sense of urgency at all out there.
Well, all in all, I think the Knights would be happy with their work today. Yes. They were thinking they were in the game, having scored 266 yesterday. And then at tea time, with Boland going at 183 for 3, they would have thought, well, we're under the pump here a little bit. But then after tea, that as you've rightly said there, the Cape Fox, it's been all the nights, and it's been good bowling, some good field placing, some good aggressive stuff from this man here, Aron Phangiso. He's got 3 for 44. Again, it just takes so much time as another man goes on to the onside, and
Surely you would have figured that out before you had even got into your position, but it's easy enough for us to say, I guess, but it doesn't make much sense. Oh, gets away with that. That's Ayakomani, and they will take the single off the inside edge down to Cronje to long leg. So just one difference now in the scores.
well, if a wicket falls this over, they'll have about 2 overs, maybe at best, to come and face up here.
Yeah, that's right.
As I said yesterday, it's almost like deja vu, Groundhog Day, where I'm going to say, where are the opening batters here? Let me have a look and see what you're doing.
Let's see. Where's Lesego Senokwani? Isaac Dikali. Senokwani, Gully. He's not shadow playing the drive at the moment. And they go through for a quick single here. Mahima's going to have to hurry. He does get home safely, and so they've now equaled the score. And it would be quite ironic, wouldn't it, if they were bowled out for exactly 266.
It will be a one-inning shootout, I tell you, over the next couple of days, folks.
Yeah, that is what we're looking at. And this wicket is not going to get any easier to bat on, I don't think, over the next couple of days.
No, it's not. So, looks like that they're going to have to bat on day 4 here.
Yeah.
Goldrush Boland team.
Need to make sure tomorrow that's sways out of the way. Omani's been there for a long time now. He's been at bat here since the fall of the 6th wicket after 66 overs. He's been there 20 overs already. Omani. He's done a job for his team today. He and Sean von Berg putting on the 3rd highest partnership of the innings, 47 between those two for the 9th wicket. Sorry, for the 8th wicket. Very, very important for Goldrush Boland.
Well, sort of just puts a bat out there outside the off stump. He's not happy with himself. You can see him walking away in disgust there.
Just trying to maybe guide that down to 3rd. And there is now, funnily enough, somebody here at 3rd. Man here to our right. And there hasn't been anybody there the entire day. He does, yeah. Just what are you trying to do? Just trying to
Guide
dab
it down,
wasn't
yeah.
he? Yeah. He's playing the tap shot there. Definitely.
Gets behind that nicely, doesn't he? And
Yeah. That's why I wonder why they didn't take the new ball. Just think it'll be coming through a bit quicker from Joe van Dijk. He's got 2 wickets with the old ball. Take nothing away from him. He's been really putting in the yards today. Nearly 17 overs bowled.
yeah,
Looking at the ball again.
I'm not gonna.
No, I think we said enough about that already.
Yeah.
And while they are looking at this ball, just to give you the final news from that South African under-19 women against Ireland under 19 women match, the final match there at the Astropol Tuks Oval in Pretoria, and it was the South African under 19 women just getting over the line there in the final game. Ireland winning the toss and electing to bat first in that match, got 104 for 9 in their 20 overs, and SA under 19 just getting over the line there by 1 wicket. Getting 105 for 9 after 14 overs and 4 balls, and really not too many contributions to speak of. A couple of 20s and 30s down the order for both teams. Wickets spread pretty evenly amongst the bowlers there. But South Africa under 19, very happy with that. They won that series there, 5-0 against the Irish. You would expect that, I think, from SA under 19.
You would have. I must say I expected a little bit more from Amy Hunter. She's the experienced one, although she is still a youngster. But I think from an experience point of view, I think a lot will be gained there by that Irish team, and they can go back with a lot of experience gained, and certainly coming up against a formidable opponent like South Africa under 19s. I think that will serve them in good stead as well.
So we see them replacing the ball here. Umpire Andre Olafia just taking more time out of the day, though this is with one ball left in the Van Dijk over, and they're not giving him the new ball, they're giving him a replacement ball for the old ball.
Times are tough.
Yeah, they must be. Certainly. Budget cuts, definitely. Just the one ball left in this over, and we've got about 14 minutes left on the scoreboard clock to play today, and just getting a little bit darker outside here. Just this high level cloud. We had this yesterday as well, perhaps a little bit brighter than it was yesterday, though, at the same time. And
yeah, I think that's what be it for the day's play. I think if a wicket falls here,
yeah, there won't be enough time. Will at the end of this over, another 2 overs, they won't be coming out for 1 over potentially.
Maybe.
You never know. Oh, he's given him. Can you believe it? The first ball with a replacement ball, and it is Ayat Gomani who is given out by umpire Andre Olafia. And can you believe it? They've been bowled out for 266, exactly the same score as the Knights achieved, and that is in exactly 88 overs, 266 all out, and just the 8 runs in that partnership there, and it's Gomani who has to go, and we'll wait and see whether they are actually going to come out to bat. In fact, there is probably enough time for 1 over.
Yeah, there probably is, and change of ball has reaped the dividends here for Aron Van Dijk. He's gone full. Oh, he wraps him on the toes.
Yeah.
He's been given out. That is the end. And we're heading for a 1-inning shootout between these two teams, both finishing on 266. So in terms of bonus points, they're all the same. It's level pegging.
Absolutely, completely level pegging. And so the only potential to get more bonus points than the other team here is to win the game. And we are in a completely 1-inning shootout. Can you believe that? Goldrush Boland bowled out in about 10 overs less than the Knights were yesterday. But from a bonus point of view, that makes absolutely no difference whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at how the players are going off, and the 2 opening batters are going up the stairs very, very quickly. So it looks like there's going to be time.
Yeah, a bit of warming up happening there from a Boland point of view as well.
Yeah, they're going to come out and face some, well, 1, maybe 2 overs here. But that is the sort of the match summary. 266 apiece, 20 wickets. That's what it is there. First innings, Aron Phangiso, he was magnificent with bat in hand. Top scoring was 73. And then in terms of the Goldrush Boland, it was Clyde Fortuin and Gavin Kaplan, both of them getting 50s, both of them losing their wickets straight after that. And again, the men doing the business for the ball, Aron Van Dijk and Aron Phangiso there. 4 and 3 between them, as well as Supporter finishing on 2. I mean, this is going to be fascinating to see how this game entails, but it's level pegging on all fronts here. So join us in a few moments' time where we're going to see how many overs are in fact left, possibly 1 or 2, and we'll talk you through that.
Welcome back to Boland Park as we see the umpires Andre Olivier and Maria Erasmus coming out for the second innings, and they will be changing ends as is the norm here. And in all cricket that is played red ball cricket over 2 innings, umpires switch ends after both teams have batted, and Maria Erasmus standing at the southern end of the ground, stables end, and from this northern end, the Nederburg end, will be Andre Olivier. I'm James King, Cape Fox, with me, Eugene Molion, and we're into what may well be the last over. In fact, it is only 1 over. It says overs left 1 on the scoreboard. So it'll be 1 over bowled by Goldrush Boland tonight to the opening batters of the Knights after Goldrush Boland bowled out for 266 in reply to the Knights' 266. So you said, Eugene, it's a 1 innings shootout.
Back to square one.
Yep.
And we'll make our jobs a lot easier come what the winning total might be, because both teams been bowled out for 266, and I see a helmet out there. That is, in fact, it might be spin that's going to be in operation. Yeah, Mahima is walking out there to Maria Erasmus, gives him his hat, and we could have a couple of men around the bat here.
Yeah.
So he's going to be bowling from the stables in.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to try and get 2 overs in, maybe. We'll see. It does say 1 over on the scoreboard, but you never know. Mahima, maybe a little bit of extra bounce. It's worth the shot having 2 close infielders. It's like we've got Abiwa Mgajima, Gavin Kaplan with the buckets on there.
Yeah, there's a few men there. I don't know why they got the spikes on. Just wear your trainers if you're not going to be bowling. But anyway, such is the life. It's going to be Takala.
Yeah.
He's going to be facing up. He's taking an off stump guard.
Yeah.
Got a silly point, short leg, slip, man, short cover catching. That is Stearman there. As he would have thought, no one's on boundaries, because this is going to be the end of the day.
Yeah, you think it will be survival for Isaac Dikali. What you do not want as an opening batter is to be out in this over. You've got to just get through this 1 over at the end of the day's play. You've been out in the field all day. Want to get back into the hut and put your feet up. But you've got to face 6 deliveries.
I was right outside the off stump.
Was very well
You've
outside.
got to make him play here. You've got 6 balls, Mahima.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to ooh and ah for every single delivery out there tonight, just to make sure Isaac Dikali thinks on a hiding to nothing. He is anyway. It's played straight out into the covers. Captain does the fielding.
Well, you got to go and do some gardening, because the clock says there's still 2 minutes left.
Yeah. Yeah, the batters will not want to face the second over, I'm sure. Mahima. 4th delivery.
This is where the experience needs to come in here.
Yeah.
Tie the lace or something.
Yeah.
Redo your gloves.
Discover that your lace has come undone. Yeah. Surprisingly. Play it into the ground, into Gavin Kaplan there.
It's 1 ball left.
Yeah, 1 ball left. And yeah, in fact, they may well get another over in if they're looking at it on time.
Well, we will have an over.
Yeah, it looks like we will have another over. And by the time umpire Andre Olivier gets to the stumps at the Nederburg end, it will still be 17:59 on the scoreboard clock. And that means there will be another over. And who is it going to be?
It's going to be Glenton Stearman, because
Yeah.
it doesn't matter now. You're going to have the over bowled in any case. But I must say that was good thinking there from Clyde Fontaine, allowing Mahima to bowl the first over, knowing he can get through the over a little bit quicker than potentially Stearman might have done there. And so this gives Stearman this opportunity just to bowl the over at his leisure here.
Yeah,
And that was probably good thinking. That's
rather
good, smart
get,
cricket. But also, we must say, the Gali not smart from him. I mean, I would have been gardening every ball there, and do the
Absolutely.
lace, undo the strap in your glove.
I mean, there must be at least 4 or 5 places on that pitch that you needed to do some sort of batting it down a bit and make sure it's okay. On a hiding to nothing here, Senakwani, Stearman.
It's down the leg side there, and he's going to wanting to target the stumps here, Stearman. He's going to be running in here.
Yeah, definitely going to want to see if they can get something tonight, Goldrush Buller. They'll feel they might have taken something out of the day because they will be disappointed in the day that they've had. 192 it was for 3. And with that wickets, then 7 wickets falling for the addition of only 74 runs.
All out defense. All out defense. It's like bowling into a wall.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. But Stearman going to need to use all his experience here to see if he can prize one of these 2 batters out. Most likely Senakwani. He's not going to really be looking to get the single. I suppose if there's something on offer, he'll take it. It's the best place to be at the moment is where Isaac Dikhali's standing, I think, on the field.
Off the seam, back off the stumps. Yeah, I don't think Dikhali is going to be coming for a quick single. I mean, he's going to be sitting on the bat for as long as he can. Let's look at this delivery with some movement back off the seam there. Practically went over the stumps.
Did, yeah.
That's big movement as well with that new cherry.
Yeah, very nice. Got 3 balls left to make something happen with this tonight. As we'll be back here tomorrow morning. It'll be the same as we were at the beginning of day 1.
Is that confusion?
Oh, my word. That could have been disastrous for them, as Dikhali did come through for the run.
I think he just saw his captain running at the start, but then the captain decided he's going to change his mind. Or nearly confusion. Look at him. He wanted to go, and then he said, no. Then he called himself through, knowing that, listen, if I get through on the other end, I won't have to face another ball. Hopefully, 2 balls still remaining.
Dikhali on strike now. Going to be taking his guard from umpire Olivier. Taking that off stump guard, isn't he? That's the middle. And he's taking a couple of different lines there. He's taking. Oh God, he's taking 2 slips in the gully. Keeper waiting for the potential edge at the end of the day. And he is bringing the man in, and that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he was out there in the first place.
Me neither.
He's sending somebody else out.
Going out there, I know.
But somebody's also going to go under the helmet.
Okay, so bringing in a man at short leg.
It's Kaplan.
It is indeed Kevin Kaplan. It's not to be too short a leg. It's oh wait, no, he's going a bit closer now. Stearman, 2 balls left of the day.
Homing in on the stumps again. Will certainly moved a lot more than what we've seen over the last 2 days.
Yeah, we didn't really see any of this kind of movement early on in the day from the Knights bowlers. They were getting a little bit more movement, in fact, with the old ball, but still nothing substantial we could see. Johan van Dijk ultimately got those 4 wickets for 46 in his 17 overs. A good job for his team, paceman.
Oh, it's wrapped on the pads.
Oh, that's just going down leg side, maybe height also a factor, but it looked more like it was leg side-ish from Stearman, and it's the end of the second day's play. And it is the Knights that are 1 without loss after 2 overs. And you have been with us during the day today. You will know that both teams scored 266. There's the summary. That it is 1 without loss. So it's all to play for in this game as we go into day 3 tomorrow. It will be as if we're starting a new 1 game or 1 innings shootout between these 2 teams in red ball cricket. We look forward to joining you again tomorrow. And so, Eugene, any final words from you?
No, it's just very evenly poised. It's been like that since day 1, and even at the end of day 2, it's very evenly poised now, with the Knights having a 1-run lead. So, I mean, it's how these 2 teams are going to go. There's 6 sessions left in this match, and, well, hopefully one of these teams can really move the game forward a little bit. But we're dead even, and I look forward to the next couple of days and see what the cricket is going to be on offer.
So from us all here at Boland Park, we say a very good evening.